Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Governing Board monthly meeting to order. It's May 9th, and our first order of business is Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like Mr. Steinle. The next thing on the agenda is to swear Mr. Bergeron in. I look forward to doing that. Want me to be down?
Could.
Of course.
First of all, I want to thank the governor for this a great opportunity. I'm totally honored. Our family has been in Florida for 8 generations. Love the state of Florida, and this is a wonderful opportunity for me to make a difference for others. Grew up out in the beautiful Everglades. My grandfather was a game warden back in the 40s, and entered that environment as a little boy about 3 years old, and certainly remember God's landscaping, the wildlife, the sunsets, and as we continue to go forward for the benefit of 8 million people and 120 million visitors, I think it's important that the environment is protected for our quality of life going into the future. And I look forward to working with all my fellow board members so we can make a difference for future generations. And want to thank everyone for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bergeron. As many of you know, you attended our workshop yesterday, and I learned a ton from you, and I look forward to keep learning from you. So thanks very much for being here and your participation. Let's see. So as you look around, you're seeing a lot of purple. I don't often wear purple, but when I do, I guess it's for a good cause. But this is in support of Water Reuse Week, which is recognized May 19th to the 25th this year. So we talked a little bit about reclaimed water yesterday, but it's typically delivered through purple-colored pipes, which many of you know. Thus, our enthusiasm is to wear purple today in recognition of that. Drew's got his sport coat on there. Yeah, we'll get a picture. And I want to make the announcement also that we're having the Leasing Corporation annual meeting will take place directly after this meeting. And now, Mr. Bartlett, we can do employee recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I look good. All right. So today we have 3 recognitions. Yeah, please all come down. We're going to do recognitions. We'll get pictures. Sean says it's okay for me to continue to wear this coat during pictures. So the first recognition we have is a team award for May. And this is in recognition of our water conservation team who hosted an expo here on May 15th. Can I get Stacey Abrams, Jim Harmon, Nikki Maybe, Rick Nebulous, and Robert Van Wanvistraat. Wanvistraat. Is that all right? All right. So we had our 10th annual Water Conservation Expo here in the building on May 15th. We hosted it with American Water Works Association. More than 100 people, both within and outside the district, attended. A lot of it was about education. We had presentations on education to action and also on really rain-driven, what was it called? Rain-watered lawn versus irrigated lawn. And that's what I plan to buy when they accept my offer. All right, thank you. All right. Next, we have a 30-year service award for Patty Gorman, who's a science supervisor in the Water Resources Division. Patty? Come on up. So she started in 1989, and her first job was picking bugs. And if you don't know what that job is, my daughter actually did that job. And that is when you're out in the field and you need to understand biological, how the biology's doing. The field people will get the muck out of the rivers, bring it back to the lab, and then someone in the lab looks through a microscope at muck and picks out bug parts. You dream about it at night after doing that all day, right? That's what my daughter did. But she has been doing science for us for 30 years in water. She's done water supply plans. She was actually here and did the science for SERP South and the Yellow Book, and that was an incredible book. She was director of science, I'm just going to use science, for St. Lucie, Martin, and West Palm. And she most recently directed the Recover Ecological Report that was published in 2017. So I think we're just going to have your middle name be Science, Patty Science Gorman. So she is very well respected amongst the district, so thank you. Next, we have a Good Samaritan Award that we give out, and I'd like to call Daniel Nesbitt and Thomas White up for the Good Samaritan Award. So the Good Samaritan deed that they did is they were driving back towards the district and around Clewiston, came across a pretty horrific accident that they witnessed. And the driver of that vehicle in the accident was very badly injured, and they stopped immediately, got out, noticed that he was in and out of consciousness, and while folks like myself would have passed out and needed emergency care as well, they administered first aid and really likely saved the person's life. So very well done. Thank you.
Do we have any revisions to the agenda?
Yes, sir. The contract number on discussion item number 28 was corrected.
Thank you. We'll go around the horn now. Any,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
I'm a little behind the 8 ball this morning. Long day yesterday.
it was?
But wonderful. Did we, Tia, remember the discussion on the one item on the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am. When we get to the consent agenda.
Yeah,
then
if you have something you want to pull for consent,
Okay, thank you.
we're not quite there yet.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're going to poll the board members now for any abstentions or disclosures. Mr. Steinle?
None.
Ms. Meads?
None.
Mr. Lipich?
None.
I have none. Mr. Wagner?
None.
None.
Nice timing. Do you have any disclosures, Mr. Martinez? Any disclosures, abstentions? Mr. Bergeron?
I have one. I'm abstaining from voting on discussion agenda item 28. Laurel Jock Trucking, Inc. is a subcontractor on a project which my company, Bergeron Land Development, is a prime contractor.
Thank you. Chair Roman, you could
Well, thank you.
talk about the Big Cypress Basin Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members. I have a brief summary of the Big Cypress Basin Board meeting that occurred on April 25th. It was a very, very good meeting. We asked local government agencies, municipalities, and the counties to come to the board and to present their water quality projects that they'd like to conduct during the coming year. And they identified projects totaling over $230 million and stressed the need for funding to implement these projects. So it was a very good session and a good discussion on that. We also received presentations from the Basin Field Station. They updated us on the tree removal project and the canal maintenance that they have been working on during dry season. And from the headquarters, Lucine Dadrian came and updated us on the capital projects of the basin. We had a financial update from Candy Heater from headquarters, and we've got our next meeting scheduled for the end of July. It'll be July 8th for follow-up on those recommendations. The consensus item from the board is that we'd like to try to provide some money for those intergovernmental projects as money becomes available.
Thanks. And we'll have a budget discussion. I think we're doing a workshop next month, and you can talk, maybe part of that we can talk about how the Big Cypress Basin budget interacts with ours. So
Okay,
I think that'll be helpful for most of us.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I mention something on that?
Of course.
Yesterday in the workshop, the representative of the Mikasukis had come up and had mentioned something about looking for land in that geographical area for various projects. I think we ought to look into, with the DEP, with sections of land that was set aside, or they're called school board properties that are owned by the state of Florida. It may be extremely cost-effective rather than having to fund to buy private land. It may work out that some of these particular properties in that geographical area could be a part of the projects without having to purchase land.
Good idea. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is going to be the approval of the April 10th workshop and April 11th minutes. Do you want two motions on that or one? One. Has everyone had a chance to review those?
Yes.
If so, can I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
A second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
She's fine.
Any further discussion by the board? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Tina, do we have public comment?
Yes, sir. I have Mark Perry, then Newton Cook, and Jean Duncan.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry. Excellent workshop yesterday, and things that come together like that are really exciting and encouraging for those of us been into this and wanting to see not only you ask those really great questions and interact with staff and other members of the public. I think it's a really, really good opportunity. Looking forward to the continuation of that particular one in July, I guess, is the next session on that workshop. So well done, well done. I apologize, I may have to leave earlier, not making some of the items coming up on the agenda, so I appreciate this time for a quick comment. On item 23, your mission statement is an excellent discussion to go forward. I think in safeguarding our water resources for both water supply and the environmental needs are really critical, and rearranging that kind of idea of how the community is protected from flood protection and moving that forward to our new kind of mission statement and then building up the strategic plans from there. That's really, really exciting discussion to go forward. Also, there's an item on the Water Resource Analysis Coalition. As a member of RAC for many years past, I think this was a good forum in the beginning to really work with the Governing Board and the South Florida Ecosystem Task Force. But I appreciate you having this discussion to whether this is an appropriate way to continue or whether there are other avenues, such as the workshop, to provide a great forum for public input and public comments and stakeholder comments to that. There's another item on 26, real quick, on the Maximo Ranch project, the dispersed water management. It looks like a viable project. It's near the Kissimmee, and I just caution and have met with staff about dispersed water management projects. If they're in the right place and they do the right thing, we look at that cost benefit if it's going to be beneficial to the water storage and treatment that we need for upstream into those areas. And just in general, I know we celebrated the 25th anniversary of Everglades Forever Act recently in your press release, and I think back to those days of when that happened, and appreciate the progress that's been made to date so far on those restoration efforts, and also the recover. You just recognized Patty Gorham, who I've known for practically 30 years, and when she was field scientist. And I think that's an excellent, she's done such an excellent job in recover to bring that to fruition. So that verification of how we're doing in restoration is so important to continue. So I hope we continue to support recover in those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. United Waterfowlers has every August a summit on issues involving our marshes and lakes across the state. Last year it was on the spraying program. The results of that after a while was FWC actually stopped spraying because of all the hullabaloo of people concerned about spraying, and reviewed their program. This is our 10th year, and I invite anyone here to come, and particularly the staff, and the staff here has been coming every year, and they understand just how top quality and top shelf this is. It's free. We have a free lunch. Not often you can get that, but we give you a free lunch, and the reason is because we want the boots in the marsh biologists and people to be able to attend, and they normally don't have travel budgets. And this is the FWC, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Corps, all these people. We look to get the people out there in the marshes doing the hard work, and they get a great education there, and they also get a chance to network. Thank you guys for all staying last night. I didn't. My 79 years old sent me home at 3 o'clock. But I understand you mentioned STAs, and I was going to stay forever. I hope that we will start looking at these STAs as what they're supposed to be, and that is cleansing marshes and not cattail monocultures. I have a saying around here for about 10 years. SAV is for the money. Cattails is for free. If you're growing cattails, you don't need any scientists, you don't need any engineers, you don't need anything. Just dig a hole, fill it full of water, you're going to get cattails. So let's start managing the SDAs for what they originally were, and that is to clean the water. They were getting about 18 parts per billion. Now they're getting 28 because you're running too much lake water through them. Last but not least, I can't stand here and not defend RAC. At RAC, you had 30-some-odd people sitting around the table for 3/4 of a day, and every one of them giving their opinions on everything you discussed yesterday, plus everything on this here today. Yesterday, you had a handful of people, including myself, but I'm old, retired, and I could stand here and do this, as Mr. Bergeron knows from the FWC days. But we have a lot of people that can't do that, and their voices need to be heard. And RAC was where they could be heard. And it's the greatest thing ever for the governing board, because the week before you have this meeting, you hear 30 different prospects. From the environmental groups, they have 3 or 4 people, the feds, the state, the counties, the utilities, the tribe, the recreation, duck hunters. You heard from them. And being Sunshine, that's good. And also, you can come to that meeting and you're under sunshine. You can actually talk. Thank you.
After Gene Duncan, I have Gary Ritter, Doug Gaston, and Tom Harding.
Good morning, Board. I last night heard someone say that for the first time in a long time they had hope, and I too have cautious optimism. And I think it was a great discussion. One thing I think that was left out is sort of context. 1988 was the federal lawsuit, and what came out of the federal lawsuit was the SDAs. It described the number of SDAs and the acreages and the timelines that they would be met and the discharge limits that had to be met, and mandated phosphorus research to know what the numeric. It was a very important lawsuit, and that's how the SDAs got here. Following that was the Everglades Forever Act, which triggered another lawsuit, the Clean Water Act lawsuit with Judge Gold. And your restoration strategies came about because of that lawsuit. So, I mean, it's all history, but it gets lost in the context. While everybody's patting themselves on the back about how great the SDAs are, you had to be made to build them. And this district fought us tooth and nail. And that's all history, because now we have hope. And we've turned a corner. And that's why I'm here to tell you that we've got 2 SDAs on the drawing boards over in the western basins. One's called the North Feeder SDA. It's 3,420 acres, and the other is the Wingate Mill SDA, 4,050 acres. So thank you very much, Alligator Ron, for bringing that up first thing this morning. The longer we wait, the higher those land values are going to go. And even if we can't get them built today, let's see what we can do about getting that land, because it's about 10% of the phosphorus going into the conservation areas comes from the western basins, and it is not treated at all. So I'm pleading with you to please do all you can to acquire the land so that we can eventually get SDAs up there and clean up this discharge. You can see the plume of cattails from outer space. Satellite photography, you can see a giant plume of cattails. And it's growing. It's been growing for 30 years. Thank you.
Good morning. Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Congratulations, Mr. Bergeron, on your appointment today. I'm going to limit my talk or discussion here to the Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough watershed. Very sobering discussions yesterday's workshop for agriculture in the Northern Everglades. As a longtime resident in the Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough watershed, my ears kind of perked up when I heard the phrase reasonable or realistic regulation, because I have no idea what that means or how it would apply to me as a homeowner in that watershed. Listening to discussions concerning monitoring and BMP verification, would that also mean that my property would be monitored and someone would come around at some frequency to verify that I've implemented some level of BMPs? In this sub-watershed, there are 5 distinct basins that are not hydrologically connected and have 4 independent outflows for monitoring points. And so as a follow-up, I'd be interested to know how staff calculated the data and very interested to know how they came up with a 10% increase in agricultural land in that basin. There are options in this subwatershed to slow the flow and reduce the loads, in addition to agricultural BMPs. The district has roughly 1,800 to 2,000 acres of completed regional facilities and other land holdings to provide you with additional project options. The now 1,000-acre-plus Lakeside Ranch STA is almost complete, and a basin-to-basin pump station to support this project is in construction as we talk. Next to this is the Brady Ranch, a roughly 1,200-acre area that could also be used for storage and treatment. Nubbin Slough is 800 acres, but comes with some design issues, one of which is getting more water to it. There could be local partnership options with this facility, which has currently remained idle for 18 years. There has also been a study that looked at grouping a series of ASR wells up with this project feature. The district owns almost 4,000 acres of land leased in the Taylor Creek area that could be designed as a dispersed water management project. You also have 2 existing ASR facilities that could be put into operation. Lastly, if you want to make a real bold move, the district could partner with the Okeechobee Utility Authority, their deep injection well, to keep excess stormwater and associated nutrients from getting into Lake Okeechobee. Lease the well from them under the stipulation that they use the money and convert septic to sewer in the Taylor Creek Treasure Island area. Otherwise, my gut feeling tells me, given the physical and water quality influences of the flood control system in that area, attempting to do yet another ratchet down on ag operations for nutrient reductions in this subbasin would likely squeeze the blood. I mean, you can't squeeze the blood out of a turnip. The district is a major landowner in this area and therefore also needs to be a partner in the process by getting all of these facilities online. Thank you.
Good morning, governing board members. Doug Gaston, Audubon, Florida. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you, but not all, and I hope to do so in the future and look forward to working with you. I want to reiterate the comment about yesterday's workshop. Very informative, very, very helpful, especially to a newcomer like me to some of these issues. Great presentations, great questions, and greatly encouraged by the focus on looking at the lake as a natural ecosystem and treating it as such. One thing I wanted to point out too, I didn't know it was reuse week, but I do have some purple in my shirt, so. No thanks. There was a comment yesterday about deep injection wells, and I think it's important to make a distinction between using that as a tool to dispose of things you want to dispose of and using it as a tool for water management, which we think is a bad idea. We think the focus should really be on storing, retaining, cleaning, and moving water to where it needs to be when it needs to be there. Later, I think you're going to talk about your mission statement, and it's important to have a focused set of guiding principles to frame your actions going forward. And so we applaud your efforts to refine the mission statement. The old mission statement had the word restore or restoration in it, I believe, but I don't think the new iteration has that. And so we do suggest that maybe you figure out how to work that back into it because it's such an important part of the overall process. Finally, the mission statement will help to frame the strategic planning going forward. And as you think about strategic planning, yesterday there were comments about structure and agency interactions, and as part of that planning, maybe look at ways to streamline the process and incorporate ways to work together and try to find ways to overcome some of the jurisdictional and regulatory obstacles that may help or prevent you from moving forward quickly. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tom Harding from Key Colony Beach, I'm in the Florida Keys. There is a couple pages in the presentation, so if I add. I am the utility board treasurer for Key Colony Beach. Located in Florida Keys, we're a very small community. We currently are in the budget process of looking forward for next year, looking at both stormwater changes and capital improvements, and also looking at water reuse, so a convenient time to be here today. During the planning process, we looked at the cooperative funding program and found that they were no longer taking requests for that, and so that was for 2019. So the reason I'm here today is to emphasize the need for that for 2020, and keeping a large amount of funds in that category for a small city like ourselves. I did look at the initial budget. It looks like there's actually a 20% reduction for next year. So I'd like to try to emphasize is that we try to get that budget back up to where it was before. I'm from a small city of 1,500 out of Monroe County. That's 77,000 folks. We're border the Florida Bay and the ocean, so stormwater is very important to us to protect the Florida waters. So we have two projects that we're continuing to look at. One is stormwater for about $3.8 million, and so we look to the cooperative funding program to share costs. And so we've been trying to do a project every year with that. And then secondly, we do have water reuse. We currently are doing water reuse, 44,000 gallons a day. We do that, and we want to extend that out to another 15 or 20% for additional irrigation. So today we irrigate city parks and a city golf course. We want to continue that and then reduce fresh water. So here today just basically emphasize to keep the budget alive for next year and hopefully strengthen it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kara Kapp.
Good morning. I'm Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. Nice jacket, looks great. Pass, thanks anyway. I too wanted to thank the board and everybody who was a part of the great workshop yesterday. I mean, to see a room full of people coming together and having real discussion and asking tough questions, I'm really excited about what we're going to accomplish together in the years ahead. I wanted to speak briefly about the Combined Operations Plan, which came up very briefly in the workshop yesterday. This is the operational plan that will guide how we use the restoration infrastructure at the northern boundary of Everglades National Park. The pumps and infrastructure that have been built by nearly $1 billion of restoration funding from the American people, and we're finally close to turning it on. So a number of us groups have worked very closely with the agencies on the Combined Operation Plan for about 1.5 years, and we're very excited because we see that we're nearing the finish line and we're going to turn the project on and get water into Florida Bay. There are two fairly new areas within the Combined Operations Plan that have come up in the last few weeks that MPCA has some questions about that I wanted to bring up with you today. The first is something that a number of groups have some concerns about. It's called the high water line. And it's basically a proposal to codify some emergency operations for high water events so that when we get a hurricane, we aren't kind of scrambling to respond. In theory, that might sound good. But in reality, the way the system makes that happen is to route the water through the South Dade area, and really no one likes it. It's not good for the park. It's not good for South Dade Ag. It's just what we do in an emergency. And absolutely, when we have an emergency, we know that when the water gets too high in 3A, we need to move it out. Mr. Bergeron is a champion of that, and we look forward to continuing to have his leadership in making sure that we're keeping that habitat protected. But what we're saying is every emergency is different. Every hurricane isn't the same. The amount of rainfall that we've had leading up to the hurricane impacts how we'll run those operations. So what we're saying is let's take things on a case-by-case basis. And if we've come to learn anything, it's that as we're making progress on restoration, we have more tools in the toolkit. So let's not codify now an operation that basically nobody likes. And instead, let's continue to manage these events as they come, and as restoration comes online, we'll have better and better ways to deal with hurricanes and how we deal with excess water in the system. I believe your staff is largely on the same page about some of those concerns. And I have a written letter that a number of us submitted to all of the agencies and the project delivery team that I'd like to share with you. I'll just briefly also mention the other concern is something called the Low Water Action Line. Our groups have been working extensively with your staff to understand how this set of operations might impact low water conditions and how the system is run. And I know that we're going to talk about that a lot more next month. I'll just say that we're continuing to work with staff. We have faith that this operations plan is going to be finalized in the most beneficial way possible for the ecosystem. We're just watching these two things closely, but we're almost there, and we appreciate the effort. And I have these letters.
No further comment, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kapp?
Yes.
This may be for you and maybe for somebody else sitting at the panel here. Who are the agencies involved with the codification?
So the agencies on the project delivery team, the leads are the Corps and the district, as well as the Park Service, DEP. Those are kind of the main players, but I think there are other agencies involved. John would know best. And I realize this isn't ideal timing to bring up this topic during public comment because it'd be better if John could respond. He's the expert.
Coming for you, John.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're doing, in the June board meeting, we're doing a complete COP presentation to the board, Mr. Wagner. So there will be a full discussion on it.
Fantastic.
Thanks. If there's no more public comment, I'd like to go to a board comment, and I'll start at this end. If you have anything you'd like to discuss?
None currently, thanks.
Surprisingly, I have a comment. So I loved yesterday. I don't mind 10 hours. I don't mind 12 hours. But what I want to come out of it is something that we can agree upon that is an action that we need to advise staff on, because I think that Mr. Wagner is right. Our enemy is time. So I just want real quickly for us to see if there is any action that we can move forward with staff related to the north. And I like Mr. Ritter and I hear him, and I think really what I see is some discussion of the things you brought forward. Where are you? Raise your hand. Okay, way in the back, man. So the items that you brought forward, but what we really, I think what is best for us is that we come together to the table to talk about how we can make positive changes without regulating anyone, and that we just do that together. But if that's something that the board thinks is a smart thing to do, then we have to give someone direction on our staff, and we need to figure out what we think that might look like, what a deliverable might look like, or who does what.
That's a good point. The workshops aren't designed to take action. They're basically designed to tee action up for us to have this discussion that we're having right now. And if there is some direction we want to give staff based on what we heard yesterday, we can, or if we want staff to bring something back to us so that we can have further discussion, that's certainly our prerogative.
And I don't mind either way. Time gets by so quickly, and our terms are short, and we're in a critical situation. So I think that Drew is more than capable of coming back to us with ideas later. But, does everyone else want that? That's something that I would like to see. If not, we can hold it off until June, make it a discussion topic then, whatever you think is best. I just don't want the North to think we're coming for you. I want it to be a discussion, and I don't want to leave you with the impression that you currently have.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ms. Bartlett.
We have talked about activities and actions already in prior board meetings that we're undertaking. And so the notion of bringing projects and teeing them up on district lands, getting these projects, I've been meeting with Ansley Marr and her group and John Mitnick weekly, teeing up, are we in design? Are we in permitting? So we're putting together the suite of projects throughout the northern watershed and everything that we could use for our district lands, the things that are viable for the budget discussion, right? So the project side is happening. The program side is what I'll call it, where we have our rules and they have to mesh with the Basin Management Action Plan. We have the Lake Okeechobee Construction Project. So all those program development activities are also happening at the moment. So I've been it in two boxes. What projects opportunities do we have and what program opportunities do we have? On the project side, and both of them will involve engagement with DEP for either funding purposes or permitting purposes or regulatory purposes, whatever they are. So those things are teeing up right now, and so we can give you sort of the background and everything that's happening that fits into that sort of framework that I think you're talking about, Ms. Meads.
And just finally, and I'm done, the other question is there more that we might like individual land owners to consider? And maybe that's not a discussion for even next month. But if there's more that we would like for them to consider, is there anything they would be willing to do that they need financial support to accomplish that we can then seek money for in January or,
Yes.
wherever we go to get money, instead of just forcing people to do something, let's offer them incentives to do it. And I'm not speaking for the whole board. I just see a problem that needs to be solved, and I don't want it not to be talked about frequently.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I think that after yesterday's focus on water quality, as you come forward with projects, it would probably be good for us to see sort of what's the water quality component, and add that into that matrix of saying, okay, when we're looking at bang for buck, what are we trying to accomplish? Not just a flow, but also a quality.
Absolutely.
I have one thing in relationship to this discussion about water quality projects that came up during our discussion during the Big Cypress Basin Board meeting. One of the thoughts that I'd share with you is that as these projects are presented to us, that we ask the staff for a way to evaluate the outcome of the water quality project, some measurable piece of that, so we can actually see what improvement we expect to get from a certain water quality project, in a way to discuss it in the project state, so that we know which ones will get us the biggest bang for the buck.
First of all, I want to thank everybody that spoke yesterday, both internally from the district as well as the panel we had, Mr. Frick and Miss Bessie and Ernie Barnett and Aubrey Arrington and Paul Gray. I thought they were a fantastic panel, and thank you. Everybody from inside the district, from Stuart Van Horn to Zach Welch, who came up with the unwrapped candy moniker, which I probably will use, perhaps forever. And Carmela and Tracy, I thought everybody really was on point, and we tried to pack, obviously, a lot of substance into a day's time, and we went pretty long. I sort of echo some of the comments by Cheryl wholeheartedly, because I think that one of the things that came up perhaps yesterday, and I think something that's on this board's mind is, and I'm not suggesting anybody has anything other than it, but is a sense of urgency to get things done. To prioritize projects that we can get done in the short term, and to look long term for some of the bigger ones that are on the timeline. Board member Steinle raised the issue of expectations and how we can meet goals that are realistic. I also think that there's there's a blend of that with a lot of optimism here, that we can try to put our foot on the gas pedal without burning everybody out in the process, but to tee things up quickly. And I think we gain a lot of momentum and traction in the workshop, and we roll that into the board meeting. And I think there's just a hope, and it's not a suggestion that something's going otherwise, but that we can have some sort of process in place where we're getting the feedback on the issues that have been raised inside those workshops that are bolstered by a lot of the members of the public. For instance, Mr. Ritter comes up here, he makes a good point. Yesterday, Nyla Pipes came and spoke about a massive septic tank issue in an area where we've got a huge hotspot. And Mr. Ritter, who lives in the area, is obviously intimately familiar with the issues up there, raises a point of, is there some way, some barter sort of lease situation? I think we need to be aggressively creative in ways that we can stop that stuff coming into the lake. One of them may be to do exactly as he suggested. I'd like to know the viability of those things so that we can capitalize on the momentum that we have from the issues that are being raised at these workshops.
On the same point, I was just going to say maybe simply the direction is to Drew and the staff to establish maybe some takeaways from these workshops. I'm sure that they're keying into things board members say. And I think that if a discussion takes 20 or 30 minutes in a workshop, I would like to believe that the senior staff and Drew is making notes and taking those points and crafting them into some type of takeaway where they can come back to the board and present. I think that's more in line with what I'm comfortable with rather than directing the board to pursue any particular project at this time. I think that it might just take consensus from this board to ask Drew and his senior staff when there's a discussion, when there's points raised during a workshop that board members are passionate about and the public is passionate about, that the senior staff take note of that and come back to us in maybe the next board meeting with some kind of feedback.
I agree. I think my final thought on this particular issue is that we all understand that there's a legacy problem in the lake, and it would be smart science to keep that problem from growing. So somehow, and I love anyone who has come to me after workshops or board meetings and spent an hour with me, like last night at dinner. I really appreciate it. I believe the answer is out there. I believe between the district and between the other stakeholders, the answers are out there. I just want to encourage us, to encourage them to work with us and all of the stakeholders to move forward on reducing the amount of nutrients going into Lake O as a critical, urgent process. And I'm done with that.
I always want to touch on that really quickly. Maybe we can ask you guys to give us what you think is the best process for you coming out of the workshop. Because when we leave the workshop, we're effectively siloed. We're not convening with one another saying, well, what do you think? That we can't do that. So if you guys could give us what you think is the best way for us to capitalize on the momentum and the issues raised in the workshop, perhaps that would give us a process to come to you and say, well, I took notes on this, this, and this. And because everything has to be done through the district, we don't call each other and one another and figure out, we're precluded from doing so. So we need a process whereby we can capitalize on what we're doing in the workshop and turn that into reality.
We can absolutely do that. I mean, and just to let you know, I mean, this all started happening when Governor DeSantis signed his executive order, right? And he charged us with being aggressive, moving forward, implementing quickly and urgently water quality improvements. So things are happening, and it is so hard to get all that to you because it's a lot of information. We're going to do it, though. So we'll definitely follow up, and maybe it'll be just a report. Maybe it's a written report, for you before each governing board meeting or something that really addresses what is happening. And you have to keep in mind, we have a role, as does DEP has a role, as does DAX. Everyone has this role that they're undertaking. So we got to fit into that role, and we have a strong one, So it is exciting for us and staff to be aggressive, to lean hard, and to try to make improvements and leave it better than when we started. And so we're on it, and we just want to share it with you as quickly as we can.
Thanks. Mr. Lilipich?
Okay.
This comment is based on all the comments, especially the one Mr. Bartlett just made. So I think yesterday we recognized that this is a three-way organization, so to speak. And there are those roles for those organizations. So you have DEP, who was what?
I mean, as far as the slide goes, I mean, they're kind of quality.
Enforcement.
Okay.
DEP was enforcement.
Right.
FDAX was,
Is this a quiz for me?
no, it's just for all of us to think about. FDAX was basically BMPs, but we learned that BMPs are not meant to reach the total maximum daily load. That was a real eye-opener for me, okay? And then the district, they have us under water quantity. And we're sitting up here talking about projects, and they have us under water quantity. So this three-way system is not working because in the world we live in, there has to be leadership. And so I think under the structure of government of our state, the Department of Environmental Protection would be that kind of more pumped up role because of where they fall in the flow chart of structural organization of government. However, there's no reason why we couldn't give direction to kind of take that leadership role ourselves. And of course, we'd have to work with DEP, but somebody has to take the horse by the reins. And that's what I recommend we do. And if we don't want to do it, then DEP has to do it. The hard thing about that is then we have to like stand behind them and say, hey, how's it going? What are you doing? But we could kind of maybe ask if we could change that water quantity role into something a little, we can't be enforcement because that's not what we are under statute, but how can we all work together to have leadership on this issue? Or we're just going to walk away and the same thing's going to happen again. We're going to have meetings for the rest of our lives and everything's going to be just the same. So I recommend that somehow or another we address this structure and our roles that you brought up and see if we can't either alter them a little bit or tighten them under Florida statutes and the law and the structure of government of Florida and what Governor DeSantis wants. It's really what Governor DeSantis wants.
I agree. I think it's time for a new paradigm. I think we can't silo. I think we have to figure out a way where we listen and work together, and that we need to reassess where leadership lies. I was going to say power, but power is not the right word. It's leadership and direction. And I think us just moving water around is maybe not the answer, but I agree with you.
I wouldn't leave anyone with the impression that we do not have a water quality role. We do. And it's the Lake Okeechobee construction project. And all the projects we're teeing up have a water quality component where we can calculate the benefits with quality and quantity and prioritize quality. And Governor DeSantis charged us with prioritizing quality. So I don't want you to leave you with the impression by my statements that we're siloing off to just quantity. That's not the case.
And I think what they're saying is, at some level, we need to light a fire.
Right.
And perhaps we need to be the spark.
Well, the fire was lit 2 days after inauguration.
Sure was.
Right, and so there's a Blue-Green Algae Task Force that is set. There's a board that is set. I mean, we are plugging in, and we need to plug in. And the conversation you're having just reinforces the energy that is happening for water quality right now. So.
And I think it's important to understand that the change that is made needs to be sustainable. It needs to last longer than this board or this governor. And I don't expect anything other than people to think about that our change that we make needs to be sustainable.
I'd like
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes. First, I want to thank all the stakeholders, and I want to say that workshop was extremely positive. You know, we're looking at one of the largest restoration jobs in the world, if not the largest. And I think as everyone sit here yesterday, we've seen how complicated things can be. But I think that what we need to do is look at Everglades restoration, the global picture, and obviously focus and prioritize the hot spots that we spent a lot of time on yesterday, and of course that's the Northern Everglades. And there was a lot of assumptions, you know, in regards to how private property owners may be doing a very good job under the PM, under the requirements they have. And I think we need to monitor what levels work with the DEP that is entering state waters, where we're not making decisions without proper data. We know we have a problem there, and we know it's affecting the lake, and of course affecting our rivers and all the algae blooms. So I think we need to meet with the DEP in regards to what information do they have in regards to what is coming into the system and how we can address it. So I think that's extremely important. Obviously, if we don't need regulation, and I'm not a man of putting regulation on anybody, but at the same time, we've got to come back with solutions with cooperation from those 9 basins. But we need information instead of blaming this on people that are discharging. That may not be true. But if it is true, we've got to address it. The other thing that I believe is that modified water delivery. That's another hot spot. And in order to get water to Florida Bay, where seagrass is dying, the Central Everglades is drowning, and we have 3.6 miles of bridges that will be done here very shortly. We need to meet with the U.S. Corps in regards to any obstacles that would stop the sheet flow to Florida Bay when those bridges are done. Whether it's the 8.5 square mile area, whether it's the closing of the S-12s because of the Cape Sable Sparrow, whether it's removal of the Tamiami Trail. We've got to have water flow. And all water that runs south minimizes the catastrophic impacts to the Central Everglades, and any water that goes south can benefit our rivers globally. And we've spent a lot of money over a long time frame, and we got to make sure to get into stage 2, we have to raise the Tamiami Trail. Stage 1 will get us about 1 billion gallons a day going to Florida Bay. That is critical. So I look forward to working with staff and making sure there's no obstacles in our way once those bridges are finished. The Big Cypress Basin that was brought up yesterday, I think we need to, there's an awful lot of nutrients coming in the Everglades from that Big Cypress Basin. I think we need to put that as a priority as well. So that's kind of my viewpoint here, and I think that I look forward to working with staff on those hotspots.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
You know, since I took this job a few months ago, all the stakeholders that I've met, many of you are in the audience, and everybody has been pointing out to me and told me, you need to look north. You need to look to the north. Everybody concentrates on the south. Look at the north. That's where your problem is. By the way, all this talk about the north is making me anxious about the Game of Thrones episode on Sunday. We need to bring Jon Snow down here, and he'll take care of the problem. But anyways, and it came into focus yesterday that we do have a problem. We have a huge problem in the north. And when I say we, I say all of us. I say the stakeholders, us as a governing board, all of us together. And that's how it's going to get solved. It's not going to be just us coming down, as Ron says, and we're going to start laying down new regulations for the ags or the property or the private property holders, owners up to the north. It's finding out a way on how we can clean or at least make this water better that is getting dumped into the lake and is then creating all the problems afterwards. So I found out, and I realized yesterday in our workshop, we have very little monitoring up north. So in order for us to solve a problem, you need information. In order for us to have information, we need data. In order to have data, we need to have monitoring. And I understand, I'm not familiar with that geography up there as I am down south. I understand that it's very difficult and it's not as easy to deal with. But as we heard yesterday, if we can send a man to the moon, we can put monitoring stations around and fix some of these problems. So monitoring, and absolutely, I am not a fan of self-policing. I'm not a big believer in that. So if we are going to have enforcement, let's have true enforcement. Enforcement meaning whether it's DEP or whoever it might be, but do it in a way so that people really do understand that they have to abide by whatever rules we set down. So my directive to you, Mr. Director, is that I want to make sure that I understand that we are doing as much as we can, and if we're not, we need to do more to start taking care of that problem up north. And my second point is very simple, that I would like to see going forward, Mr. Chairman, that in our monthly packages, if we could get, it doesn't have to be an actual presentation, and I don't know if this falls under John, but if we can get an update on the EA reservoir, what happens from month to month. This is a huge project. Everybody knows that it is. And because we have so many things to deal with, by no means do I think, John, that you're going to just kind of let it fall off the radar. But I know we throw a lot of things at you, but that project needs to be maintained on our radar at all times.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think you'll see in Mr. Bartlett's executive director report, he's going to give us some. I had asked that he gives us basically a project so we can follow month to month, because we learn about these projects and then you don't hear about them for a month and you sort of wonder, well, you know, what's the next milestone? How are we doing? What did we do last month? Where are we on this project now? And particularly with the EA reservoir. So I think that's great advice, and I think they're going to do that.
And most importantly, I say that because on Tuesday night, was it Tuesday night, that we were with the governor, and he was down there in South Florida. And before he left, I asked him, I said, do you need, would you like me to pass on any message to my colleagues at the governing board? And all he said was, get that reservoir built, get it done. So we need to make sure we keep our eye on the ball, and whatever we can do, John, to help you keep expediting everything that comes along. I want to be able to tell the naysayers that have been telling me, oh my God, that's so many years away, you're not even going to see anything done there forever. I want to prove them wrong. I want to prove them that this is a new day. So,
Drew, can we set a meeting up with the DEP, see what monitoring they do have, and so we can figure out what's coming into state waters? I think that's a starting point. Do we have enough data to make decisions based upon what's coming into this system?
We can do that.
That's a starting point. Without data, without knowing what's coming into the system, we're just sitting here assuming and assumptions of there's a lot of pollutants coming into our system that should be managed. That's a starting point.
absolutely. And we didn't drill into the amount of data we have in the watershed for time's sake. There's a lot of data up there. We put a report out every other year called the South Florida Environmental Report. I know I talked with Miss Meads, and she was like, it's 2,300 pages. How am I supposed to read that? It's actually 4,000 pages. But it's on our website, and you can drill down, but you can get up to the most granular detail you need to get in that watershed, and across South Florida. But yeah, there's got to be a way to somehow succinctly convey all the data we have up there.
Well, I think that, we had a great workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we need to get with the DEP, which regulates quality of water, and develop a plan, understand what we're dealing with, and where we're not making allegations to property owners that may not be true, but that's how we have to operate. And in order to get a handle on this, rather than having a workshop and then nothing happens, we've got to move forward with data. And I look forward to working with staff on that, as well as the modified water delivery, moving water south under the bridges, not just building bridges and celebrating that cars are going over it. We want to be floating with alligators to Florida Bay when those bridges are done, and I would like to work with staff on that. I have a lot of background in regards to those projects.
Okay. Thanks. Is there anyone else on the board have comment? Yeah, you can, go ahead.
Real quick, I just try to always finish things I start, and I had given out the sheet of paper, the first meeting, with things that I thought were important, talking about going from top to bottom, from north to south, and explaining a comprehensive whole system. And I'm not going to go over all of it because it'll take too long, but I thought each time maybe I'd hit a couple of things. And the first thing that I had on my list, besides reinstating workshops, which is great, that happened, was the Seminole tribe and the Mississauga tribe. And what I really think we could do to help a lot of things is when I just noticed that we don't put them on the map. I think that's really disrespectful. I think they should be on every map. I think anytime I look at a map, I should know where their reservations and other lands are. And we had a great meeting about the tribes, and that was incredibly educational. And they brought in this map that, it didn't just have their reservations and lands. It had rights that they have that were part of consent decrees or lawsuits or whatever. I think those things should be on every map, particularly considering that they are a sovereign nation. Somebody asked me recently, well, why can't the estuaries sue like the tribes did, or the tribe did, so the estuary doesn't destroy our towns, every few years? And I said, because we're not a sovereign nation. There's a big difference. They are sovereign nations, and they have special rights. And when I look at any map, I should know where they're located, because I'm going to have to work around them and work with them. And I feel like the only time I get a map with their locations is when I'm in a special meeting about them. So that is something I think that we should, over time, work on. And the other thing that I just have to mention, because the third thing underneath that was consumptive use permits. I learned something interesting that we never talked about, and I think we should talk about it sometime. It's just of interest to me. So I guess there's two kinds of permits. There's environmental resource permits, and then there's some other kind of permit. And what's it called? Consumptive use permits. And so when we do our consent agendas, that's the consumptive use permit, or that other type of permit. But environmental resource permits are decided by the executive director. And from what I understand, maybe I think it was Charlie Crist time, so it was like 2008 or something like that. It changed, and so the board no longer did the environmental resource permits for a matter of time and business. It went to the executive director, but I think it's important, what are those environmental resource permits, and are we continuing, what are they? Are they affecting pollution, water? Maybe some of them are ones we should know about. How does that work? So, thank you.
Yeah, I had that same thought, Jackie, on those permits, and I thought maybe we could ask the executive director to look at it, but maybe some of them that are the most impactful could be on maybe the consent agenda, or at least as a minimum in our back supporting material so that we could look at them.
Thank you.
I think from an informational standpoint, definitely, particularly if they're in a district that you're representing, when someone asks you about it, it's nice to know. Whether we move them to consent and actually take board action on them, we'll have to talk about that more as to whether that's something we want to do. But
Yeah, just to bring them to the public's attention and to our attention. That either way is fine with me.
And I don't know if the executive director or the
Ms.
attorney counsel has any.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yeah.
from my end, I've pulled a lot of ERPs in my time as a developer. I have no problem that we have them for informational purposes, but I would not want it to require approval by the board. That would be an undue burden on the person that's pulling that ERP. Unless there is a specific one that we feel for whatever reason is more complicated. But a lot of these are really just documentation that gets done through the district and rubber stamp.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Good points. Any more board comment? Great. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
None, Mr. Chair.
Great. Would any board member like to move any consent agenda item to discussion? I think this is your turn.
I'm not very good at this consent agenda stuff.
What number?
It is, thank you for guiding me, Chair. I would like to, what did I say, remove? I would like to
We'll figure
move
it out.
item 13, right-of-way relaxation request, please.
All right, we'll move 13. And Mr. Bartley, do you have someone who wanted to say something at
Yeah,
this point?
we have for your information item on the releases. So I'd like Stephen to come up and tell you what's going on. The item doesn't change, the vote doesn't change. It's just some FYI, just so you know.
Thank you.
This is number 14.
Number 14. Good morning, Chairman Gossen, Board of Directors. Thank you for your time. I'm here to provide an update on agenda item number 14, release of reservations. In the most recently completed legislative session, House Bill 767 has been approved and sent for signature to the governor, and if signed, will become law effective July 1. The law will affect the district's issuance of non-use commitments, which are the right of entry waivers we issue in connection with our oil and gas mineral rights, as one of the reserved rights we release. In summary, the law is effective. The law is effective. The right of entry, once the law is effective, the right of entry will be automatically released as to parcels that are less than 20 acres in size. There are 5 projects on this month's release of reservation consent agenda item that are subject to a payment of release value totaling $40,000, for whom the right of entry would be automatically released once this law becomes effective. We have informed applicants of this development, thus giving them the option of waiting until the law becomes effective, in which case the rights of entry will automatically be released by law for no value, or they can pay the release value and receive the release immediately upon governing board approval. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. That doesn't require action on our part. That requires action on the part of the applicant.
Right.
Correct.
If the applicant doesn't need the permit, the release immediately, they can just wait till July 1. The law will become effective, assuming it's signed by the governor, and their application will be a moot point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items that the board would like to pull from consent? If not, let's go ahead and approve items 14 through 19.
May I say something real quick? It was just called to my attention that I failed to say something.
Go ahead.
I wanted to pull item 13 because, and this is true, because I'd like there to be some discussion in my backyard with people in St. Lucie County and Martin County. It has to do, when you look more into it, it has to do with real estate and putting things in what is like a right-of-way area in a canal. And I think it's very important that this is discussed and not just done. So
We'll discuss it. Let's,
Okay.
got it. We'll discuss it. Let's go ahead and get a motion to get through the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 19.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Great. All those in favor of approving those, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, those are passed unanimously. Now, Mr. Olipich, if you'd like to talk about that, we can.
Okay, so basically, when I went in for the briefing, it was just called to my attention that this would have kind of waived people's ability to put real property in areas that are right-of-ways of the district, where normally you're not, like, there's a 40-foot setback. You're not allowed to have anything there. And so all of a sudden now you wouldn't have to go before the board to put something there, like a fence, I think, or a fence or furniture or whatever it is. And, you know, on the first thing I think about is just if ever those canals go over their sides, you could destroy people's property. And the other thing is, I think for aesthetics, it's something that the community should have the right to discuss. And this was brought on by one person, as far as I know, and I just think that it's important and there should be the right to discuss. And would you like to say something about it?
So I basically.
Mr. Edelstein, do you want to do it, or?
Yeah.
I mean, what I'd say is, I think the request is just to pull it from the agenda so that Mr. Lipich can engage with our community.
You just want to defer this to next month?
Or whenever.
Whenever. Fair
I
enough.
just think, and this is the whole thing, and I know, I'm sorry, we're like getting off, I apologize.
You don't have to.
It's just, these things are important, you know what I mean? Consent agenda, it's like, consent agenda, check. And, you know, there's some things that you should look at. I'm very protective of the beauty of my area. My area is beautiful, and that's why people live there, and that's why they pay money to live there, especially along the canals or the waterways. And so if you're changing things, I want to make sure that those landowners are wanting that, because it's important to me that they get the highest value out of their property. And that's all I care about. And so if they decide they want that, absolutely. But I thought it deserved more than just a consent agenda. And perhaps the former board did the research on this, and I haven't been privy to that. But I'm a very protective person of my area and felt like this just needed a little more time. And I promise to give it the more time with the people in my region.
Mr. Chair, would you like a motion to continue this item? Or
That's what I'm wondering. Is that what normally we would do, or is it just once it goes away?
Can I say one thing before we do? Having just been hit by a major storm and being a village councilman, one of the things that we are left with are waterways that are full of chairs, fences, storage units, and taxpayers have to figure out a way to clean those waterways back up at not a small sum, and it's a hot mess. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chair, you have the right to remove things from the agenda.
Okay, it's removed. Thanks. Mr. Mitnick.
Yeah.
Can I make a quick statement on one of the consent item agendas that we've passed, which I have no issue with.
Good.
Relating to number 16, which is the Shingle Creek project land acquisition. I had spoken to Drew about this, and I don't know, but I would like to just say it out loud here so that my fellow board members hear it. We've obviously focused on our issue with the north, and this Orange County project, which is an interesting project to me, Orange County purchases the land for us. Sounds great. And I think it simply sits there as how is it characterized, as a conservation area. I would like to know, maybe Paula, this might be in your wheelhouse, perhaps not. I'm sorry to put something on your plate that may not be. I would sort of like to know if there's anything that we can do as a district on that land that we now own, which is a conservancy area, which my understanding is once you buy it, it may just have to sit. Is there any way that we can sort of up the ante on those lands to help us with what seems to be high nutrient loads coming from the north? Is there a way, for instance, to put an STA on that land to try to help us as we clean water that's moving south into Lake Okeechobee? I don't know what kind of constraints we have on it, but I'd like to know if there is the ability to do something. The answer doesn't have to be today. I just wanted to raise it so everybody was sort of hearing it, as it seems like perhaps there's availability of things to do, and I just don't know whether we have legal constraints, and if so, are those really difficult things to get around, or is it sort of you try to make some sort of application? Is there an avenue to do that?
So I'll make 2 high-level comments, but I can get back to you with more specifics. I think the land as conserved and in stewardship will perform some of those functions that you're wanting it to perform, because it's operating in its natural state. But what you really have to look at is when it's under a conservation easement, you can't do anything to that land that would be in opposition to those conservation values. And so that's what you'd really have to look at, is what we want to do already being done just by nature of preserving that land, connecting the land that's around it. And number 2, is what we want to do in alignment with those conservation values, because that's a property interest. When you hold a conservation easement, it's kind of what we said in law school, is a stick in the bundle of rights for property. So you just have to make sure that whatever your project is, that it's not infringing on that particular value or right.
And I'm just curious to know, is there something we can do to amplify an area rather than, it may be doing well in its natural state, but we may all have agreement that it can do better cleaning water in a different dynamic, and are we allowed to do that? I'd just be curious to know.
Yep, I'll absolutely look into that.
Thank you. We'll move to discussion agenda, and I think we'll go to technical reports with the water conditions report.
All right, morning board members. I'm going to quickly run through the water conditions report in 10 slides or less, so here we go. Starting with the rainfall, as you can see, the month of April also finished up below average rainfall, roughly 7/10 of an inch. I'm sorry, 7/10 of an inch. Below average for the month. It would be the second month in a row that we've experienced below average rainfall. However, looking at the month of May, here we're sitting just a little bit more than a week into the month, and we've already had considerable amount of rain throughout the district just for the month of May alone. And that trend for the rest of the month is likely to continue. And I'll talk a little bit more about that towards the end of the presentation. So overall for the dry season, looking back starting in November, going all the way through the 8th of May, you can see so far we're just slightly above average with a surplus of just under 2 inches of rain throughout the district as a whole. The majority of those rains have been in these lighter green areas here, along the southern portion and up towards the western portions of the Water Management District. So starting up in the upper Kissimmee, looking at those lakes, as we've talked about in the past, this is the time of year that all those lakes levels are drawn down so they can reach their summer pool down here starting June 1st. You can tell while there was some rain up in the upper Kissimmee, noted by these little blue bars up at the top of the graphics here and here, lake levels have still remained relatively constant and are continuing to decrease.
That is because as we experience those rainfalls, in order to maintain that recession in the lake and not have too much of a reversal, we increase the movement of water from one lake down to the next and then down into the Kissimmee group. So when you look at Lake Kissimmee here, you can see that trajectory has changed and lake levels along Kissimmee sort of stabilized, if not increased a little bit. As a result of that, we also began increasing some flows coming out of Kissimmee, but now as the rain is starting to taper off, you can see there's not, or was not, as much rain in the Kissimmee Basin, or for the basin that serves Lake Kissimmee, as compared to the other two lakes. We've recently started decreasing some of those flows so as to not to have too much of rapid recession on Lake Kissimmee. So looking at Lake Okeechobee, similar story. It had been trending down throughout the past month or so, but with the recent rains this week, lake levels have actually increased some. So as of this morning, lake levels were up at 11.25 feet, which is a little bit higher than it was a week ago. I think a week ago it was 11.17. So lake levels have increased slightly over the last several days resulting from the recent rains. Looking at the forecast for Lake Okeechobee, and again, this graphic takes into account all 41 years of the historical record and projects out the percentiles that the lake may be at any given time out into the future. Usually I key in on this 50th percentile line here, as well as the 75th there, and the 25th coming down through here. So that can sort of bracket the probabilities, but what this is telling you, that if you're just following that 50th percentile line, there's a 50% probability that come the month of June, Lake Okeechobee would enter into the water shortage management band given the prior historical record of rainfall. So looking at the three conservation areas, Area 1 also received direct rainfall, and while it had been trending down following its regulation schedule, you can see right there water levels within Conservation Area 1 started increasing, and as a result of the Corps of Engineers earlier this week opened up the S10 structures that divide Area 1 from Area 2, so they are moving water from Area 1 into Area 2 so as to curb that rate of rise for Area 1 that you see right here. Dropping down to Area 2, for this time of year, if everybody was paying attention during the workshop last month, for this time of year, we're following this green line. It's the official record of the regulation schedule, and you can see that last week it dropped below what we call the floor elevation right here that runs along at 10.5. So last week, Area 2 did drop below its floor elevation, and as I described last month, what that means is that when that happens, any water that is discharged from Area 2 to Broward County must be preceded by an equal volume of water coming down through the system from Lake Okeechobee prior to it being released from Area 2. So what I can tell you is when that happened last week, we closed all of the gates coming out of Area 2, and we were not delivering any water to Broward County, and we were monitoring the canal levels along Broward County. Fortunately, we knew one of the reasons or decision points that fed into that was we saw the rains coming this week, so we wanted to see what those rains would bring, and as you can see, levels came up roughly 0.2 to 0.3 of a foot in Water Conservation Area 2A. So now that requirement or that restriction is no longer a factor, and as needed, water supply can again resume to Broward County over here. In addition to just that direct rainfall, you have water, as I mentioned, coming from Area 1 into Area 2. Yes, Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch.
I'm just curious, and this may be a silly question. Are they permitted that water, or do we just have to are you just basing it on those levels?
What we look at is the primary canal system. We look at the levels within the primary canal system, and we maintain those levels to keep them up above certain elevations to prevent saltwater intrusion and provide groundwater recharge.
Thank you, but there are no permits, so to speak, down there?
There are consumptive use permits in Broward County, yes, but it's not pulling off of the water conservation area. So the regional system will
Okay.
recharge the groundwater, and then those consumptive use permits pull from groundwater.
Okay, but it's all connected, of course.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So looking at Area 3, it also did receive a significant amount of rain, so levels in Area 3 have started rising. Again, the discharges from Area 3 are dictated by the rainfall plan, so as those levels had been decreasing and bouncing back and forth between being within the regulation schedule and being below the regulation schedule, those deliveries have been moderated throughout the last several weeks, but with it jumping back up, deliveries pursuant to the rainfall plan will probably be increasing for the upcoming week. Those deliveries occur roughly right at this point, and they'll be going through the 333 structure into the L29 canal and then down into Shark River Slough. At the same time, last week, prior to last week, we had been moving a portion of that water around the corner and down the South Dade conveyance system to be able to keep and maintain flows towards the headwaters of Taylor Slough down here. With the recent rains, that operation has curtailed simply because there was sufficient rainfall within this canal system to maintain those operations, as well as to begin to feed water all the way down here south of S18C for the protection and maintenance of groundwater levels adjacent to the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority well field all the way at the southern portion end of the system. So we've been delivering those water supply deliveries just based on the amounts of rainfall that have occurred over the last week or so to be able to maintain headwater stages and groundwater stages down here for the prevention of that saltwater intrusion as well.
And two slides from now, I think you can show me how coming down that direction, water gets into the bay.
Okay.
Okay.
Looking a little bit closer at the wildlife management areas in the southern portion of the Everglades agricultural area, Rotenberger, you can see is just still slightly below its operating schedule. Obviously, as you would have expected, those rains from this past week have increased those levels. A similar story in Holy Land, except it had always been above its regulation schedule and increased slightly with that direct rainfall. For the A1 flow equalization basin right here, you can see the graphic. It had been trending down, and we had been drawing it down during the lack of rainfall for a number of different reasons, one of which is to maintain that water supply and flows to the two stormwater treatment areas, STA2 and STA3-4. But with the recent rains, not only the direct rainfall that you can see up here that occurred, but also pumping operations from both G370 and G372 moving water into storage into the A1 facility. You can see the rapid rate of rise in the A1 FEB. So looking at how water has moved around the system since the start of the dry season back in November. I'll give you a little prelude to next month. This graphic will completely change and we'll shift the time frame starting at May 1st because now we're getting towards the wet season. This is just a representation of those flows and movement of water throughout the dry season. So next month we'll shift the time frame and it'll be a new graphic that just represents from May 1st, and we'll continue that on through the subsequent months of the wet season. But as you can see, how much water has come down from Lake Kissimmee and the upper chain down towards Lake Okeechobee versus what left Lake Okeechobee and moved east and west towards the estuaries and south from Lake Okeechobee. Last month, I believe I added this graphic, or maybe this is a new one. I differentiated between the amount of flows that go to the St. Lucie estuary from C23 and C24, which is this value right here, versus the amount of water that has gone out C25 to the upper portions of the Indian River Lagoon, which is this value right here.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, really quick. Are you still there? Okay. I want to thank Mr. Mitnick on behalf of the people of St. Lucie and Martin County for making this slide. We have been left off the map for years, and what is so important about this is understanding that we have 3 other major canals in our area, although they are not connected to Lake Okeechobee that dump into the St. Lucie River that are also part of the Central and South Florida project. And so people who get the 1.5, that's people who live in Fort Pierce. They're just talking about putting in a multi-million-dollar port for, mega yachts up there. It won't do well if C-25 is belching its disgusting, toxic mess into that area in the future. And then the St. Lucie gets the C-23 and the C-24. And what's important about that is it's a tremendous amount of water and pollution. 2/3 of Martin County is agricultural. The rest is lots of septic tanks, and it's the perfect combination for a really bad, an impaired waterway. And then when it's just as bad as it can possibly be, it gets worse because the district opens up Lake Okeechobee into the St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon. So I think it's important, and the Caloosahatchee is not a system I understand the way I understand our system, but because so much has happened, in fact, this board, because of the cries of the estuaries, I think it's very important that we understand how these estuaries are impacted. So I want to thank you for putting those canals on there, because that is part of our issue. Thank you very, very much. You've been wonderful with how you've adapted these maps.
Thank you. I'd like to say a few things, John. One of the things that's going to happen starting in June into the rainy season, if we're not on our toes, moving water beyond the Tamiami Trail, getting ahead of the curve. We've, for the last decade, or even maybe 2 decades, we have severe high water events in the Central Everglades affecting the environment, the ecology, all our wildlife, all our endangered species, all the plant communities, because of the restriction of the capacity at the Tamiami Trail. We only have capacity of about 1,400 cubic feet per second through the 333s until the modification of those, which is under construction now, and that will double our capacity. We have the S12 structures, there's 4 of them, that is shut in November, and they don't open till July 15th. Due to a Single Species Protection Act on a bird that's in Everglades National Park that was, from my best knowledge, was blown in there from Cape Sable in a hurricane in the 30s. So we have very limited capacity moving water into Everglades National Park. So getting ahead of the curve in Lake Okeechobee and ahead of the curve in the Central Everglades, being the Point Commissioner for a decade, the high water events, the massive discharges out our rivers, I think we have to be getting ahead of the curve because of our limited capacity to move water. And we're storing the water that laid on the half of the Everglades when the line was drawn, and our forefathers, right or wrong, is pumping that half on top of the half that we chose to save with half the area with the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago. A wonderful resource. We're so blessed to have 100 inches of rain a year. But until these reservoirs are built, and until we get the natural sheet flow of 1,500,000 acre feet to Florida Bay, every year we have these massive discharges out the rivers, and we have limited movement. When this rain comes in the rainy season, we're discharging in 10,000 cubic feet per second. It's not just the rainfall that God sends us, with a capacity of 1,400 cubic feet per second out to 333s, with the S12s closed until July 15th. They can be opened. So getting ahead of the curve from what I've seen over the last couple of decades, is extremely important. That we're not waiting so long to start moving water south. And so we do have reasonable capacity, and the more water that goes south, the less water going out of rivers. So
Thank you.
I think as we get into the rainy season, you're going to see the whole world change. Right now, we're sitting kind of in a normal year this time of the year. So we just need to really be on our toes, John, because you know what's going to happen. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't happen, and we've got to start moving this water beyond the Tamiami Trail.
All right, so looking forward to how much water has been moving throughout the southern portion of the system.
John, can you go back to the last slide for 1 sec?
Absolutely.
Earlier today, we took public comment, and there was a comment made, I took a note on it, that the 5 distinct basins to the north of the lake are not hydrologically connected. Is that true?
Not following you.
Okay. The comment that was made, the 5 distinct basins that we sort of were on the maps yesterday to the north of the lake.
Okay.
Right.
The sub-basins, I guess, are how they're characterized. The comment that was made, I see all these arrows here, and you know, this particular map makes no distinction as to where those particular sub-basins are delineated, but I know generally where they are, and these arrows flow through all of them, right? So the question or the comment that was made, which I took a note on because I don't know the answer to it, was that there are 5 distinct basins north of the lake that are not hydrologically connected.
Not hydrologically connected to one another.
That's what I mean. Is that true?
To some extent, yes. So I'll just talk about Taylor Creek Novan Slough Basin sitting over in this neighborhood. There have been, under the Northern Everglades Protection Plan, there have been conversations and management measures, I think is what they were called back then, to bring some of Kissimmee water over and down through that system in relation to the Taylor Creek property that you've heard so much about. So yes, a lot of those basins are not interconnected to one another, but obviously they're all connected to Lake Okeechobee. So some of the project features, and I'll talk about Lakeside Ranch that sits over here. So that water that moves from Taylor Creek Novan Slough Basin and actually does find its way into Lake Okeechobee, the way that the Lakeside Ranch project is set up and the pump station that's currently under construction, you can operate it like a kidney for Lake Okeechobee and be able to circulate that water back through, out of the lake, through the Lakeside Ranch Stormwater Treatment Area, and deliver it back to the lake at another location. So while, yes, I would agree that those independent basins north are not hydrologically connected to one another, they are obviously hydrologically connected to the lake, and there are some flexibilities that can be employed in dealing with the water after it has arrived in Lake Okeechobee and how it still can be treated by some of those facilities north of the lake.
So would it be correct to say that those areas which are sort of their own jurisdictions unto themselves, not connected to one another, it's easier to track and understand where the true hotspots are coming from?
I think you're getting a little bit beyond my knowledge, but we can definitely talk about that as we delve further into the watershed management plan and the basin management action plans.
Okay, thanks.
That's a good point.
Do you see any obstacles from operating the 333s? And I think based upon the elevation of the Tamiami Trail that we can go up to 8.3, and for a 90-day period, I think we can go up to 8.5. Is that true? And do you see any pushback due to the 8.5 square mile area on us being able to move that water?
You're correct. So the L20, the constraint at the sorry, I know you don't like that word. The consideration at the L29 canal for the operating criteria right now is 8.3 the majority of the year, and then for the 90-day period, you can go up to the 8.5. As that water moves down towards Shark River Slough and down through the slough and begins to fill up the park, it induces that seepage farther to the east. The situation that is on the ground today is very different than it was in past years. We have all of the detention basins are completed. They're fully functional, fully operational, and that's very important in the sense that some of those high water conditions that we experienced 2 years ago, we have more flexibility and more infrastructure to be able to manage that as we see it coming and as we see it happening, in the sense the antecedent condition we can manage a lot better. So as we move forward in time, I'm optimistic that as we move those additional flows to the park, that all of those detention areas and mod waters will function as designed and as constructed, and we can continue to deliver that water.
Well, you know, my concern is the 8.5 square mile area.
Understood.
And really, you know, that's an area that chose to stay there without flood control. And we seem to have when we want to move water, we seem to have a pushback. I've analyzed their whole internal system. They have no positive drainage at all. Even direct rainfall with no flow in Shark River Slough, they'll be flooded because there's no way to get the water out of there. They have no positive drainage. So we need to make sure that we're not going to have obstacles as we start moving water, so we don't flood the central Everglades, allow more water to come from the north, less discharges out the rivers. You got to realize that's the plug in the bathtub.
Right.
Okay? And it's critical. And I don't see any problem that the S12 will open July 15th. We got to be assured of that. And that's another subject we'll be probably dealing with, because it's stopping the natural sheet flow that's needed in Everglades National Park, and stop the seagrass from dying in Florida Bay, and stop the central Everglades from being drowned and pushing more water out our rivers. We've got to be able to get this water moving, and we've got to address any obstacles that are a concern where we can move this water.
John, can you put your pointer on that community that Ron's talking about? Can you put on this map, can you put your pointer on the 8.5?
That's it right there, where that red
Oh, it
dot
is on it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, there's homes in there, and they chose to stay there without flood control. And so there may have to be a seepage collector. There may have to be a seepage wall into the future. But it's something that we don't want to stop the water flow, where it's going to back up the whole system.
All right, so looking at, again, the southern portion of the system, you can see how much water is moved from the lake south, and how much of that water has then gone through the stormwater treatment areas and delivered to the water conservation areas here. A portion of that, as we've talked about, was released since November anyway. It hasn't happened in the recent past, but since November, a small portion was delivered from the water conservation areas to the intercoastal as to providing regulatory releases from the conservation areas to manage their stages themselves. And then finally, all the way down here at the bottom, you can see the amount of water that is delivered to Everglades National Park, both from those direct flows coming out of the 333 or the S12 structures into Northeast Shark River Slough, as well as the amount that has come down and delivered through the detention basins. And that's more of an indirect discharge into the detention basins, so as to create that hydrologic barrier, that hydrologic groundwater mound, to prevent some of that seepage moving off to the east.
John, can you clarify, sorry, that slide? Because we've talked about this, and I think similar, Jackie, I've asked John for a little bit more detail on C51 water movement, because we're starting to use it, not to the extent that we are Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie, but we're starting to use C51 for the managed recession. So on this, and I guess I missed this the other day, WCA flood control to intracoastal, does that mean that too is coming out of 51 to Lake Worth Lagoon?
No, sir.
That's other canals?
That's
Okay.
from this location here and coming out of Area 1, going down the Hillsborough this way, coming out of Area 2, going through the C-14, I believe it is, through Broward County, or coming out down here, down Miami River.
And similar
The
to...
one that you're interested
Yep.
in is this one right here, the 31.8, which is located right there.
But the other ones too, which I'm interested in, are new, are also newly used for the lake managed recessions, or have been more frequently used than C-51 for the managed recessions?
No, they are not newly used. The frequency at which compared to Lake Worth Lagoon, I'd have to go back and
Okay.
look at. But
See-
they have been used and will continue to be used to not only manage stages within the conservation areas, but if there's excess lake water that's delivered south, then that is one viable option to create capacity in the southern portion of the system to be able to accept that lake water.
And I think that's important because we always say east-west releases, but the C-51 to Lake Worth Lagoon is categorized as a south release. We think that south release is good. In this case, it's south release to tide, similar to the rivers. So I think it deserves, even though it's not the quantity of water, at least consideration in terms of where it's going and the impact it could potentially have to the Lake Worth Lagoon. Because also keep in mind that unlike the rivers, there's very limited to no treatment, limited storage, and very limited to no treatment there. So
There's no treatment to the rivers, too.
right, in planning, right? Okay.
Right. I'm so glad you're looking at that.
And what creates the problem is when you can't get it beyond the Tamiami Trail, and that's why those releases are going into the Atlantic, because you can't get it out the bottom end, hoping that modified water delivery, and that's one of the things I'm really pointing out here, is should be a high prioritized completion with no obstacles. And so the more water south, the less water east and west. But you got to get the plug out of the bathtub. And you got to have the capacity of pretreatment because you have to meet the 10 parts per billion as it enters Everglades National Park. So we're kind of in a catch situation here until we make that connection of getting water moving with not being restricted.
So I know you've gone over this before, but can you tell us once again how water gets to not the Everglades, because that's not S12 and that's not S333. It's something else. It's L31? I mean, not S, it's L31, or down south here. Show me.
Down this far south,
Yeah.
or just into northeast Shark
Well,
River
you
Slough?
tell me.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
not Shark River Slough.
Not Shark River.
Further.
Okay, further south. So this is the L29.
I learned about this last night after the workshop. Go ahead.
So this is the L29 Canal, Tamiami Trail, as most people would know it as.
Yes.
The bridges that are along Tamiami Trail, that will induce flow out of the canal, because the southern bank of the canal is just degraded. That will induce flow out of the canal, underneath the bridges, as well as a series of old culverts that go underneath the trail into northeast Shark River Slough. There are a series of detention basins that run along the eastern side of the park, and a series of pump stations, roughly there, here, and here, that pick up water, whether it's have come around the corner, which was the subject of one of the earlier comments during the public comment period this morning, or whether it's water that has come down the L31 canal and then released farther south, or whether it's not just rainfall from this area in the southern portions of Miami-Dade County. Those pump stations will pick up that water and move it over into those detention cells, which induces that, what I'll call the indirect flow, because there's not a direct outlet of those detention cells, with the exception of one that was constructed just recently at the very southernmost detention cell, the 332D detention cells. That they serve to provide that hydrologic barrier from any water that's over here in Everglades National Park to keep it in Everglades National Park instead of allowing it to seep and move through groundwater farther to the east, because that's the natural groundwater gradient is moving west to east towards Biscayne Bay. So that's the purpose and function of those different facilities.
And why do we not send more water that way? What's our constraint?
I wouldn't characterize it as constraint, but it's, as you look at the operations of the South Dade conveyance system, number one, it was never designed that way to be able to accept that water.
Right.
Putting additional water down there during certain times of the year, especially during the rainy season and the beginning of the dry season, can result in increased groundwater levels that potentially impact flood protection for the residents and growers that are in southern Miami-Dade County. It's a flood protection issue.
That's the reason why, it's the reason why you got to get ahead of the curve, because the L31 conveyance in the rainy season, that avenue is cut off. And your only avenue, which is the best avenue, because that's Everglades National Park, is Shark River Slough. Then you run into the 8.5 square mile area.
Doesn't that go out to the Gulf, Ron?
Do what?
Doesn't that send water out to the Gulf and not into the bay?
Well, Shark River Slough brings water to Florida Bay. The conveyance, I think, goes down, and maybe some of that water gets into Taylor Slough.
Yeah, let me talk a little bit more about the South Dade conveyance system. It was originally dug, and I'll go back to some of the presentations and the discussion at the workshop. It was originally designed for water supply and be able to deliver water supply down to the southern portions of Miami-Dade County down here under its original authorization. You have the southernmost structure right here, which is the S197 structure, which is the ultimate discharge structure at the very bottom end of the system. Over time, the operations of that structure has evolved because every time that it is operated, when it has those higher damaging flows down into Barnes Sound, it results in ecological damage to the Barnes Sound down at the southern portion of the system. So the restoration efforts are focused on reducing those damaging discharges out of S197, holding that water not only in the detention cells, but trying to keep it in the panhandle and overland flow over the southern portions of the C-111 canal right down through here, and having it sheet flow over the southern glades and the rocky glades. So there's a whole series of projects over the last 20 years that have been focused on that and geared towards creating that hydrologic barrier along here. And two of the restoration projects, the Aerojet project that runs down this canal, as well as the Frog Pond detention area right in here, of picking up that water so it doesn't have to get discharged through S197 down here at the bottom, but rather moving it off to the west and providing that flood protection while at the same time trying to keep water in the natural areas.
And we've operated under an emergency deviation for a decade down at the Tamiami Trail. We've had massive destruction to the Indian Mounds in the Central Everglades. In 1994, we drowned 98% of every fur-bearing animal. And what you have to understand, not only are you affecting all the wildlife from the most endangered species on the planet, the panther, a wading bird can't land in 3 foot of water. So there's been severe impacts. The getting water beyond the Tamiami Trail has to be an extremely high priority. You have the S-12s that are shut 8 months out of the year because of a bird, which is kind of a rough subject to talk about, but may have to be talked about in the future, where you have the natural sheet flow to Florida Bay, and you're looking at multi-species management, maybe not protecting one species, and now you've got 60 on the endangered species list. You know, wetlands are very sensitive to compatible water levels with the environment. And Everglades National Park is suffering, Florida Bay is suffering, seagrass is dying, massive discharges out of rivers. The bottom end of this system has to be unrestricted. You have vegetation that is grown on the south side, pineapples, willows, things that were not there a half a century ago due to confinement of nutrients. You have to have flowways. You got to remove the old Tamiami Trail, and you got to have unrestricted flow through Shark River Slough. Then this system will start getting benefits on what we've spent over the last 18 years dealing with modified water delivery.
Right, so to that point, Mr. Bergeron and Ms. Meads, there have been 2 federal projects geared towards that, the 2 federal projects being Modified Waters Delivery and the South Dade project. And what you hear in the discussions of COP, the Combined Operating Plan, is how to marry those 2 federal projects together and operate them so as to be able to move that water down through the system.
And not today, but one-on-one, I want you to talk to me about seepage wall.
Absolutely.
John,
All right, so
John, the last slide. Can you show me on this? Can you show me on this slide where Gene Duncan is discussing or has discussed where we sort of are a little bit defenseless with an STA? I mean, what I heard was that.
So what Mr. Duncan is talking about is the western basins over here.
Right.
And the structure, and make sure I get this right, Gene. The structure I believe he's referring to is roughly right here. It's the S-140 pump station. When he talks about, you can see it on a satellite image in the halo of cattails.
Yes.
This is the location that he's talking about.
Okay,
And the
where-
L-28 feeder basins, water comes down this way, and discharge right about there.
Where is that North Feeder
Actually,
and Wingate Mill?
My mistake. It's closer this way.
Where is that North Feeder and Wingate Mill proposed STA located?
You're stretching my memory, but I want to say it's over in this neighborhood over here.
Okay.
I'd have to,
Okay, thanks.
my boss tells me that's right.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, and that's critical because of the nutrients coming unrestricted.
So looking at the future.
John, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Mitnick.
ma'am.
Mr. Mitnick, excuse me. I just have to, because it's the right place. Back up one. Okay, so he sent us all this thing that I asked for. You probably maybe opened it, maybe didn't open it, this chart? Okay, because what's the flow to Everglades National Park? What's the flow to Everglades National Park? I'm like thinking I can trick him, and like he'll send me the numbers and they'll be like nothing. And I was shocked to find that the water to Everglades National Park is higher than I expected, and also shows with the chart that you use and the statistics you use that it's getting better or higher. The real heartbreaking thing about it is that it doesn't seem like it's going in the right place. And so I might be wrong, but I hope that that's something this is great, this discussion, and my gosh, Mr. Bergeron gives us all this insight into opening up the bottom of the system, that it's not just the water and the numbers, and I think that's what Ms. Meads was kind of pointing out, and that's what everybody's saying. That's what Dr. Gray said. It's so hard to get it to the central area. Could we do it? Could we go to the moon? Could we do something if we really put our minds to it?
So that has been the moniker of SERP for the last 18 years. Quantity, quality, timing, and distribution. What Mr. Bergeron and yourself just touched on is that distribution.
Right.
And how the water is distributed, coming down through the conservation areas and decompartmentalizing the conservation areas, creating that Blue Shanning levee under the Central Everglades project, and delivering that water down in towards Northeast Shark River Slough.
I think sorry to interrupt you, but I think we adore our federal partners, but we're not willing to wait 30 years. As Governor DeSantis said in his 1912 executive order, what can we do for Florida now? So I just thank you so much for these charts. You're giving us great tools, and I hope the public and everyone will take a look at this that was put together by Mr. Mitnick about getting water to Everglades National Park.
Just to be clear, I didn't put that together, staff did.
I'm
There's
sorry.
some very capable and
So you just told them
awesome
to do
staff.
it, and I
Yes.
give you all the credit. I'm sorry. Staff.
John, to move this forward, I'd like
Yes.
to work with staff and with the Corps based upon what we're talking about and making sure these obstacles aren't in our way. I want to carry forward to make sure that come into this rainy season, and I can tell you, we're going to be dealing with an awful lot of water, and we've got to get that flow south. So I want to spend a lot of time with staff on that.
So looking forward to what that rainy season may be. Looking at the Climate Prediction Center, which is a division of NOAA, for the month of May, they're still calling for that above average rainfall throughout the rest of the month in the southern portions of the peninsula of Florida. Your two district meteorologists are also agree with that. I mean, the wet weather pattern that we've seen this past week is still forecasted to continue on for the next week or so. Throughout the month of May, there's another front probably about midweek of next week that's supposed to come down, and that will largely dictate when you would say the rainy season started. So the official call on, yes, the rainy season has started is more of a retrospective call. In other words, you look back 2 weeks ago and, yeah, it was raining. Okay, it started then. But depending on how far that front comes down and how it affects the weather patterns about midweek to end of next week, if it does, then there may be a small gap in time with a little bit, couple drier days. Then more than likely the wet season would have started after that. However, if it doesn't make it all the way down the peninsula, then more than likely last week, I would say the rainy season has already started and the wet season has already started. However, if we move forward in time in what Climate Prediction Center is calling for, when you look, just slide that time frame from the May through July, just slide it 1 month and start looking at June through August, they're calling for equal chances of either normal, above normal, or below normal rainfall for that 3-month window. We've talked a lot about El Nino. Yes, El Nino phenomenon is currently present and exists as a weather pattern throughout the U.S. In the dry season, El Nino phenomenon tends to bring increased rainfall during the dry season. However, it has an opposite effect towards the wet season, and it tends to suppress tropical activity, which is a good thing because you don't get tropical storms and hurricanes as many or as frequently as you would without that phenomenon being in place. But just remember, it only takes one to really tilt everything on its axis. So don't misconstrue anything I'm saying that we're not getting any hurricanes. So as we look towards the month of June and July, we're still keeping an eye on El Nino and whether or not you will have started the wet season. However, you're still having slightly below average rains for the first portion of the wet season. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. So what does it look like just for at least the next 7 days? This is sort of the weather pattern that you would think. Some of the rains focused today over on the west coast, and then it'll gradually diminish as we move through the weekend out into next week, shifting over more towards an east coast rainfall. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you haven't already asked.
There can't be any left. Well, thank you very much, John. Does the board have any more questions for Mr. Mitnick? Thanks. Great job.
Sure.
We'll go to Mr. Kwiatkowski, if I got that right.
You did.
I'd help. And what I think we're going to do, in the interest of full disclosure, is let's get through this and then the ecological conditions report, and then we'll probably plan on trying to go lunch then, just so everyone knows what the plan of attack is, and we'll see if we can do it.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Pete Kwiatkowski. I was asked to give you all a presentation on our water shortage planning activities. Here we go. So just like we prepare for hurricanes, we also do so for potential for water shortages. We have water shortage plans that are adopted by rule. That's 40E21 and 40E22. And just so you know, Mr. Mitnick made a couple of his slides on Lake Okeechobee, and it showed there was a, depending on the slide, a yellow or gray area, and it was the water shortage management band. That trigger line is actually contained within the 40E22 regional water shortage plan. When there is a water shortage, the governing board declares a water shortage when there's insufficient water to meet water demands or protect resources from serious harm. And when we're in that kind of an event, our plan is to equitably distribute the available supplies while protecting the resource from serious harm. Where we are right now is when conditions warrant, the water shortage team would be formed to plan for future actions. There's nothing along that line right now, but it is worth noting that Mr. Mitnick's presentation indicated that there's a 50% chance that for Lake Okeechobee at least, that the lake could be in that water shortage management band for a couple of weeks from now. We could be in that situation. So it does seem timely to be making this presentation for you. So as conditions warrant, there's there's a variety of water shortage tools that we can use to manage the situation. Number one is increasing public information and outreach. There's a lot of usage that's out there that can be voluntarily curtailed, and that's what that public information and outreach activity is supposed to do, is to have folks practice the conservation ethic that we want them to. Also, there are regional system operations that the water managers and John's group are doing and can do to deliver water where water is needed. And then when it does rain occasionally in particular areas, that they can opportunistically store some of that water as opposed to just releasing it. There's other things that can happen. There's aquifer recharge with both reclaimed water, that's why we're wearing our purple today, that the utilities can take advantage of, and as well as stormwater. Public water supply operations. Some utilities have a combination of multiple sources. They can tap into the Surficial or Biscayne aquifer for their water supply, and others also have an additional water supply source, and that's the Floridan aquifer. That's a brackish or slightly saline aquifer system that can provide their water supply. It requires more expensive reverse osmosis treatment to provide that water, but they have that available to them to tap into. It's a little bit more expensive for them to tap into, so they prefer not to, but in these types of situations, it's available to them to provide water for their customers. The other thing is mandatory water restrictions and enforcement. I'll touch on that a little bit more in a little bit. Environmental enhancement opportunities are available to us during those dry times. And then the last thing is potential for deviations from regulation schedules, but those are traditionally have been, it's a tool in the toolbox, but it has been very challenging in terms of the timeliness of which to actually petition for one and actually receive one. So as conditions start to dry, your staff is assessing those water conditions. We're monitoring the system probably more closely than normal. We're evaluating, the rules pretty much talk about two things. One is evaluating the water source availability, and then evaluating the water use demands that are happening at the same time. So on this slide here, you can see Lake Okeechobee and Lake Estacpoga are our major sources, the water conservation areas, the aquifers that many of the utilities rely on for public water supply, and the regional canal network that we manage. And then that coupled with evaluating the water use demands, and obviously when things are dry, and especially in the latter portions of the dry season, we're evaluating the water use demands from public water supply, agriculture, the natural systems or stormwater treatment areas, tribal entitlements, and then looking at climate forecasts. What are some of the considerations that the board and staff look at in terms of water shortages? We're looking at anticipated groundwater and surface water levels. I'm going to touch on what those are right now. I think John touched on the surface water levels. I'm going to mention some stuff about groundwater as well. The potential for significant harm to water resources. You've heard some things about saltwater intrusion and how if that were to happen, that we could permanently lose some of the production wells that the utilities rely upon to provide public water supply. That's obviously a major concern. There's ecological impacts that are happening during severe water shortages as well that we have to consider. Then also the extent to which cutbacks will potentially reduce the potential for significant harm in those instances, and the extent to which cutbacks will harm users. We're supposed to be balancing the natural systems and the water users in terms of delivering whatever available supplies that we do have.
When
And
you, quick,
I'm sorry.
when you evaluate water use demands, you gave us a list of maybe 5 or 6. Is there a priority list? Are those demands prioritized?
No. I mean, all those demands that are associated with permits, if a permittee has a permit, then they have a legal right to that water, and there's no hierarchy in terms of the water use demands on the public side. No. So the last thing we do is look at the seasonal rainfall fluctuations. John just talked about what that rainfall forecast might be, and then the projected demands and on the particular water source that they are pulling from. Okay, the water shortage plan that I talked about earlier, it incorporates things which are based on phased restrictions. So depending on the severity of the water shortage and the time of year, the rule lays out a strategy in terms of a phased implementation of water shortage cutbacks or demand reductions. So the plan talks about phases 1 through 4, which runs from 15 to 60% demand reduction goals. Again, depending on the time of the year and proximity to the start of the rainy season is another thing that we would look at. A water shortage that was projected in November, December would look a lot different than one that was projected to be potentially occurring in May, just because of what we know about the rainy season that we get here. So the plan calls out for phase 1 through 4. I will tell you that the current rules they haven't been updated in a while, but in 2008, this agency implemented the year-round landscape irrigation rule, and prior to that, folks could irrigate on any day and any time they wanted to irrigate their lawns. And in 2008, that conservation ethic that I was talking about was implemented by the governing board, and the year-round landscape irrigation rule was developed. And it basically says that for landscape irrigation, depending on which county you live in, it's anywhere from 2 days a week for 3 days a week for a landscape irrigation. And the science is there that says that in most times that's more than sufficient for your lawn to be watered in order for it to survive.
And just out of curiosity, is that both city water and well water, or is that just city water?
It's irrespective of the water source. So all restrictions are not the same. Depends on the water use type. There are voluntary reductions for cattle so that they can drink water, and then there are mandatory restrictions for landscape irrigation. So those restrictions are based on the water use type. The rule calls out that the water shortage orders are issued by the governing board. If in between governing board meetings that there was an emergency, the rule lays out that the executive director has the authority to issue an emergency order, but at the following governing board meeting, the executive director would come back and basically tell you why he implemented that order in between, and the board would then have the ability to concur or not with the order that was issued by the executive director. During this time, there's a lot of notification to water users, elected officials, and then enforcement entities. While we're in the middle of a water shortage, we're looking to local governments to help us enforce the restrictions that are implemented by the board. And so we're looking for code enforcement folks from cities and counties to go around to make sure that landscape irrigation is being conducted within the allowable days of the week, to make sure that we are saving as much water as possible. Yes, ma'am.
Is that just a voluntary help that they give during those times, or is there a legal requirement for local governments to assist the district?
I believe the rule states that the local government is supposed to help us. I don't know that there is I don't know that we've ever implemented any kind of a legal challenge to the local government's ability to help us. We ask them, and they typically have done so because they understand the importance of protecting the available supplies so that we can continue to provide water for residents in the area. So it's within everyone's best interest for folks to enforce the restrictions so that we can save as much water as possible to deal with with the water shortage.
Right, and just out of curiosity, if you were here or if you know about the drought of 2006 or 7 or the 8, were the water conservation areas dry during that time? Were any existing STAs dry during that time? What was the system like during that time?
Well, I was around. My hair is gray, so yes, I was. And there, I remember in 2009, I actually have a picture of it, but not on the presentation today, is 2A was bone dried. And I have a picture of it looks like a circular driveway around a feature out there, and I guess it's just from a boat being out there. But it was 2009 was extremely dry for a shorter period of time, but 2007 had some definitely dry areas in the water conservation areas. And then you raise a really good point. You know, when things are really dry and the STAs, which we absolutely need to maintain, there is a water demand that the STAs might have, and we make supplemental water deliveries to the stormwater treatment areas as well.
I think on that question, as far as the environment, when we had those dry spells, actually the environment benefited. Because you got to as long as it's not so dry, the muck would burn, but it actually allows the silt that forms underwater to oxidize and dissipate, the ground cracks and aerates. It's the only way you can cleanse a wetland. So for negative impacts to the environment, it was actually a positive. Matter of fact, Lake Okeechobee come back extremely pristine, better than I've seen it in decades. So the effects to having a shortage for water supply is a little bit different than if it's really affecting the environment.
Very interesting. My motivation, really, for that question was just wondering if the people in the lower East Coast, like Broward, Dade, if their wells are recharged by that water in the water conservation areas, do they run out of water?
Well, they didn't, but hopefully that was as a result of everyone taking that type of a situation very seriously and conserving water and understanding that, you know, if they did not conserve water and us doing the best job we could in terms of balancing the water needs of the environment and the users at that time, that's the type of situation that could have happened. But fortunately, eventually we did get some rain and we provide some relief. And I mentioned earlier that, you know, even during the worst of water shortages, occasionally you have areas that get some rain, and the key part is being able to store that water, knowing how severe the situation is, and being able to retain that as opposed to just discharging it to tide, which sometimes our operating criteria allow us to do.
Can I ask you two questions? Is there anything that keeps the municipalities or the utilities from getting out in front of us and having more restrictive policies right now if they're concerned with the lake being too low, for instance? If I lived in a town that was worried about that, could they say, well, look, we're only going to water 1 day a week or 2 days a week?
I believe this gets into more of a legal issue, and Paul, I don't know if you want to cover it or not, but I believe they are not allowed to implement rules that are more restrictive than what we've got. I'll have to check on that, I'll be honest with you.
Are our restrictions district-wide, or we look at them geographically?
It's up to the board. It really it depends on the severity of the water shortage and where it's dry and where it's wet. And because of sometimes, and I think John has shown this in some of his slides, sometimes the upper Kissimmee Basin is getting water, and I think that was happening in December or January, but none of that water was making its way, or rainfall was making its way in the southern portion of the system. So it's definitely possible that there are areas that are more dry than others, and then it's at the board's discretion whether you would like to impose water restrictions in a particular area or if you would like to do that for the district as a whole. But there are concerns about splitting that up in terms of messaging, and because what we're trying to do with some of these orders and restrictions is to get the regulated entities to embrace them and understand how important it is. And when you have different areas having different sets of restrictions, the messaging can be confusing, and then ultimately we're not achieving what we're trying to achieve in terms of that conservation. But it's definitely at the board's discretion, and it would definitely be one of the things the board would consider would be looking at the water conditions in particular areas in terms of deciding whether you wanted to do that or not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. In my DEP days, we were working on the conservation rules that apply to CUPs, consumptive use permits, and those requirements and consumptive use permits for utilities push on conservation. So there's requirements for them to push and lean hard and go forward on conservation. And there's even, and they're enforceable requirements on conservation. So if a utility decides to go above and beyond, I'm sure that would be applauded by the permit. I don't think there would be a restriction on going above and beyond.
Thank you. So when such a situation occurs, and much like with hurricanes, we have teams of folks that will be activated to deal with particular areas of the district. We have a water conditions analysis team that is, would then spring into action and look at water conditions much more frequently. Obviously, I mentioned media and public information to get the word out of how important it is for everyone to conserve. As water levels drop, we have navigation issues that actually happened earlier this year. Working closely with the public water supply utilities for them to do what they can do to help out. Mentioned water restrictions, mentioned the compliance and enforcement portion of what we can do. Variances are possible to the restrictions, but they're supposed to be designed so that they achieve the same level of demand reduction as the original order implements, but unless there's an issue with public health and safety. We make specific Lake Okeechobee allocations during water shortages. I think you've covered here temporary forward pumps at least a little bit. I mentioned the stormwater treatment areas and the potential needs for making water deliveries to them to make sure that they maintain their ability for nutrient reduction and removal. Mentioned earlier about tribal operations in Lake Istopoga and how important that area is and the different water users that are in that area. The Upper East Coast canals, the agricultural canals in St. Lucie County, and they are actually contained within our regional water supply plan in terms of making sure that those levels don't get too low, which can result in some of the canals kind of sloughing in. And diversion and impoundment permittees. We have had fish kills and muck fires in the past. I mentioned earlier environmental enhancement opportunities when lakes and others are low, that there's an ability to do some environmental enhancement during those times. And then I also mentioned the regulation schedule deviations, which are possible but challenging to get. So where are we right now? Last Thursday, this was, in fact, I think once a week on Thursday morning, I don't have the one from today, but the agencies get together and produce the drought monitor. It happens over the entire country, but this is just the Florida version. And you can see that there's a couple of areas, actually not really in our district. As of last Thursday, none of our district is contained within any sort of abnormally dry activities or situation within our portion of the state of Florida, which is good. And I think one of the things I've seen in the past is looking at this map and looking at the next one. This is a map of a snapshot of groundwater levels throughout our district, and I'll just go through and explain that to you briefly. Each one of these dots, oops. I guess I lost my, did I lose my laser? Yes. Okay, thanks. Each one of these dots represents a monitor well, or it might be a surface water stage, and we have this monitoring network set up in concert with the U.S. Geological Survey, and each dot represents a well, and each one of these color-coded dots represents current groundwater levels in that well. And it is done on a percentile basis, and the color coding represents what the level is. So in general, the blues and the greens are good, and the reds are not so good. And I think you can actually, when you take a look at the previous slide to this one, you can see that
there's sort of a correlation there. And the groundwater levels, at least as of Monday, were in pretty good shape. And then that's obviously a really good thing because that means that the potential for saltwater intrusion is low because the groundwater levels are up, and that prevents saltwater intrusion from the coast from coming inland and potentially causing problems in those wells. Now, I have to point out that this is a 35,000-foot level, very, overarching view of what the groundwater conditions are. And each one of these color-coded dots, it's a little bit complicated in the sense that each well has a certain period of record, and some wells, we only have a period of record that may be for 5 years long, and some of these wells have a period of record of 50 years long. So the percentile is looking over the entire period of record, and not just they're inconsistent periods of record. So a red dot over here doesn't necessarily mean that there is a problem. It just means statistically that well is relatively low for this time of year, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a resource problem. So that's why this is one of the first things we look at, sort of a snapshot to see what's going on. And the good news, at least for our agency for right now, is that groundwater levels are up, and there isn't a major need for water supply deliveries to be made to prevent saltwater intrusion because the groundwater levels are good. So having said all that, and despite John's slide, the 50% chance that Lake Okeechobee might be in a water shortage situation for beginning this summer, at this point, staff recommendation to you all is not to do anything with respect to water shortages, and I can tell you that we're going to continue to monitor surface water and groundwater conditions, and if something were to change, we certainly would come back and let you know. But I think we're in reasonably good shape.
Peter?
With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes, thanks, Peter. That was helpful. When you get to a period of reduction or more severe reductions, restrictions, how do we triage then the water supply delivery? In other words, do utilities have more of a right to supply than does agriculture or feeding the STAs and then the further southbound flow? In other words, is there an equal rights among and an equal division among the recipients of the water during shortage periods?
Yeah, once you have a permit, you have a legal right to the water. So there is no hierarchy of one user versus another. But I can tell you that, because of our desire to keep the stormwater treatment areas functional, we go out of our way to make sure that in the course of, looking, every week teams get together and look at conditions. And if we start seeing that the stormwater treatment areas, water levels are starting to drop, and we're looking at a forecast that's drier than normal, we will try to preemptively make those types of water deliveries so that they're not in conflict with agricultural users that are pulling water from the same source.
But just to be clear, if we got to that worst case scenario where the resources were extremely limited, then the permitted users, not the natural systems, but the permitted users would have priority, have hierarchy there. So I guess that's an important, in other words, you're saying that we try to get in front of this and feed the system.
Yes.
If it got to the point where getting in front of it didn't help as much, we have to deal with the fact that the natural systems are just by law not going to get as much water as those permitted users.
Well, no, the rules specifically call out that it's our job to balance the water needs of all of the users and the environment. So I don't know that I would go as far as what you just said, but that's an extreme situation, and of the water shortages that I've been associated with, because of the gray hair, I've seen some of them now. We've done a really good job of balancing the needs of the users and the needs of the environment, so that we haven't run into the situations where we've lost production wells because of saltwater intrusion, or natural systems have gone belly up, or users haven't lost, and they've lost some amount of their crops, but not all of their crops. I mean, I think this agency has done a really good job in balancing the available supplies that are there. But you're bringing up in a really extreme case and one that hasn't happened before, and it's not to say that it wouldn't happen in the future, but our rules call out that we're supposed to balance all of those needs equally.
Mr. Bergeron?
You know, this is, it's quite a balancing, you know, flood control, flood protection, water supply, and compatible water levels with the environment. And we're kind of micromanaging all of this, and that's why Everglades restoration is so important. When we can get to the point that these reservoirs are storing the water that laid on the half of the Everglades that our forefathers drained for people to live here and for economical growth and jobs. A lot of this water, this valuable water, is being discharged, you know, in unnatural quantities, you know, affecting the environment until these reservoirs are built to store that resource for the benefit of people. So I compliment all our staff and all the things that we have to deliver to the public in this balance. And that's why Everglades restoration is so important, and that's why getting water to Florida Bay, which is dying from lack of water, is so important. And so we're going to be balancing until we get reservoirs built to store the water, because the water we're sending out our rivers in quantities greater than natural is really wasting the resource and impacting the environment. But we have this half the Everglades that we're balancing all of this, and I think the environment has to be looked at too in this scenario of how we operate, understanding the impacts we've incurred over the last decade or two, because we're micromanaging this until we have these reservoirs and the pretreatment for quality. But it's quite a balance, and I think us making the best projections we can. Shortages that in the past, it seemed like maybe we can't sprinkle our yard every day. Doesn't seem like it has any severe impact to providing adequate water, other than that's what I've seen in the past. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that's a fair statement.
So I think as we proceed forward, that looking at the past and into the future, that we have to keep the environment alive along with the flood protection and along with the water supply, and until we get these reservoirs and we get water flow into Florida Bay, we got to stay right on top of it.
Absolutely.
Chairman, I just have a quick follow-up, if you don't mind.
Yes.
It's me. Over here.
Too many microphones.
There was a question previously on kind of, do the local governments help us out of the kindness of their hearts, or are they required to? And there is a provision in Chapter 373 that does require the local governments and others to help us enforce these provisions under Chapter 373, and we do lean on that when it comes to water shortages.
And who does enforcement on that, Ms. Cobb?
So it's kind of falls to a number of different folks. So your local government officials, but it could also be your state or county attorney. It could be a police officer. It could be anyone in that arena who does enforcement would help us implement those provisions and ensure that they're being implemented.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Craig. Kwiatkowski?
Thank you.
I got it.
Well done.
I hope. We don't normally do public comment right now, but we haven't had a water shortage planning discussion before, so I'll allow, if there is any, to you. You said you had a couple?
Yes, I have two, Mr. Chair. I have Reynaldo Diaz, and Pete Quashis.
Thank you. I'm Ronaldo Diaz of Lake Worth Waterkeeper. I had comments specifically to Mr. Mitnick's water conditions report on slide 9 and 10. He had those amazing maps that really showed where the water is going, and it's very detailed. And I certainly like that, and I want to see more of that and hope that becomes readily available. And also related to that, Mr. Steinel, you asked about the S-155 discharges into the Lake Worth Lagoon, and that is super important. And I feel like sometimes I'm beating a dead horse because I always ask for this. But the Lake Worth Lagoon, it is a smaller watershed by far compared to the other northern estuaries, Caloosahatchee and Indian River Lagoon. But when we do receive discharges, the impacts can be pretty significant. And because of that, I am encouraged that you guys are talking about the Lake Worth Lagoon more frequently, and you're giving more updates on it, and I want to see more of that. So I certainly wanted to reiterate that. I know the limitation is that the Lake Worth Lagoon isn't statutorily defined as a northern estuary under NEP, the Everglades Protection Program. But you have an opportunity to kind of go beyond the statute and do a little bit better, because it is considered south discharging, which normally we want south discharging, as Mr. Steinel pointed out. But we don't necessarily want that in the Lake Worth Lagoon. And as a practical purpose, that lagoon operates as a northern estuary, right? Its connection to the Lake Okeechobee is completely man-made, but we have to deal with that now, and it operates in much the same way as the Indian River Lagoon and the Caloosahatchee, and I definitely want to request you to continue considering that in your discussion when it comes to things like lake discharging and everything else, every other issue, because the Lake Worth Lagoon does house really significant industries, obviously tourism and a major marine and fishing industry that's worth billions to the state, and it certainly cannot be ignored, because once that cyanobacteria does reach our doorstep, which it does, like it did in 2016, we even had red tide events last summer. It's pretty significant, and it hurts us pretty hard. So thank you.
I'm Pete Quashis, representing Audubon of the Western Everglades. First of all, thank you for these very informative sessions. The discussions have been really high level. I think all of us have learned a lot. I thank you for your candidness and putting issues on the table that need to be addressed. Not all users are treated equally. The environment is not a permitted user unless we have a reservation with a new project. I'm sure you're going to get your heads around the savings clause and the need in order to protect our environment by building new projects that store that water, and then that water can be dedicated to the environment. We don't have that case now. An important part of the advocacy by the stakeholders in the Western Everglades, when we're talking about the new management plan for the lake, is to make sure that our interests are also protected. Right now, when we get into a water shortage band, there is tremendous demand from all the users for their water. There is no question that if we're going to deal with water quality going south, we need to protect the STAs. But we also need to protect the estuary, which I represent, the Caloosahatchee Basin. When we are cut off of water, which we have been repeatedly over the decades, it is devastating. The destruction of the thousands of acres of seagrass we once had resulted from that cut off of water at times of shortage, which resulted in the saltwater intrusion, which killed the vallisneria that we planted and that we grew. We have planted over the last couple of months 100,000 plants of vallisneria in the upper tidal zone. We have another appropriation pending this year from the department to allow us to expand that operation. It is predicated that the survival of those is dependent upon a supply of water. We thank the Corps for their proactive efforts over the last year in providing water to make those plants flower and bloom and seed for the first time in over a decade. However, cutting us off if there is a water shortage and causing the loss yet again of this important aspect of our environment. Imagine how much water treatment we get with 1,000 acres of seagrass and a gazillion filter feeders. We're talking about how do we deal with water quality, protect those wetlands, protect those seagrass marshes, protect those opportunities that allow nature to do what it does best. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I have three more. Rayanne Wessel, then Mayor Ruane, and Mike Collins.
Good morning, Chairman, Governing Board. Thank you very much for highlighting this issue, this water shortage issue. This is a critical issue. In 70% of the last 19 years, we've actually dealt with water shortage as opposed to water excess. The headlines usually are out there for water excess, but when water's in short supply, that's when the fisticuffs really begin. And that's when the sort of silent harm starts. You don't see the tape grass under the water, but that is the grass, the resource in the upper estuary for the Caloosahatchee that is lost repeatedly. And in contrast to the report that was given in both 2000, 2001, and from 2007 through 2012, we had water shortage cutbacks, or our freshwater supply from Lake Okeechobee was eliminated for the Caloosahatchee, so that at that estuary boundary where the water should be anywhere from 5 to 10 partial salinity units, we were at 23, 24. It killed the grass. It killed that habitat. That's a habitat for the fisheries, for a number of our recreational and commercial fisheries, for the base of the food chain that feeds that fishery. It also secures the sediments, so that when we were talking yesterday about how water and big deluges can resuspend sediments, tape grass, these grasses can help secure those sediments. They can help to absorb the nutrients that are coming into the system. As mentioned, the filter feeders can help clean the water. And famously, someone once said, well, we don't eat tape grass, but we do if we eat seafood. If you want healthy environments and healthy beaches and healthy tourism, that tape grass can be critically important. So the point is, 70% of the time we've been in water shortage, not excess. The Caloosahatchee is singularly cut off. There's a protocol called adaptive protocols, which I wrote to you about in our priorities. This is the only public policy where a natural system has been selected out for being eliminated, having their water supply eliminated. I'll just make one final comment. In the 1970s, the model water code that was established for Florida said the priority is to take water off the top for natural systems. Figure out in the water budgeting process how much do the natural systems need, the springs, the rivers, the lakes, the streams, the Everglades. You take that water off the top, you set it aside. What's left, you divide up for consumptive uses. We've done it just the opposite, and so it's the natural system that constantly takes the hit. So bravo to you for teeing this up and recognize what an important issue it is as we go forward. Thank you.
May I please ask you a quick question, just so I can understand the Caloosahatchee? So when there is no water and you need the water and you have the seagrass die off, that's such a big system, like compared to our St. Lucie little baby system? Is the seagrass dying in the center? Is it dying closer to the lake? Where does that saltwater intrusion come in under those circumstances?
Okay, briefly, the tidal basin, we're
Quickly.
talking about, thank you, a hard stop at the Franklin Lock. That's our estuary boundary, like your S80 is your hard stop. The historic river, before it was dredged and changed, went another 12 miles upstream with the reach of the Gulf tidal currents. So we have a hard boundary now at the Franklin
Okay,
Lock.
and just to qualify, so you get saltwater intrusion at Franklin Lock.
Well, we shouldn't.
But is that where it comes when it comes?
It's coming from the Gulf, yes. It's coming, it's saltwater intrusion is a funny way to put it.
It's
It's
just-
the reach of the Gulf water, the tidal water.
Thank you so much.
And so what we're trying to do is from about the 41 bridges upstream to the lock, that's that upper estuary freshwater zone we're trying
Thank
to
you.
protect. And it's a freshwater grass, a tape
Oh,
grass,
it's a
not a
freshwater
sea
grass.
grass.
Okay.
If that helps.
Thanks,
Thank
Rand. Mayor Wayne?
Kevin Wayne, Mayor of Sanibel. First and foremost, thank you for the meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Certainly the last two speakers caught a lot of the issues, but my experience in 12 years have been on council is we've had more water shortage issues, and we're the first user, obviously, that's cut off. The impacts are still to the economy. They're still to jobs. They're still to tourism. It still has that impact, okay, when we do this. Last year, we had 89 days of MFL violations. I mean, we need that salinity that obviously that keeps everything moving in a particular way. So when I sit here and hear a word balance, that hasn't taken place in at least my 12 years. There's no such thing as balance. The Caloosahatchee gets cut off first. The impacts are felt throughout the entire economy. Tourism, it starts. And again, we get it on both sides. You know, we're the perfect scenario. We need just enough during the dry season, and we don't want too much during the wet season. So in the 12 years I've been in office, 10 of the 12 years, I've either had dry or wet situations. But at the end of the day, the water still changed in a way that prevents the tourist from coming here, in a way that actually has the homeowner not buy something and or sell something. So please, when you talk about balance, let's make sure we understand that we're a user and the balance needs to be equal. And obviously, you know, we talk about shared diversity, we talk about adaptive protocols. Those are things we need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the governing board, I'm jumping the gate here a little bit. This is probably an issue that's going to be dealt with later on, but I'm a little bit concerned about certain information not getting into that discussion. For a period of about 10 years, a group of scientists from NOAA, Rosenstiel School of Sciences, Florida International University, Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute conducted circulation studies and salinity research on Florida Bay. Over the last couple of years, all of a sudden, I'm hearing that, and don't get me wrong, I understand, you know, people have opinions. I understand people have agendas. Some of the opinions are great, some of the agendas are great. But the science that was conducted over that 10-year period, which I have made available to this district, is very clear that under the current system or any system we're likely to modify, Shark River slough water does not get to Florida Bay, can't get there. The district is currently conducting research into groundwater getting to Florida Bay. That research was also done in 1999 by a similar group of people that found that the groundwater getting to Florida Bay, at least the western portion of it, the eastern portion of it is fed by Taylor Slough, is actually saline and in some cases hypersaline because it's coming out of the Floridan aquifer. I will make that information available to the staff again if it, you know, if it's not readily available. But if we're going to continue to discuss Florida Bay, we need to understand there was a time when that water from Shark River Slough reached a level and a head where it covered up the entire southern part of the peninsula as far as groundwater went. We're not going to be able to get there, as Ron has correctly pointed out. We're trying to get to, you know, 8.3. To get over the Rocky Glades on the eastern part of the system, you're probably going to have to get somewhere north of 9 feet. Doing that without flooding the 8.5 square miles, again, Ron, or the rest of Dade County is going to be extremely difficult. So I don't really have an agenda here, but I do have an interest in the science that I had to go find the money to get done, that was conducted, peer-reviewed, has been updated within the last couple of years, and is the foundation science for salinities and circulations in Florida Bay, and I would respectfully request that that be part of the discussion when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Chair, I have one more, Laura Reynolds.
Sure.
Thank you so much for taking public comment during this section. I think it's really important. My name is Laura Reynolds, and I'm here representing the Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association. And I'm bringing up a new issue, but I want to make sure we don't forget about Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands and the C-111 project, and it came up a little bit earlier. But there is an open comment period right now on the operations at Turkey Point. And the reason I bring that up to you is because that closes on May 20th. It was great to see John Shaw at the meeting this week, so you did send your staff. But I wanted to make sure that you consider some of the conflicts that I think exist between the operations at Turkey Point and two of your Everglades projects. And we spoke about this just a little bit, Chairman Goss, at the GEAR conference. And at the GEAR conference, we presented some new data for you to consider, which I emailed you this morning. And also, you had a Recover document that was presented at the GEAR conference. And if you'll notice, the Biscayne Bay section is really red. And it's the southern coastal systems that are rated poor in here. And I don't think that's by accident, because the operations at Turkey Point are loading salt into our aquifer and are in direct conflict with the goals of Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, which are to make the nearshore area mesohaline conditions again. And what we're also seeing is an impact potentially from the cooling canal system operations on the seagrass. What we saw is seagrass death in the nearshore area at Turkey Point. We went out and investigated that and tested those seagrass blades for phosphorus and nitrogen levels, and that's the data that we sent to you. So I want you to consider that. I want you to consider the fact that there's a license extension request to continue operating this plant to 2053, as well as a new draft permit for the operations from the state. So I want to make sure that all your expertise here really consider this issue and make sure you get on the record, because you have a fifth supplemental agreement on the operations of the cooling canal system, and I believe you have the authority and the obligation to make sure it's not conflicting with what you're charged with doing. And I would love to meet with each of you to talk about this issue, but I think it's really important that it's on your radar now. I know you have so much to consider and new information to learn, but I'm here to help. I've been following this issue since 2007 and would love to talk to you about it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Final comment, Mr. Chair, Kara Kapp.
Kara.
Hi again, Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. I wanted to just remark on Ms. Thurlow-Lippish's comment that the sad truth is, even though we're sending water south, it's not all going to the right place. And that's exactly right. What we want to do in restoration is put water back into the historic flow of the river grass into Florida Bay. I wanted to share that a few years ago there was a group of scientists that got together and said there are a number of bird species whose health is indicative of the overall health of Florida Bay. We look at the wood stork, at the roseate spoonbill, the great egret, and the Cape Sable seaside sparrow. And in fact, the report that these scientists put together showed that improving numbers for any one of those species is not success in terms of restoration. And a subset of those species is also not success. Unless we're getting the habitat right for all, we're not truly restoring the Everglades. And so we want to restore the southern Everglades and Florida Bay for all of the species, never just one. We want to do what's right for Everglades National Park, and that's what our restoration path has set forward. Yes, Mr. Bergeron, we want to be honest about the obstacles we face. Some are physical and some are policy, and this board has shown the initiative to have those conversations when they're tough. But a lot of the obstacles, let's be clear, are still physical. And so I would be remiss not to bring up the Central Everglades Plan, which is our next big construction step in clearing the way to flow more water south. We're still very focused on the combined operations plan, which is going to turn on the infrastructure we already have, and that's great. But COP is only going to get us so far. We need to be looking ahead to the Central Everglades plan. And I'm going to throw out some years that will make your mind boggle as they did mine. But I spoke with someone at the Corps this week, and I wanted to find out where we are on the Central Everglades plan, when we could maybe begin construction. The Corps folks will be putting together their construction funding requests for FY22 in just a few months. So now is really the time for us to be looking ahead and saying, we're going to be ready to start building SEP. We need to be moving that water into Florida Bay. Let's work with our partners to make sure we're requesting those federal funds and work with the federal appropriators to make sure they understand the urgency. That's how we're going to get more water into the right place in Florida Bay. And we're very excited to work with this board to help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Is that it for comments? Mr. Bergeron, you got something you want to say?
Well, you know, to respond to that's the critical part, that when you're looking at multi-species management, you know, you're and the benefits of Everglades National Park and Florida Bay, the natural sheet flow where the Central Everglades isn't drowning, more water's coming south, less water's going east and west. That's something that we've got to stay on top of. And I think that as we continue to go forward, the modified water delivery is extremely important where this water gets flowing.
Thanks. Let's see, we'll do the ecological conditions report. Mr. Glenn, thank you for your patience.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. I'm Lawrence Glenn. For the past 2 years, I've been the administrator of the Coastal Ecosystem section, but for the 20 years previous to that, I worked on the Kissimmee River Restoration Project and led the group of scientists working on Lake Okeechobee as well. So I've managed Patty Science Gorman, and I've managed Zach Unwrap the Candy Welch. So it's a great group of scientists, and they're who puts these condition reports together every week or every month. We're going to start up at the, as soon as I figure, all right. We're going to start at the top of the Kissimmee River. And if you look at this is the water depth maps of how much inundation is occurring on the floodplain currently. We're at the end of the dry season. So you expect this floodplain to be drying out the way that it has. Something that's very important to look at are those volume numbers of discharge that are in there. You see 240, 305, 415. At these levels of discharge into the river, water is being contained almost solely within the river channel itself. And it takes a discharge of between 1,200 and 1,400 for water to raise within the river channel to then move out laterally onto the floodplain. So when you talk about headwaters for this project, the purpose of headwaters is to provide that volume of water to inundate the floodplain during the wet season and then have enough of it to have a nice protracted floodplain recession back into the river channel. So at this point in time, this time of year, it looking like this is fine ecologically. This dry condition does provide us the opportunity to go in and do some work on the floodplain using prescribed burns. On these large-scale restoration projects, we started turning dirt in 1999, and we're going to hopefully finish in 2020. But during that period of time, we haven't had the right hydrology, and sometimes vegetation creeps into where it shouldn't be from an ecological perspective. So if you're looking at the river and the floodplain, you have an oak line on one side, an oak line on the other side. That's the high land. It's like a shallow bowl. And on the outside periphery is where you have wet prairie. And that's supposed to be sedges and grasses, not a lot of woody vegetation. But we've had encroachment of buttonbush and saltbush and some wax myrtle. So what we're going in is doing before we implement headwaters is trying to do some land management on that with our group here at the district and do some prescribed burns. And when we talk about prescribed burns on the Kissimmee, that's different from Lake Okeechobee. On Lake Okeechobee, we're doing thousands of acres. Here, we're doing hundreds of acres. So we've had some successful burns since February this year of trying to get this habitat correct for when we implement headwaters at the end of construction. Snail kites are using the river. It's too dry right now, as you saw in the past slide, for them to nest. But here's a perch out in the middle of the area where they've seen 75 snail kites nesting, and underneath that perch are the shells of consumed exotic apple snails. So where algae want the unwrapped candy, these snails, they want the hard rock candy, and that's apple snails. Looking at snail kite distribution of nesting across our landscape, and this is an important feature to think about. Mr. Wagner had asked a question last month of Dr. Gray. How do you know how birds are moving? When birds leave Lake Okeechobee, how do you know where they go? Well, here you see going from north to south, you have the KCOL, which is the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. The KRV is the Kissimmee River Valley. Not in our district, but over there is the St. Johns Marsh. You come down to Lake Okeechobee, 4 and 5 is the Loxahatchee Slough. You get to the SGAs, and then the Everglades. So birds are using habitat on a landscape scale. They can move, they're mobile. So if they don't find conditions that are appropriate in one area, they can move to another. Last month on Lake Okeechobee, there were about 140 snail kites using that area. That's diminished to about 25. And I'll show you in the next slide how we actually get to know where they go. But you see this year, the real big winner in regards to where snail kites are nesting is that 89 number in the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. So here are snail kites, and thinking about their ecology, it takes about 60 days from when an egg is laid. There's 30 days of incubation, then there's about another 30 days where they're nestlings. So here you see these little guys before they fledge. They're totally reliant on their parents to feed them, so they have to have an ample food supply. And then they become juveniles. It takes another year, really, adults. It takes 2 years to be a breeding adult. I don't know if you can see it, and I don't know how to get the pointer on here, but on their legs you will see bands, little bird bracelets. My daughters call them bird bling. But that bird bling is actually put on there color-codedly so that they are banded in the nest, and then as those birds move, the snail kite group can look and say, okay, when we see that they've moved from Lake Okeechobee, we know that they've gone to the St. Johns Marsh and to the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes because we have a sampling protocol in place that allows us to do that. To do that with wading birds is way too difficult. There's just so numerous, and we don't have the wherewithal with the resources, money, just people, staff to go out and do it. So we can't do that as much. We have to make an inference on where they move. Lake Okeechobee is drying down. It's about a half a foot reduction since last month, so those water levels are coming down. From a wading bird habitat suitability index, what this does is it looks at what is the appropriate depth for a wading bird to forage. And you see that kind of lime green color at the bottom, that's for short-legged birds. It's between 0 to about 6/10 of a foot of water. Then longer-legged wading birds can take that 6/10 to about 1 foot and 6/10. So what a habitat suitability index does, it says based on the depth that we saw on the previous map, where should wading birds be able to forage? But this is totally depth dependent. It doesn't include, is it really dense vegetation? Is it not? Is there actual forage available there? This just says, where could they be? So if you take these three and you look at the depth on the left-hand side and you look at the center of where you think they could be, then you go and you do your survey, which is on the right. You can see they're actually using the areas where you would expect they could forage. And one thing of note is in this center part right here, this area has dried down a lot since the last month. And how wading birds can forage most effectively is when you have what are called drying pools. So you have these areas in the marsh where the water starts receding, and basically it starts concentrating that prey. So they have an area where the prey can't escape, and this prey gets concentrated, and they can feed really well. So you see these bigger areas are more birds, and so the bigger areas are areas where there's actual wading pools still being created. The smaller ones are on the fringe habitat, and this is where you have marsh going to open water, and it's harder to capture prey there. So that's kind of if the interior marsh is drying down, that's when we get a lot of success in foraging, and then as that interior marsh dries, the foraging really drops off. And you can see that in this slide, in that a month ago we had 8,000 wading birds foraging, 1,600 wading birds foraging, and now we're down to about 8,000, or 16,000 and 8,000, I'm sorry. So a decrease by half just because those really prime areas have disappeared. And then we look at wading bird nesting. The same thing. With this interior marsh drying, this is where the really large colonies form, and wading birds need water under their nest to protect them from terrestrial predators. So when that is not available, there's some nesting occurring on these spoil islands out on the peripheral. But these interior marshes, they support nesting colonies of 1,000 to 4,000 birds, whereas these colonies we're seeing now on the spoil islands are just hundreds of birds. So big difference there. There was a lot of talk yesterday about the bloom potential and how we use this. This is really cool. It's a NOAA product that Zach talked about at length yesterday. Your staff actually went out during the development of this and were giving a hyperspectral gun to, as we changed from the MERIS satellite to the Sentinel satellite, which uses the OLCI sensor, they needed to calibrate that. So our staff was given a gun to go out there to validate what they were seeing from the satellite so they could get that number right when you see it as a color here. So our staff are been a big part of making sure that this technology is usable. And what we're seeing right now is you're seeing a moderate potential for algae on this western side of the lake. And why that might be, I'll show you in this next slide. We are conducting quarterly submerged aquatic vegetation monitoring, where we go around and we look at these different transects and see, what is happening since we drove the water levels down. And this was a real good benefit for submerged aquatic vegetation, because when those lower levels occur, then you have an area which is within this 10-foot contour. Water is, if we're at 11.23 today, it's about a foot to a foot and a half deep. You see it is really clear. So the plant life that is trying to grow on the bottom of that can get all the sunlight it needs to grow. And that's a wonderful thing, because we are seeing in this nearshore area, we are getting coverage back of submerged aquatic vegetation. As Zach spoke yesterday, when you have submerged aquatic vegetation growing, that is competing for the nutrient source in there with algae. So hopefully that's a good thing this year, that you have some competition, and it's not just all of the unwrapped candy for the algae this year, but you have some for the submerged aquatic vegetation too. But also, since this water is clear along this fringe, which is exactly where you're seeing the algae bloom, there is that little competition that's going on, but that's where the algae can actually grow. But hopefully they're going to be duking it out, and submerged aquatic vegetation will win. When we shift to the estuaries and we look and we see what's going on for the entire water year, we just finished the water year here at the end of April, runs from May 1st to April 30th. And so you look at this over the course of the year, and we have the start of the rainy season. Right here, June 1st is when releases started from Lake Okeechobee. They continued until you got to about the first week of October. From October all the way until about mid-February, there were no releases to the St. Lucie estuary. This period of time is when we decided, or the Army Corps said, let's lower the lake. So those are the releases that were made for that. And then now, since about the end of March till current, we haven't had releases. So that kind of gives you an idea of how this estuary has been going on. And if you look at this whole period from the beginning of the water year to the end of the water year, about 28% of the water that's been delivered to the St. Lucie is from the lake. In estuaries, what is really important and what drives the ecology is the salinity gradient throughout the estuary. So if we have water coming in from the North Fork and we have water coming in from the South Fork, and then you also have water coming in from the ocean, what you're doing is you're setting up a gradient. So here you have salinity that is lower, going to higher, going to highest. And where that gradient is seasonally is important. So right now, where we have actually diminished flow and you see this mid area getting saltier, all of these light-colored areas are where historically there have been oyster beds. So now you are pushing this little bit higher saline water into areas where the oysters are, and they want that higher saline water. So that's a good thing. And as we look at, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. May I ask you a question on the previous slide,
Sure.
please? Great presentation so far. Thank you. I'm curious where, maybe you've done it before, I didn't notice it until now, the seagrass visual delineations here, where
Yeah.
did you get those?
Those are from maps that were created, I believe, in 2013. We do seagrass mapping as part of Recover, basically on 5-year intervals. So we're kind of up and due for a seagrass mapping effort again.
So you just used the same one?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. And as we look at oysters, over here you see that currently the salinity is within the envelope of 26 to 10. And when we're going out and we're looking at oysters, and there was a question, has recruitment began? Is reproduction starting? I brought a prop. This is how you figure out what's going on with oysters. You have about 10 to 12 oyster shells that you hang in the water, and it sits for a period of time. We collect these monthly, or we have a contractor with FWC who does. And they go out and they take these back to the lab and they look and they see what number of spat have actually attached. So if you look on the slide where it says oysters from Rio, oysters are colonial. They just grow on top of one another. So oysters want to go find another oyster shell to deposit on so they can look and see, hey, you know, we have this kind of density going on. We know that the spat has started. That's awesome. And reproduction is going to continue, and it generally peaks in midsummer. So it's a good thing. Conditions are really are great right now, and those oysters are starting to reproduce. Moving over to the Caloosahatchee, it's a little bit different system. The estuaries definitely are not exactly the same. But you see over this period of time, this basin, the C43 basin, is extremely large. And you'll see large portions of the volumes and the discharges that come into the Caloosahatchee come from the C43. Over this period of record from this past water year, 34% of the inflows came from Lake Okeechobee. And then we get to the end of the dry season, whereas the St. Lucie doesn't really want water. The Caloosahatchee needs water. And you've heard Ms. Wessel speak to that. And so you want to make sure that you are maintaining a salinity gradient through this system a little bit differently. And so then we begin these pulse releases, and this is supposed to mimic rainfall, and then your contribution of lake water is more during that period, but over the course of the year, it's only 28%. And in the last month, or last week, right here, we have, since the rain started, the contributions to the Caloosahatchee from the lake have definitely diminished. So as we look at the salinity conditions in the Caloosahatchee, there was a good question a second ago about where do you want this salinity regime to be? And so you have your saltiest condition down here. This is basically where the oysters are. You come up to this area from Fort Myers to Val I-75. This is about 10. You want this about 5. And then you come up to the S79. What we are concerned about is when flows aren't coming out of S79, it allows higher saline waters to move all the way up and impinge upon S79 because they cannot continue any further. And an estuary needs, at the top of it, a low salinity zone. It's a habitat, it's a nursery area, just as was spoken to by Ms. Wessel. And so what we are concerned about in this estuary is because it has this structure up here and because there is a channel that was dredged in here for flood control and for navigation, it allows salt water to creep further up than it did naturally. And so we don't want impingement of all the way up here of high salinity waters. But currently, the conditions are good, especially down here in Shell at Iona Cove and Bird Island, where we have established oyster monitoring stations. And here, the St. Lucie has kind of kick-started before the Caloosahatchee side. We are getting some reproduction occurring, but it's not as much as what's going on the other side. But maybe it's just a little lag in these oysters. For the Everglades, yes, ma'am.
Previous slide, please. There was an email that came to, I think, all the governing board members, but I certainly got it, and it was from a group over on the West Coast. I wasn't familiar with the person's name, but they included pictures of algae mats. They said they were from saltwater. I don't really understand the system over there, but can you explain if that's
what is occurring, and this is on Sanibel Captiva, on their bayside. There's a blue-green algae, but it's a filamentous algae. It's not the floating type that we're worried about, microcystin. But they are seeing right now an increase in this mat-forming blue-green algae over there. We don't really monitor that as a blue-green, but that's something that they're just concerned about right now because it is kind of proliferating, and that's what that is all about.
Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. For the stormwater treatment areas, there was a lot of discussion about this yesterday, so I'm not going to talk about this part on the table up on the upper portion. But if you look at the volume that they've received from Lake Okeechobee, it's 455,000 acre feet. Yesterday there was a question asked, what is the surface area of Lake Okeechobee? 703 square miles, approximately 450,000 acre feet. So if you look at this volume that they have received, the STAs have received a foot of water off of the lake. If 450,000 acre feet doesn't work for you, think about 703 square miles, that is a foot deep, that has been delivered to the STAs. So the STAs, from an ecological standpoint of the function of them and the vegetation that needs to grow, there's been big questions of how long do they need to rest? Do they need to rest? Yes, they need a rest from lake water because the lake water kind of is harsh on them. So as we move forward into the next year, we think during the dry season, can we give them a bit of a rest? And that'll help them in their performance. When we look at what kind of restrictions we have to put on flow through these basins, we did have one snail kite nest, and that is in STA 1 East. So we have to maintain about a foot of water underneath that nest site for the 60 days in order for that bird to fledge. And then in STA 5-6, we have some black-necked stilts that are nesting. So those you have to actually preclude water from going into. So those are some of the ecological kind of interesting things that happen within the STAs to keep water or restrict flow within several of the different flowways. Looking at Biscayne Bay, salinities right now are hovering about 35 salinity units. And if you look over from the year before, we're about the same place. Once the rains come, that generally makes salinity decline. That's where we are here. You see it starting to decline. The preferred salinity range, what we worry about here is if there's 5% of the time where salinity is above 5%, and you see that really hasn't occurred except for at the very beginning of the water year. So salinity conditions are looking fairly good in Biscayne Bay. Coming down into the water conservation areas in the Everglades, it's definitely drying out. One of the things of concern ecologically is this northern area up here. These are peat soils, and we like to keep those hydrated. If they stay dry for too long, there is an increased risk for fire, and you could lose those soils. So hopefully as the rains begin, those will be inundated. And then at this star is where there's a really large wading bird nesting colony. It's Alley North. It contains generally about 10,000 birds when it's active. only 2 weeks ago, there were about 8,000 white ibis that were nesting there. And over the past 2 weeks with the drying of there, it went from 8,000 to 4,000 to this week it's at 2,000. If you look at this green area, and we have a habitat suitability index, and this is basically where they like to forage, and you see that there's not a lot of green right around them. There is a lot of birds that have moved over here to Water Conservation Area 2 to forage, but trying to bring those groceries this far back to their young is too far of a distance. So that's why the nesting has decreased here. But one thing that is really neat is right down here in Lossman Slough, that has remained wet. And that is where we are seeing where historic super colonies were previously, which is one of the things that SERP is trying to, it's one of the success criteria. Recreating conditions that allow for these super colonies, 10,000 birds or more, to occur in these coastal colonies. And currently, these coastal colonies are supporting 8,000 to 10,000 white ibis right now. So that's a success story for sure. Coming down to Northeast Florida Bay, we look at discharge coming out of the 5 creeks. And currently, if you're looking at the MFL, and there's a 35-day moving sum for those creek flows, you don't want to go below 105,000 acre feet, and it's at 215, so there's no real concern there. And also, this is where salinity is measured, and you don't want to be above 30, and we're at about 18, so salinity is looking great too. Then as we move into the western, and here's the Western Bay sites, and here's the Central Bay sites. Salinity is a little bit elevated, maybe 2 to 5 salinity units higher than it normally is this time of the year, but we haven't exceeded, when it comes out here in this area, where we had the seagrass die off a few years ago, is because salinity was at 50 for longer than 2 to 3 weeks. And we're not seeing that currently, and the rains have begun, so we expect that salinity conditions in Western and Central Bay, Florida Bay, will be fine. With that, I thank you very much for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Okay. Question, thanks. Thank you, Lawrence. Can you go to, I think it's slide 19, although it's cut off in my, let me see if that's, yes, yeah, that one. Okay, yes. So, and this I think we've talked about in the past couple board meetings, and it's been brought up via email and public comment, but what stands out at me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are using the STAs fully with one exception, which is 5/6. So we need more water, but we need to treat more water. These projects to create more treatment take forever to finish. It seems to me like we've got some excess capacity, and and I think, John, you've said we've looked at ways to move water to 5/6. Can we dust off that report or information so that we can as a board, more seriously consider whether it is cost efficient and makes sense from a timing perspective to use excess capacity? I'm assuming this excess capacity is consistent excess capacity. I mean, a little variability, but that we're always below capacity on 5/6 versus the others. So I guess my question is, can we agree to refocus or reconsider the costs and other associated details related to more fully using 5/6?
I second that.
So, I mean, yes. So we'll package up costs and opportunities for this project, and as we bring, it's all budget items, right? So as we bring the cost and opportunity for this project, there's costs and opportunities for a lot of projects, right? And so you'll have them all to figure out.
In the budget process?
Yep.
Right. How far away is, touching on this 5/6 issue, I previously asked, I'm starting to get my arms around the west side, I guess, of our little situation. How How far away is STA 5-6 from the area where Gene Duncan mentioned, I think the northern STA and a Wingate STA? Are they very far apart from one another? Are they relatively close?
John.
Distance-wise, I don't know off the top of my head, but STA 5-6 is to the east of the area that Gene is talking about. So that western project would have those stormwater treatment areas a little bit farther to the west, over closer in the C-139, L-28 feeder canal basin, that area over farther to the west.
'Cause it sounds to me like Gene's talking about, has discussed and raised issues of what is sort of a flank that we have undefended by an STA on the west side, and there's apparently untreated water working its way south in that area. Just to the east, I don't know if the answer is just to the east, but certainly to the east at some level, and that's what I was trying to understand. We have STA 5-6, which is just not getting enough water. I'd be curious to know if there's some way to meaningfully coordinate the STAs that Gene is discussing with the STA 5-6 that's not getting enough water and the untreated water that seems to be flowing south into WCA 3, I think.
Yeah, certainly what I think we can do is provide the entire board with a little bit more detail and information on the Western Everglades Restoration Project that is part of SERP. So we can definitely bring that information back to you.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question about the last slide. So on Western and Central Florida Bay salinity, where's the line that tells us that the salinity, at what point is it too high?
Too high at this point of time, really you're too high. And it was, I went and talked to Fred Sklar about this beforehand because I was expecting this question. He said, really, right now, 50 is the point you don't want to exceed. And you don't want, there's a point and there's a time or duration of how long you're going to stay at that period or at that level. So he's saying 50 right now would be bad, would be detrimental. Below that is okay. And you wouldn't want to be at 50 for more than 2 or 3 weeks because that would initiate seagrass die-off.
It would be helpful in these charts if there was and I sort of raised this, I think, last month. I know what I hear when you tell me what the salinity level is, but I don't know whether that's good or bad.
Sure.
And so if there's like a low
Sure,
bar
and
or
in
high
the
bar-
previous ones, we had a line drawn here, so that would be something that would be easily addable to the additional ones as well.
Because it looks to me that we're like at 49.86.
45 was the highest. We're between 45 and 39 right now.
What, say it again?
45 and 39.
Okay.
So in these interiors, we're at about 45, and the exteriors were about 39.
So more fresh water would lower the
Correct.
salinity.
Yes, sir.
Water's got to go south. Yeah. You know, in the basin, the Big Cypress Basin, I think the discharges that Gene was talking about is the interceptor that's discharging into the Central Everglades south of Alligator Alley. I'm not sure there's a real connection to get water to the STA 5 and 6. I'm not sure we have that avenue. But if we do, we should look at that if we have capacity. But that is a serious point he's bringing up because of the load factors, untreated water going into the Central Everglades. And I think we should try to research some of the lands that were set aside, school board properties, I think they call them, the DEP, state owns them. if any of them are available to build the pretreatment necessary to get the quality of water at a very extreme hot discharge. Like Gene had said, I mean, I'm in that area quite a bit. There's just total cattails. And so that's what we have to look at, research if we have property we can work that the state already owns, if that is a possibility.
And I personally feel a great frustration about that level of salinity, and that we are the group that moves it, and that I still want a deeper discussion of monitoring that movement, not just into the Everglades, but actually hitting that point. So all these hours, and I'm still sitting here saying we're almost at 5, we're almost at 5. And I don't need to do it up here with all of you. I'm happy to sit down once again with Fred or Drew or John, but we have the power to make those decisions, do we not? Do you understand what I'm saying? We are the ones that move water based on risk assessments. And I want a deeper understanding of how we make those risk assessments, because I don't want to sit up here for naught. If I can't help solve problems like that, I'm wasting your time. So whoever you are, sit with me and talk to me about it.
And we'll get the Corps involved because they have a role as well.
Yeah, I think we have a responsibility, but we have to have joint cooperation when we move this water in, especially into Everglades National Park. That's why any obstacles that is going to stop us from moving water south, whether it's the Cape Sable sparrow, and that was a point brought up earlier, you know, is one single species bird controlling the future of multi-species management and of 69 other endangered species.
Yep.
I know this is a very sensitive thing I'm talking about, but I think that has to be looked into, and I think any other obstacles that doesn't allow this water to flow through Shark River Slough,
Or down L31?
Well, L31 doesn't really, that's kind of a South-Dade conveyance that helps minimize the high water events into Central, but it really doesn't benefit Everglades National Park. The water running through Shark River Slough is what really benefits Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. And shutting off the S12s for 8 months out of the year, you know, everyone believes, you know, a million years ago, 70% of the water flowed through Shark River Slough and 30% flowed through the western part where the S12s are. You know, that's everybody's thought. My point is, when the bridges are done, and you have the 333 capacity that's being doubled by the modifications we're doing down there, and the S12s are open, water should flow where it wants to go, by gravity, not directed by man. That means that if 30% went on the western portion and 70% chooses to go through the S33s, I think that's the natural flowway. Not shutting gates and not looking at multi-species management and directing water. Let it go where gravity takes it. That's the most likely way water flowed anyway. So that's just my own personal opinion, and I think obstacles, whether it's the Cape Sable Sparrow, the 8.5 square mile area, the homestead agriculture that can be affected by the flow of Shark River, slough, all these things have to be addressed.
So here is the last I'll say before lunch. These are risk assessments that were done based on history, science, and data. I totally get that, and I completely accept all of the experts all around in every field. All I want to say about it, that those risk assessments and those determinations were done without us. And I just have to be part of that discussion once again, and that's all I'm going to say, right? You've done it, and now I want to be part of it and just continue to educate me, and then let's talk about it.
Lawrence, is STA 5 and 6, aren't we doing some repairs?
Yes,
And
and
are we
the
help-
western side of...
That was the one that
that's
was-
the one
that
that's
was-
red, you
that-
always see in the red and the yellows. Yes, sir.
When are we supposed to be done with that?
I am not exactly sure, John.
There we go with John again.
I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but it's very soon.
Like within the next 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Are the repairs that are being done because we're not getting enough water in there?
No.
Okay. No, I was just curious.
It's the efficiency.
I'll leave it at no.
Yeah. Smart move.
Anyone else? Great.
Thank you so much.
Glenn, thanks very much. Tia, you have...
I have 2 public comments, Mr. Chair, Newton Cook and Lisa Interlandi.
Okay.
Thank you. You're going to learn when you say SDAs, you're going to see me quick. SDAs were the #1 duck hunting, public duck hunting area in the United States for a number of years. And not that we do SDAs for ducks, but obviously we had thousands of people who hunted ducks, and they still do, and the district has been wonderful about getting access out there. So when you start talking about using SDAs for storage, I can only tell you, maybe should have listened yesterday, late last night, I guess it was, when they told you that when you run the lake water through the SDAs, what do you do to them? You spend $1 billion doing SDAs, and you run lake water through it, and guess what you got? Cattail swamp, monoculture. You wasted your money. Sure, they knocked the phosphorus down 40, 30 parts per billion, but it's a long way from 10. To have 10, you got to have SAV. SAV, submerged aquatic vegetation. So just so everyone knows, 5 and 6 has always been a problem because it's on the western side. It's drier over there. It's difficult to get the water in there. Caloosahatchee. If the lake was at 10.5 feet, the Caloosahatchee would not be getting any water. There ain't no water to send them. Not hardly any way to get it there. I think that point should be made. If we drive the lake down to a drought level, it is really drought, 10.5 is drought. Every year, every spring, the Caloosahatchee will not get any water. And they're going to go back to being the natural estuary they used to be, which was a saltwater estuary. The estuary over there today is not natural. Not that I don't 100% support sending water to them, because I like the fishing is great. They ought to get that water. We're spending $700 million to build the C-43 reservoir. And the purpose of the C-43 reservoir is to fill up during the wet season and then give the Caloosahatchee water during the dry season. So if you ever get that built, that problem's going to go away. Last but not least, Mr. Bergeron, thank you so much. If we don't open the bottom end of this system up and let the water flow south like it always did, you can build reservoirs for the next 50 years. And guess what? The east and west estuaries are going to get blown out. You cannot store your way out of an Irma or even a January 2016 rain event. You've got to send the water to sea. And right now, as designed, it goes out to C-43, C-44. And we've got to find alternate routes. South is preferred, deep well injection if we can use them. That's the only way you'll stop your discharges. Send the water to sea. Thank you.
Well, and that's where it went before we compartmentalized the system to start with.
Good afternoon, Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I just wanted to touch on a point that was made by Mr. Steinle earlier about the C-51 and sending water to the Lake Worth Lagoon and discharges through the C-51 from the lake. As it was said, sending water south is presumed to be a good thing, and it's what we want to do, but sending water to the Lake Worth Lagoon from the C-51 is really more like sending water to the St. Lucie. It's not wanted, and it's actually harmful to the lagoon. So it doesn't seem like, I guess I just don't really know, but it doesn't seem to me like there's a lot of monitoring or analysis happening about the impact of the discharges. But, and if there is, I guess we're just not really hearing about it. So I kind of have a couple questions and then a comment, a request really. So my questions is there any monitoring that is going on in the Lake Worth Lagoon about the impacts of the discharges from Lake Okeechobee? And if there's not, is that something that there could be? Is that something that the district could look at? I mean, I'd love to see that, that thing with the oysters, happening out in the, where they put the oysters in and then they come back and look at it and see how much oyster spat settled on it. I'd love to see something like that happening in the Lake Worth Lagoon as well, because it's our local estuary here in Palm Beach County. And then when discharges, my request is that when discharges are happening to the Lake Worth Lagoon from the C-51, is that something that we could see reported on during the ecological conditions report? Because I would have loved to see, whether there is like an impact and what it could be. So that's my comments and my request. So thank you all.
Thanks.
Laura Reynolds?
Thank you very much. I wanted to see if we could pull up slide 20 again. Is that possible? Yeah, if that's possible. This is Biscayne Bay, and I think one of the things I wanted to point out is there's a line on there for salinity that, in my opinion, is sort of that emergency line that you can't cross, but it's not necessarily the goals of SERP. So remember, the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Program, or that project, looks to reach mesohaline conditions in the nearshore area. So you should have a line on here at between 15 and 18 parts per thousand, as well as your emergency red line. So what you're not showing is the goal of the project itself. And I think you should be doing that for every single project. For example, in Florida Bay, I'm sure you have a goal and then what's a reality. And I think that's a really important distinction for these systems, because 35 parts per thousand, that's seawater. This is an estuary. And so we need to try to reach the goals identified in the Yellow Book for Alternative O, which is the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project. So I just wanted to hope that you try to add that. The other thing is I'd like to see some other conditions presented for Biscayne Bay. There's nutrient concerns, there's seagrass concerns, much of that I was talking about earlier. So let's do a more holistic approach here, because just 2 salinity points does not tell you anything. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I say something?
Sure, go ahead, Jackie.
I just wanted to thank you for that comment, Ms. Reynolds, only because I think the more that we show, the district shows the information in these estuaries, and Lake Worth Lagoon, of course that's an estuary, and the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee and Florida Bay and anything else that seems to be being missed. Unfortunately, the more we see what rough shape these things are in, I think the more pressure it puts on us to perform. And I want to perform.
Well, I think that line you're talking about should be in Florida Bay as well. Absolutely. So we can see the gold. And I will say that Biscayne Bay seems to be the lost child out there somewhere that we should be focusing on. Very, very, very important to our environment. And you keep hearing, salinity levels, Biscayne Bay, salinity levels, Florida Bay, lack of water, you know, that's why as we move forward, we've got to get this water south. I know and I apologize for talking so much, but I can't speak to any of my fellow board members here under the sunshine. So it's important that I can speak to you know, the water that's necessary to protect the environment should never be stored in a reservoir. That natural flow, decompartmentalizing the system, has to flow so we protect our environment and we have a quality of life here in Florida. The water that's going into reservoirs is the water that's surplus. It's surplus water. It becomes a resource and a benefit for water supply. You got to realize when we're discharging all these unnatural volumes, lack of water to the south, massive volumes going east and west, that water is wasted, and it's actually impacting the environment on top of it. So that's what leads us into Everglades restoration, to have the storage of water for a benefit for water supply. As we have economical growth and jobs, water is our most important resource. Right now, we're wasting water, and we're discharging it into estuaries that are negatively impacting our environment. So, I mean, it's going to take time to get certain reservoirs that are important, but I think to get short-term benefits based upon what we've spent over 18 years, a lot of money, billions, that what I've been saying on modified water delivery, we can't have anybody stop us from delivering that water south. That gives us short-time benefits on that 1,500,000 acre feet that the environment needs. So the salinity levels reach our goal. That's a big step, okay? And then there's long-term projects that we know, because, you know, a lot of people think we're draining the Everglades. You know, we're actually flooding the environment. We got so much water because we drained half the Everglades. So I'm just trying to make an example what's going on and what the future's like. And I think as we prioritize projects that can start benefiting the environment is extremely important, and that would be modified water delivery, which I look forward to working with staff on, reservoirs, and obviously north of the lake, and how we're going to get our quality of water right. Those are the hot spots that we need to constantly, not just have a workshop and then, you know, we've got to move forward and stay on top of it.
And with workshops, now that we're getting stronger, right? With workshops, should we not lead staff more in the future about specifically what we feel like we need to discuss, and also ask the public? I think we have asked the public what it is that you want us to discuss, but you know, I have some specific things that I want to talk to all of you about. And I think, you know, if you have things that you, like I wanted to talk about COP. So if you have things that you want to talk about, I think that the only way, we can't do it during regular business meetings, and Jackie asking for workshops was brilliant, and it's a lot of work for staff, and quite honestly, it's a lot of work for us. But I think it's a key way for us to be truly successful, and that's all I've got to say.
I imagine that the workshop impetus will be coming more from the board in the future. Right now, it's been very much staff-driven as we're getting spun up to speed, and that's as it should be, and the direction will change. So, yeah, if you have something you want to have a workshop on, let Drew know, let me know. Actually, don't let me know, let Drew know.
May I say
You're in trouble.
something? May I say something? If I understand correctly, the way it works is we direct staff. We direct staff. That's what we do. They're not going to stand out there and offer to do something. Even if we hint at it, we have to direct staff. So maybe, I don't know, I think what I'm hearing is that we want to direct staff, maybe not to have a workshop. It could be a workshop. It could be at a business meeting. We can do it however we want to do it on how to open up the bottom of the system. How do we open up the bottom of the system? Yes, they're laughing at us. They're saying that everybody's done this before. They've never been able to do it. We're all going to figure out we can't do it. That's not true. We are not the people, anybody who's ever sat up here before, like you said, we are a different combination of creativity and intelligence. We just might, and we might be able to do something. We will be able to do something. So, I mean, I would say we direct staff that at the next board meeting, we want part of the meeting. I mean, you can turn the meeting on, turn the meeting off, can't you? We do it in local government. You make it, some of it is a workshop during the meeting, some of it is a meeting where you're voting, but we could like do the morning when we're fresh, maybe, or do it at 1 o'clock after we've done what we're supposed to fulfill our obligations, and then have just set aside, I'm sorry, but whatever else was on the agenda, get rid of it. Put it somewhere else. Next time we meet, we're going to have a meeting, we're going to talk for 3 hours. We're going to have maps. We're going to talk about trying to send the water south. And Mr. Bergeron has a lot of direct experience. We want to do this. And that's what you need is political will to do something. So let's have I would make a motion, if I'm allowed to, that at our next meeting that we have on the agenda a time about truly discussing about how we would try to send more water south. Do what Mr. Bergeron's talking about with the C-111, the S-333. My husband and I drove down there and saw it. God bless my husband. I took him down there to drive down and see those systems last week. I owe him a lot. So, Mr. Bergeron, would you make a second?
Well, I would, yes, absolutely like to work with staff on addressing any obstacles that when the bridges are done, and address any obstacles that would stop water flowing south. I'd like to work on the removal of the Tamiami Trail. Should be a high priority. This is a road that's abandoned out there that is blocking the sheet flow. When you look at the river of grass, it's not the Colorado River. It's the oozing river of grass with a topographical elevation that drops maybe 1 inch per mile. So you can't have any obstacles in front of it. You can't have natural vegetation growing in an unnatural location, and you've got to cut pathways through that south of the trail, remove the old Tamiami Trail, and deal with the 8.5 square mile area and make sure that we get that pathway opened when those bridges are done. And I look forward to working with staff on that and be able to...
Mr. Bergeron, could staff bring that to our next meeting? Could they go take pictures? They have helicopters. Go let them take pictures of it. Let them do this and bring it back to us, and we can talk about exactly what you're talking about. Would that work?
Absolutely. Look forward to that.
Mr. Chair. I think I said a couple hours ago that we were going to do that at the June board meeting. We refer to as COP, which is unfortunate acronym, but Continued Operations Plan.
Yep.
Built within that plan, and Ms. Meads, I decided to do that based on our conversation. Unfortunately, it was after the agenda was published for this meeting. And so I said, we'll do it in the June board meeting and bring back all the continued operations plan, the projects, the bridging, Old Tamiami Trail. We'll just do a complete briefing on that whole area and how to get it south.
Good, we can have a briefing and a discussion.
Well, that's what I assume a briefing would be.
Yes.
I haven't experienced a briefing that wasn't a discussion with this board.
Nor have I.
So COP is exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, to some of us, that's not clear. I don't know that COP is exactly what Mr. Bergeron's talking about.
I realize that now.
And we can get a copy of it in advance?
Oh, like we do every briefing.
As soon as possible.
When it's finished. Great. I think it's lunchtime. We're going to reconvene at 1:35. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and call the governing board meeting back to order. And as we get started, I'd like to say something that I've neglected to say earlier. It's Vice Chair Wagner's birthday today, and I think we owe it to him as a birthday present to try and get out of here at a reasonable hour. So that is something I am going to shoot for. So we're going to try and move things along.
Does that mean 7:30?
No, that subtract 3.
Pipe down, Stanley.
Our next order of business, we have a resolution on Water Reuse Week. Mr. Elsner.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mark Elsner. I'm the Water Supply Bureau Chief in the Water Resources Division. And today I'm happy to be here to go ahead and present a resolution joining the state section of the Water Reuse Association and declaring May 19th through the 25th as Water Reuse Week. We'll be joining other local governments, organizations, and the state's proclamation is also in progress. Why now? May is usually normally the end of the dry season and when water needs are most acute. So it's good to recognize the importance of reusing our precious resource. So before I get to the resolution, I'm just going to give an overview of the district's reuse program. So before we get started, what is reclaimed water and water reuse? It all starts with the drains in our homes and our businesses. That water goes to your local utility. It's treated, and the resulting reclaimed water is reused for a beneficial purpose. In the South Florida Water Management District, our reclaimed water is mostly used for irrigation. However, there's opportunities to use it for groundwater recharge, industrial use, and environmental enhancement. The quality requirements of the reclaimed water are commensurate with the type of use and protection of public health and the environment. The Florida legislature has weighed in on reuse. They have said that it is in the public interest, it is a state objective, and that a reuse program approved by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is environmentally acceptable and safe for public health. The purple, as was stated earlier, is used to represent reuse facilities, pipes, storage tanks, and things like that. So when you see purple, you know reclaimed water is hard at work. What are the roles in reuse? There was a lot of talk about roles yesterday. From a reuse program, where does the reclaimed water go? That's mostly up to the local utility and the level of treatment that they want to provide and the actual application of that water. The primary regulatory agency is the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. They permit the wastewater facility. They permit the reuse system. They also permit the disposal option, other disposal options. From the water management districts, we don't have regulation over reuse, but we promote and encourage. We promote and encourage the use of reclaimed water. We require water users to use reclaimed water unless they can demonstrate that it's not feasible. And we also provide incentives for reclaimed water programs in the way of a cooperative funding program from time to time, as well as incentives in their water use permit. We have made a significant investment in reuse projects over time. Since 1997, we've invested over $100 million in over 260 water reuse projects. These projects have created reclaimed water capacity, storage facilities, conveyance pipelines, distribution pipelines, as well as pay for modifications at the end user site to be able to accept and use reclaimed water. Reuse has increased steadily over the last 2 decades in the South Florida Water Management District. It's almost tripled from 1994, from about 100 million gallons a day to today, where we're using about 300 million gallons a day. And that's good. That's about 34% of our wastewater that's being treated. However, there's an opportunity with the other 600 million gallons a day that was disposed of in putting that back into the system and reusing it again. That's primarily disposed of via deep injection wells and ocean outfalls. This is a graphical representation of reuse in the district. The purple areas show the highest areas of reuse, and there's reasons for these different colors. Within the purple, they're sort of newer communities, newer development. They were able to incorporate the reclaimed water infrastructure in that development as occurred. They were also able to increase the integration of reuse and water supply in meeting their future needs. And in some areas like the Kissimmee Basin, alternative disposal options are limited, so reuse is the primary means of getting rid of your wastewater. In the blue, those are moderate levels of reuse. I would call them transitional. In Martin and St. Lucie County, we're going to see reuse increases, development increases. The facilities are in place, the treatment capacity is in place. They just need the users. Palm Beach County, one of our star performers, they have increased mini MGD over the last 15 years. The yellow, it represents the lowest reuse in the district, and that's actually the highest population. That represents 25 to 30% of the people in the state. And these are very regionalized, large wastewater treatment facilities and not necessarily located in areas conducive to reuse. And to be fair, reuse wasn't even a thing back then when a lot of that area was developed. As Ms. Thurlips mentioned yesterday, they started with small facilities discharging to rivers and canals. They were told you need to stop that. And they went to larger facilities, regional facilities with deep injection wells and ocean outfall located near the coast. Now we're saying, yeah, that's not good enough either. We want you to reuse it, but they're surrounded by concrete, so we need to work very carefully with them, and any project is going to be a big thing. However, they do have the ocean outfall legislation that they do need to meet, and there's an opportunity to increase reuse in those areas. And speaking of the ocean outfall legislation, it's been mentioned a couple times over the last couple days, but in 2008, the legislature passed laws requiring elimination of the ocean outfalls, except for a backup to a functioning reuse system. And it basically did two things, the law. First, it said that you need to cease discharge by 2025. And more importantly, from the reuse side of things, it said you need to go ahead and reuse 60% of your water. So if you do the math, that equals about 160 million gallons a day of additional reuse that needs to occur to meet this legislation. And as I indicated, in this area, it's a challenge. And there's 2 outfalls in Palm Beach County, 2 in Broward County, and 2 in Miami-Dade. They're the only 6 outfalls in the state, and they happen to be located in our lower east coast of South Florida Water Management District. 4 of the utilities, if you look in the purple, 4 of the utilities are looking towards increased irrigation to go ahead and meet that requirement. And in Miami-Dade, they're evaluating reuse options. They do have an agreement with FPNL to supply cooling water for the Turkey Point expansion, but that expansion has been postponed. All right. One good thing that's happened out of the legislation, besides increased reuse, is cooperation, and cooperation between Broward and Palm Beach County. In Broward County has their Broward County North wastewater treatment plant. It does have an ocean outfall that goes out through Pompano to the ocean, but when you look at potential reuse and folks that could use reclaimed water, there's not a lot in North Broward County. But as you go into Palm Beach County, here's the Palm Beach Broward County line, you know, there's a number of users just north of that line, which made it a really good marriage to for Palm Beach County and Broward County to work together to go ahead and implement this law. They have an agreement that they can reuse up to 10 million gallons a day. And it's a win-win for both counties and the resource, and that you could be taking 10 million gallons a day of groundwater and surface water use and replacing that with the use of reclaimed water. They're well underway. Their designs will be completed later this summer, and construction should begin by the end of the year, and by 2021 they should have a functioning reuse program. Something else I want to bring to your attention, an activity that could increase reuse in the long term, is work by the Florida Potable Reuse Commission. And this commission is creating a framework, development of a policy and regulatory framework to address the barriers for implementation of potable reuse as a water supply alternative to meet Florida's needs. And we talk about potable reuse, it could be direct or it could be indirect. And I think more likely we're talking indirect in Florida, such as recharging a groundwater aquifer that is used for potable purposes. There's an 11-member group that sits on the PRC Commission, but also the water management districts and DEP are ex officio members, and they've actually gotten the assistance of National Water Research Association to assist in developing this framework. Very transparent. They've had 15 public meetings, 2 workshops. They're presenting at every forum they can to get the word out there. And some of the barriers that they're looking to address are the technical concerns and the science behind the technologies, the regulation, and other barriers like public perception, which is probably the biggest hurdle of this. Engineering-wise, we've shown we can do this. There's been pilot facilities that have shown you can do meet the water quality. But there's that communication and outreach, and why are we doing this, and the importance of this in meeting our future water needs. They hope to have that effort completed by the end of this summer, and you may see something in the legislative session as early as next year. Before I get to the resolution, I just wanted to talk about the Drew sports coat. It's gotten a lot of attention, and I like to consider it purple envy. But in addition to the high fashion statement it makes, the purple coat actually symbolizes support of Water Reuse Week. And the history behind the coat is that Governing Board member Pat Rooney had worn it to a Governing Board meeting in 2009. And has come to represent reuse and Water Reuse Week. So it does get a lot of conversation going in May for some reason. But the coats came to represent the district's leadership in support of water reuse and the power of purple. And it's been transferred from Governing Board member to Governing Board member over the years to signify the importance of reuse, and it comes with a lot of responsibility. So, so I'd like to turn to Drew for the honors.
It looks really good too. So, their tradition is it gets passed on to a board member, And I thought I would pick on your leader, actually honor your leader, Chauncey Goss, to go ahead and transfer this coat to him. Pat Rooney was larger than both of us, sir. So if you could come down, I've got a certificate.
I've dreamt of this day, Drew.
Get the picture of the full effect.
Smile for your island. Oh, can't wait.
It's like a glove. You're growing into it, Chauncey. It's working out.
Passing of the torch.
This isn't really fair on Mr. Wagner's birthday, but next year. Thank you. I don't have anything.
All right, so with that, I'd like to ask the board to consider a resolution proclaiming May 19th to the 25th as Water Reuse Week in Florida.
Motion to support the resolution.
And I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion by the board? Is there any public discussion? You have any public comments on this? Do you? No? Okay. In that case, I will call the question. All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith. Or Drew?
I'm going to take the lead on the mission statement.
Great.
Tia warned me over and over to come up here and practice. Okay, I got it. Don't need. So we're going to cover the mission statement first, as was suggested the last board meeting, that we should update our mission statement. And then I'll have Chen Smith go over what we heard as far as public priorities for the district. And then we'll talk about the next steps as far as incorporation of the mission statement into the strategic plan. So what is a mission statement? Basically, it's why we exist, identifies the primary purposes and the objectives of the division of the district, and it's simple and focused. In the strategic plan, there's more than a mission statement. There's mission elements, there's strategic priorities, and it breaks it down further. So any details, it can be captured by other elements of the strategic plan. It doesn't all need to be in the mission statement. So we had a proposal last time on the mission statement. We shared it with you. A few board members communicated with Sean Cooley on some of the ideas they had. And Sean Cooley's crack communications staff put together this statement based on all that feedback that I think absolutely captures the essence of what we've been doing these first three meetings. And so our proposed mission to you, for you to consider and adopt, is to safeguard South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. So I will provide that to you, and if you like it, just vote it in, and we will start operating under that mission statement, and then it will get incorporated into the strategic plan as we go through the budget cycle. And I think that's the last slide, so I jumped ahead there.
Thank you, Drew. There was a comment this morning about restoration, I believe, but I don't see restoration in the old one, so I think this proposed mission statement picks it up. What's that? says it right there, never mind.
May I make a comment?
You may.
Chair, with that in mind, possibly to safeguard South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs while restoring the ecosystem and connecting with the public and stakeholders. I don't know, but something with that
Sounds good to me.
restoring.
Why don't we add, there's already water resources and ecosystems at the top. So if you want to add restoration, you could say to safeguard and restore.
Well, that's good. Much better. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
With that amendment, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion that we adopt as amended by the birthday boy.
Second. Mr. Bergeron seconds. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion by the
No.
board? Is there any discussion by the public? In that case, call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Well done, board.
Very nice. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and governing board members. So if you recall, last month, we did a presentation on our current strategic plan and asked for public input on our strategic priorities for the district. We received some public comment at the time of the meeting, and then that same day, we opened up a portal on our website for public comment, so that we kept that open for a couple weeks so we could get as many comments as we could. Sean and his communications group went through the entire list of comments, and as you see here, it's over 300 comments. I think 322 just through the portal alone. They categorized them, and so what I have here are basically some themes of the public input, and the number next to that theme is the number of comments that we received related to that. So this is somewhat of the top 10, but you have a comprehensive list in your package with every comment, some of them not necessarily related to strategic priorities, and we're going to be reaching out to all staff that commented regardless of the nature of the comment. So as you see, the number one comment that we received was just general support for the governor's executive order and the initiatives in that executive order. We received numerous comments rejecting deep injection wells as they are associated with Lake Okeechobee discharges. We also received numerous comments on just generally the reduction of nutrients and minimizing discharges to coastal estuaries, as well as sending the water south and to expedite the EAA reservoir. So as Drew said, our next steps, now that we have a mission statement, we're kind of digesting the priorities and all the comments that we received, and we'll be drafting a strategic plan for the 2020 through 2025 period. And we'll be working on that now. In July, we'll have a draft that we'll be presenting, not necessarily presenting, but bringing to you for discussion during the budget discussion in July. From then, we'll just continue working on that, and we'll ultimately be bringing that back in November for adoption of the proposed strategic plan. Any questions?
No, I'd like to thank you for putting that together and thank the communications team for pulling that together. I read every word of every comment, and I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the public taking the time to let us know what they're thinking about.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how many comments we received, really, really great comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have public comment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Lisa Interlandi, then Jeremy McBrien.
Hey, thank you, Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I want to thank you, too. That was a really great opportunity for the public to weigh in and to reach out to the people who aren't necessarily coming to you every month at these meetings, but would like to weigh in on the district's priorities. The one thing that I just wanted to suggest is that maybe as like a longer-term priority, but to really kind of do like a regulatory review of the district's existing rules, because, you know, that kind of forms the basis of how the district operates. And so what I would encourage you to do is like a longer term priority once you kind of get up to speed and have your feet under you here is take a look at that and make sure that, you know, the key fundamental rules that the district has are supporting this governing board's mission. and the governor's mission in cleaning up our waters and whatnot. So just kind of keep that on the radar, and maybe as something that you guys can start tackling as the weeks and months progress. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, good afternoon. Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We highly encourage a public process to develop strategies, especially related to the prioritization of project. I think the prioritization process was mentioned yesterday by a gentleman. The county supports that. And again, as Lisa just mentioned, please incorporate legal and statutory obligations as you're moving forward, especially as it relates to water supply commitments. I concur with Lisa Interlandi's comments earlier regarding Lake Worth Lagoon monitoring and reporting. We need this information to help make decisions. And a reminder that Section 373.453 and 2019 amendments to Section 373.4598 state that Lake Worth Lagoon shall be given priority by the South Florida Water Management District. As I've also communicated to Drew and others, the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners on April 30th unanimously passed a motion to continue to support state and federal efforts to restore the Loxahatchee River watershed. We have communicated key concerns regarding the proposed project, and we also expressed interest in collaborating with both the Corps of Engineers and the South Florida Water Management District to reconsider the Mecca Reservoir to be more compatible with adjacent lands. We look forward to next steps on that project. I wanted to touch on something. I had to go home and spend some time with my family last night. I wasn't here to stay the entire night, but was able to watch it on YouTube, so thank you for providing that option to me. Restoration strategies that came up yesterday assumed that the Loxahatchee River, as envisioned in 2011, was in place. What that meant was there was a total of about 90,000 acre-feet of storage located roughly in the L8 basin area. So today there's about 45,000 acre-feet of storage that's operational. Achieving Everglades water quality will be challenging without that additional storage. Palm Beach County is concerned that without that storage, Lake Worth Lagoon will continue to be the recipient of excess stormwater from that region. A reservoir on Mecca does not address this excess stormwater issue, so something that we'll need to pay attention to moving forward. So again, thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Great. So you have Candy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Mr. Wagner, for your birthday, I'll blow through this presentation rather quickly.
So good.
But no, in all seriousness, this is the objective of this presentation is just to lay the foundation for our upcoming workshop, where we will dive in to the details of the budget development process, uses of revenues, and where we go in the future leading up to an adopted budget. So, moving past this slide, getting right to the milestones. Milestones, July through September, very tight statutory deadlines. July being your first statutory deadline, we receive taxable values. We must submit a tentative budget and millage rates to the board. August to the governor, the tentative budget. September, tentative adoption, final adoption. Overview of the revenues and expenditures. As you will see, you have an $813.1 million draft budget as it stands right now. We do know that there are many changes to be made to the budget in the upcoming months, particularly state revenues. We know that the legislature has approved and is with the governor a budget that is not fully encompassed in this $335.1 million. So, with that said, taxes, state sources, largest revenue sources for the district, largest uses of those revenues, land acquisition, restoration, and public works, as well as operation, maintenance of lands and works. So the next slide takes these components, your revenue sources, as well as your expenditures, And we have broken it down into recurring ad valorem sources, the uses of those sources, non-ad valorem sources, the uses of those sources, and then your reserves. So, ad valorem funded sources, $303.1 million of that $813.1 million. Largest, as I'd mentioned, taxes. Your uses, largest is operations and maintenance of lands and works. So you see the $303.1 million, what makes that up, sources-wise, and then what uses those sources. The next slide then takes those uses, which are rolled up in programs, and then breaks down activities that further gives a little bit more detail and breakdown of those dollars or those funds that are being used. So for operations maintenance, $168.3 million, the largest being your infrastructure. So the operations maintenance of your infrastructure. $52.5 million, land acquisition, restoration, and public works. The largest is debt service out of the ad valorem sources. $35.5 million, water resource planning and monitoring. This is where your science and your monitoring is. And this is dominantly staff. $28 million, district management, administration, regulation, and outreach. Those funds are dominantly staff as well. Now moving into your non-ad valorem funded sources and expenses, $383.4 million non-ad valorem funded sources. You see what makes up those sources, state being the largest. The uses, you see it's balanced, another 383.4 of uses, the largest being land acquisition, restoration, and public works. Same format. Then we go into a little bit more detail of those expenses. So under that acquisition, restoration, and public works being the largest, that's where your state revenues fund your restoration projects. Operation, maintenance, and land works, you'll see that there is internal service funds as well as state revenues that fund vegetation and land management, vegetation, invasive plant control from state sources as well. $11.4 million in water resource planning, district management at 6.3, regulation at 3.9. Those are dominantly your internal service funds for your health insurance, etc. Moving on to reserves. This is $119.2 million. You'll see that operation, maintenance, and land and works, that program is the largest in this category because this is where your emergency reserves resides, which is $62 million. And then there's also C-139 restoration projects that is funded with Lake Belt mitigation funding, which is cash on hand. Reserves are cash on hand. Depreciation from the Corps of Engineers for the structures down south, 332 B, C, and D. And then moving on down to regulation at $0.3 million for some regulation software roadmap. Reserves fund one-time needs. You typically do not use reserves for recurring. So as stated by our executive director and mentioned last night, we will have a budget workshop coming in the next month, June. So staff put together some topics that could be of potential discussion. As you were earlier discussing, that you would like to discuss with staff what you do want to hear at these workshops. please, through Drew, Jennifer, or myself, contact us if any of these subject matters are not what you want to go into, or you want to go into something a little bit more in detail. Please let us know. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Candy. Does anyone have any questions? I would encourage any of you who are interested in something to talk to Drew and Candy to make sure that they understand that that's on the agenda for our workshop. I'm going to probably come over and delight you and spend a day with you so I can understand all of this a little bit better before we go into the workshop. But this is very helpful, and I like the way you've got this set up of
Thank you.
where are things coming, where are they going. It's very easy to understand.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's it? Great.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Drew, we're going to talk about RAC follow-on.
Yes. So we had a good discussion last meeting on the Water Resources Analysis Coalition, and just got a lot of good public feedback on their appreciation for that forum and how to continue that kind of engagement. And through that dialogue we had, I think the goals we heard, and we reviewed it from the board, is obviously we are all here to increase public engagement, continue to provide notice and materials to the public with respect to that engagement, and ensure that all the members of the public in that engagement have a voice. Because meaningful public participation is key, and of course we have to fully comply with the Sunshine Law. So honestly, Paula Cobb and her staff really did a great job of looking at what we could bring back to you for discussion. We want to provide this to you, have a discussion with you, and then at the next board meeting, bring back a charter or something for you to vote on, not necessarily today. So with that, it's basically, this is not an either or, okay? This chart, this is a both. And so this is what we want to talk to you about as far as how to continue that engagement in the form of RAC. And so what we're suggesting is a public forum that meets periodically with designated general public representatives. The executive office, I think we heard last time that the board wasn't that interested in doing the appointments, but the executive office would essentially solicit applications for representation on this public forum, review those, make sure we have a cross-section of our public from various interests, various locations, and then decide on how, on the membership for that public forum. Of course, the general public would also be invited and also be welcome to provide comments and that kind of dialogue in that forum as well, to provide those comments. But the forum would be there to basically deliberate. The board would retain all authorities for making decisions. The board would not seek from this forum any recommendations necessarily from that group, but they would us staff would write everything down, all the information, regardless of whether you're a minority opinion, majority opinion, an isolated opinion, and the board would have whatever information was available to it for your consideration as you go forward. Of course, board members could attend as well. We could notice it so board members can attend that thing when they meet. I would certainly seek topics from the board members if they would like this forum to deliberate something for their benefit. But this could happen sort of periodically. We'll pick it back up as a RAC forum. We probably will not, as we're doing workshops as a board, I'm not sure we can do workshops and RAC and board meeting as far as staff capacity goes. But we certainly would want to pick it up at some point to reconvene interested stakeholders that represent this cross-section. There may be times in the future where you would like a recommendation. This is a complex subject. There's a lot of stakeholders involved. Let's form an ad hoc advisory group, and you can decide how to form that at the time you form it. It could have board members. It could just have public. I could form it for you. But form one that could develop a recommendation for you on a specific topic. They would have to be in the sunshine, but it could be for a short duration, and it could conclude, therefore they could continue collaborating outside of the sunshine. Once they're concluded, they're not subject to sunshine. The other thing I forgot to mention, flipping back over to the non-advisory, is, the membership could be time limited, right? So you could have rotation of membership in that public forum as well, so that you make sure that if there's other interested parties that want to engage, they have the ability to get into the forum as well. I wanted to turn to Paula to see if I had missed anything, or do you think I covered it?
You did a great job.
Okay. So that's what we're suggesting for y'all to deliberate and talk about going forward.
Well, thank you, and thank Paul for the recommendation. That's helpful. You heard what we had to say last time. I think you've summarized it pretty well and boiled it down, and opened this up to any discussion that the board has. Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
Mr. Bartlett, just to make sure I understand everything correctly and that it's clear to the public, where it says here, executive office selects topic, executive office selects, executive office as facilitator, et cetera, who is the executive office?
Well, it could be me, but it's really the leadership team you see right here.
Okay, so it would be run by, just comparing it to how it was in the past. In the past, it was a member of the governing board. I believe it was Brandon Tucker. And before that, I think it was Kevin Powers and Mr. John Moran. So they were, for instance, they would run the RAC meeting. So would there be one person from the executive office that would run the meeting, or would it be a rotating office? Again, the leadership question is what I'm curious about.
And I'm open to whatever suggestions you may have. Based on my performance yesterday, as far as running a meeting, I'm not sure. But anyway, there would have to be a point person to basically facilitate and run the meeting.
I could see that changing depending on what the subject matter was. I mean, if you have an expert who's running it, depending on what it is.
Right.
I think RAC is, really important. The stakeholders gives us a lot of feedback from the public, which is important. I think, how is the public feel about changing us from
right.
Have you had a survey
Yes.
on that? I've
Well,
gotten
we had
a lot
a-
of calls myself about it. And
Sure. Chair.
I think that, generally, people really seem to like RAC, and they like, and we do have some public comment today, and I don't know how concerned they were with the actual structure of RAC, as long as they had that opportunity and that vehicle to use it. And I had some issues, and I think some of the other board members did with the existing structure, so we're just tweaking the structure to keep, RAC alive, but with a different structure. So I think, I don't know what their comments are, but I do know that the comments they were overwhelming to keep that dialogue open with the stakeholders, and we all agree with that.
Sure.
We had, I don't know, I think you may have attended, but last board meeting, we had a pretty extensive and robust public commentary on RAC by people from all walks of life in all different industries, and all of them had resounding support for keeping RAC in existence, but none of them, I think, wanted to be under the sunshine law. I don't think anybody up here wanted anybody else to have to be subject to this stringent requirement, but all of them, I think, unanimously were in, enthusiastic support of keeping that form.
No, absolutely.
Tia, you have comments now?
Yes, sir.
We may as well take those.
I have Lisa Interlandi, then Nyla Pipes, and Mike Collins.
Hey, Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. The thing about appointed positions is that it's always going to be subjective. And I think that if you ask the folks who were appointed to the RAC as it was last constituted, if it was a balanced forum, I think that they would say absolutely yes. However, if you ask the folks who weren't part of that forum whether they thought it was balanced, I think that the answer would be absolutely not. So I think that that's kind of where the rub is, that you're not necessarily going to have agreement on what constitutes balance in any sort of forum. But one thing that I've seen work really well in other governing bodies is just to have an open forum that is open to any member of the public who can attend. And, you know, we've had them here at the district when the district was doing its River of Grass planning process. You know, it wasn't any certain group who was doing it. It was open to everyone. And you set the tables up in a big square or rectangle, and everyone had a seat at the table, and anyone who showed up could participate equally. And I think that that worked so well because it allowed everyone to be able to get educated on the issues and to weigh in equally, and I think that that works really well. So I would maybe suggest considering that rather than necessarily appointed members, only just because it is so subjective. You know, the other thing, I would consider maybe evening meetings, because, you know, a lot of us who are professionals and kind of paid to do this work are able to come to these day meetings, but for so many members of the public, they are not. And it's really hard for them to come and wait here, even with the very ample public comment opportunities that this board provides, it's still challenging. So maybe, you know, it doesn't work as well for me personally, but I think it would probably work a lot better for members of the public to participate if you had them in the evening. And perhaps rotating in different locations around the district. That way, you know, you can have folks on the West Coast, in the southern part of the system, more north. You know, you can focus on the issues that are at hand in those particular areas. And then, you know, just as far as like reporting what happens to the board, I mean, I think that, again, I always just worry about, you don't want to get into a situation where, you know, you're giving a report about what happened at the meeting and it actually does turn out to be somewhat advisory to the board, because you're trying to stay away from that and you don't want to get into those sunshine concerns when a body is giving advice to the governing board. So I would urge you just to try to be really objective in terms of how you present that information to the board. And perhaps even like, you know, I really like both of these options. I think that you could do both, you know, if there is a need arises for an advisory body to advise the board on a specific issue that would be subject to sunshine, I think that's really appropriate. You know, there may be very specific, fact-specific issues or issues where that would really work. And then if you have a separate public forum where it's open to the public and they can participate. So those are my recommendations, and I just thank you for reconsidering the structure that was kind of ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I'm so short. I can't do that. Sorry. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation, and I actually am really excited about the idea of a public forum. I do believe that that's the direction that we were hoping this would go. I also tend to agree with Lisa. It would be great if people could just come when they're available, and that way people who are feeling like, oh, I'm really intrigued with this, but I don't want to talk about all these other things the rest of the year, could come for a particular issue, a particular part of the ecosystem they live in if it was on the agenda, that sort of thing. I think that it's a really important thing to continue this public interaction. And I will say, you know, I've seen a few messaging points from various organizations and things saying that the workshops suffice for that. And I'll tell you, as I mentioned yesterday, you know, the opportunity for the public to speak at the workshops is just not there. The workshops are really great because they're educational, not just for you, but anybody tuning in. But it doesn't serve quite the same purpose as RAC does. And I think you guys have found that to be the case as well. So the public forum idea, I think, is great. And perhaps she's right. I mean, if there's a particular issue you're taking up that is a little bit more involved it might be an advisory sort of thing, but I think that could be maybe a case-by-case basis as opposed to on a regular monthly basis. If evenings don't work all the time, because I know evening meetings also ask more of your staff, maybe you could go like every other month, those sorts of things. So glad to see you guys moving forward in a positive way on this public engagement. Thank you.
After Mike Collins, I have Richard Johnson, Jeremy McBrien, and Chris Pettit.
Afternoon. Thank you again for the opportunity. As I told you a couple of months ago, this was something I created. 16 of the last 18 years I've sat on RAC. And consensus building organizations is what I've done for most of my life. It's what brought me to the board. It's why I was on the board. You need something like that. And as you all appear to understand, it's really critical. If you're going to accomplish great things, you need great support. And the problem with just doing public forums, which I support, you need those. But the problem with not putting people together who really are the stakeholders and getting buy-in from them, you're not going to accomplish those great things. They're going to wait in the back of the room with their lawyers and wait until something happens, and bad things are going to happen. So I'm not sure either of these works as a standalone, because one of the big things is if you're going to get a consensus, it's not unanimous, not everybody's going to be happy, and you do have to, as we did, include the minority opinion. If you really want to let the board know what's going on, they have to hear who didn't buy into it. We always did that when I was there. I'll give you one example. The adaptive protocols appear to have gotten something of a bad reputation. So that was an initiative that was of RAC, and it was created for a single reason. The governing board in the district doesn't have the right to allocate water for the environment if you're taking it away from somebody else. You have no legal authority for that. What we had to do was get the people that owned the consumptive use permits for the lake, where all the water is allocated, to agree that sending some of that water that they held permits for down to the Caloosahatchee was right. It took a long time, but that group of people, including the farmers who had skin in the game and the utilities who had skin in the game, bought into it. That's why I'm a believer. You're going to accomplish great things. You need great support and great consensus. And just a public forum where somebody can come in and the guy that owns a consumptive use permit or all the land that's going to be impacted or possibly acquired has the same standing as somebody who just walked in off the street who saw a notice in the newspaper isn't going to work. It's not going to work as well as you need it to work. So as you go forward, I like everybody else, I would advise you to continue this because you need it. It's your turn. It's up to you to decide how you want to do it. But just remember, getting buy-in, from the people that have a lot of skin to lose in the game, not just a philosophy or a concern about legitimate public, interests. If you're going to get them to buy in, you're going to have to give them the ability and the belief that their interests are being, discussed openly and protected in the process that you build. So I wish you the best of luck.
Governing Board, good afternoon. Richard Johnson, City of Sanibel. Chauncey, I love the code. And Mr. Bergeron, welcome to the Governing Board. Congratulations, sir. The workshop meeting, and I don't know how long you plan to continue those, but yeah, even though yesterday's meeting went on for quite a long time, that environment works, and I think it was both educational as well as there was opportunity for the public to provide input, and I think that's good. And I think we have solid agreement among the folks that you've heard from since taking your seats that transparency, public input, disclosure are all good things, and I think there's good agreement that we have on there. Last month when this topic came up and RAC was discussed, I think we heard some mixed reviews with RAC meetings. Some thought it was very good, and you've heard some of that today again as well, and I'm not saying that they're not. But also, we heard from some folks that felt that they were not heard, they were talked over, and their views weren't transmitted to the board. And I think that's, no matter what you call it, I think public input is critically important, and I think you should continue to seek that out. And if a public forum is the best way for us to have a voice and get that information to you, I think we should continue that. I like the idea of an advisory board on an ad hoc basis. When you need to have an advisory board, I think that it's your choice to make, and I think that is a good one if you so decide. I'd like to see the workshops continue for not only for you but also for interested stakeholders. I think it's an opportunity for us to learn together. I think it's an opportunity to work together, develop solutions, celebrate success. And I've heard a sense of urgency today that I've not heard before. And I think celebrating the success of things that we can do, such as moving water south, sir. And I would propose that you focus on inclusion as opposed to exclusion. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Hello again, Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County. No matter what you decide, someone from Palm Beach County will be there at RAC. Selfishly, I would prefer the public forum option. Due to my role at the county, it would be difficult for me to do my job being on a sunshine body due to my coordination efforts throughout stakeholders throughout the county. So to give you a glimpse of the benefits of my involvement, I worked for this agency from 2008 to 2018. I actually managed the project to evaluate the feasibility of moving Lake Okeechobee water to STA 5.6. So I've got some experience there. It's a complex issue, but definitely worth looking into again. Again, moving back to yesterday, Palm Beach County has been evaluating building an island in Lake Okeechobee. We've been working with Army Corps on this for a while. And it's actually near Pahokee. It's near the West Palm Beach Canal that you discussed yesterday that doesn't have any really littoral zone or habitat. So the benefits there are broad, fisheries and habitat recovery, shoreline protection, ecotourism, obviously. The county has a proven track record of constructing islands and implementing shoreline protection in the Lake Worth Lagoon. So I encourage you to get out to the lagoon and take a look, and you'll know what we can do. So thank you.
After Chris Pettit, I have Ronaldo Diaz, Pete Quashis, and Newton Cook.
Mr. Chair, board members, Chris Pettit from the Office of Ag Water Policy. For those who know me, I was making a comment to Drew. I absolutely have that jacket, so I'm a huge fan. My socks match, so. What was that? I have it as a plaid. I have pants. Let's not get into that. Dr. Gray. I just wanted to come up, and it was nice. It's nice going after my former colleague from Palm Beach County, and want to kind of tell a story. When I came to this district as a young attorney, I had a brilliant environmental manager in the Office of Counsel who said, "Sit down, be quiet," which was really hard for me. Ask questions on occasion, and go to this monthly meeting and listen, and you will learn. And this is at a time when we were doing workshops every month. We were doing business meetings every month, and we were doing a RAC meeting every month. And I was able to sit, and I was able to listen to the sportsmen, to the tribes, to DOI, to the Corps, to the Department of Environmental Protection, to local government representatives, to utility representatives, to every issue and stakeholder group that touches this district. And I can't remember how many groups were there. But it enabled me to make the relationships to be able to have these conversations. Now, on the advisory body and the Sunshine Law, it was something that we struggled with, and we had those conversations in the Office of Counsel. But the value of the stakeholder groups, the environmental groups, any number of different stakeholders that would come out, to be able to discuss topics, to be able to bring their collective wisdom to the table, and go ahead and just kind of talk through the nuances and where we've been, where we're going, was absolutely invaluable. I believe that DAX had a seat at the table, which is why we have an interest. I believe Rich Bedell sat, Ray Scott sat, And they provided that agency perspective. I think with a public forum, if it's in a forum where kind of everybody comes together, that becomes an interesting issue, given that the utilities, the local governments, the agencies are going to assign someone. We're going to have that conversation. I do think that the Sunshine Law, the ad hoc advisory body, is probably a great idea for individual issues where the stakeholders can be heard. Department of Agriculture and my office are going to be very supportive and would like to maintain our involvement, and we thank you for your consideration.
Pete Quashis from Audubon of the Western Everglades. Having sat on RAC both under sunshine and not under sunshine, I opt for not sunshine. It was a very useful opportunity to have the staff present ideas. Sometimes they were trial balloons. Very often the presentations got tweaked to make them more meaningful to the governing board when they became formal operations. I remember a long discussion we had about what do we do about the sediments in the bottom of the lake. That must have been more than a dozen years ago. I represented a number of different groups. I wear different hats. Some of you know I'm on the board of the foundation board for the, it used to be the Snook Foundation, now Angler Action. At one time I was president of the Caloosahatchee Citizens Association. And like most of the other people around the table, we came with history. We came with, we may not be in the position which we were currently handing out business cards for, but we came with background and interest. Having this variety of stakeholders with skin in the game, being able to have not just comment but actual discussion was invaluable. Whether I was sitting at the table, whether I was watching it on the tube, or whether I was sitting in the back bench, those discussions then, particularly when sunshine was not an issue, continued in the halls, they continued over lunch, you had formed relationships, you could have candid exchanges of information. Absolutely invaluable. I'm sure that my relationships with any number of people on the staff were immensely enhanced because we had an opportunity to exchange information, to offer suggestions, to establish that personal rapport that you need in order to do governance, in order to move forward a public agenda. So I agree with Ms. Interlandi. We need both of these. We need a public forum where stakeholders are represented, where you do limit somewhat who gets to speak and when, because we want people with skin in the game to show up. We don't want them to sit around for 6 or 7 hours in order to make a 3-minute comment. We want them to have a discussion with other people. And then if there is a need for an advisory body under sunshine, right, let's get the people who have real skin in the game and are part of the decision makers for their own respective groups to have an opportunity to meet within a time-limited frame with a designed operation so that we can provide an advisory opinion or a variety of opinions to the governing board upon which they can form policy. So I like both of the above and maybe some other options too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Newton Cook. I stand here at United Waterfowlers of Florida, but I'm also on the Future Hunting of Florida. I also on the Trust Group, which is putting together a 150,000-acre new National Wildlife Refuge north of the lake, the Headwaters National Wildlife Refuge. And I could go on a bit. I want on the FWC Deer Management, on the FWC Waterfowl Management tag groups. RAC has individuals appointed or assigned that represent the broadest possible group of stakeholders. I wished I had brought the list of who's on RAC, and I ask you to just look at the list of the 30-some-odd people that are on the RAC. Here sits the tribe. Here sits the FDEP. Here sits the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Here sits the Department of Interior. Here sits FWF. Here sits, you go around this room, actually. Here sits Audubon. Here sits guides. Everybody had an opportunity to speak around this long table with some semblance of order. The public can come and speak public comments on every topic, and they line up. The reason for RAC is for all the different stakeholders to be able to discuss around a table on these very complex products. And the staff would come. Believe it or not, they practiced their presentations to the board a week earlier. And they got the comments from all these stakeholders. And if you're watching that, you get those comments. And they don't line up out that door, which before RAC they did. Before RAC Rec, believe me, they would come and line up out that door. And you didn't want to hear that. So all I can say is, I'm not against change. I mean, we got to change. But you need appointed people that represent whole groups of stakeholders. I do recreation. That's what I have done. But here you have the tribe, and here you have FDEP, and it goes around 30 people, and it includes Audubon and the park, and anybody that's not on RAC, it's because they didn't want to be on RAC, because somebody up there would appoint them. That's all I can say. It's the greatest thing for you guys, and don't sunshine it, because sunshine really hurt us. It really hurt us, and it hurt us the worst possible way. It meant capable people could not get on RAC because of their business opportunities and talking to each other. So I hope that you'll keep it some way more or less like it was, but you can change the way you can appoint, but it should be monthly, and it should be at least a week before your governing board meeting, because that's the value to you guys. That's a big value. Thank you.
All right. Ronaldo, I'm your Lake Worth waterkeeper. I wouldn't necessarily say that RAC the comments were overwhelmingly in support of RAC. I don't think that's totally true. I think the comments were overwhelmingly in support of the idea and concept of RAC was supposed to accomplish. I think the criticisms, everyone wants transparency. We all want public participation. I think the criticisms were in the fact that those of us who weren't invited to the table, it wasn't because we didn't want to be, it's because maybe we were a newer organization or we just didn't have that opportunity. So then we had to resort to public comment in order to get our say in. And the problem with that is that when RAC summary was presented to the board, a lot of those comments were excluded from the tally. So and I want to start with a little bit with a story about my experience with Waterkeeper Alliance, Lake Worth Waterkeeper. We are a member organization of Waterkeeper Alliance, which of course is an international group. My experience with Waterkeeper actually started on the West Coast with Colusa Waterkeeper. I was their executive director. But Colusa is not my home watershed. Lake Worth Lagoon is, and I wanted to do more for here. And I had noticed that there was a need for a voice for Lake Worth Lagoon because Colusa has amazing advocates. They're in this room right here. Same for Indian River Lagoon. So I ended up starting Lake Worth Waterkeeper because it is my home. It's the watershed that I know like the back of my hand. And I wanted to present a voice for that lagoon as a northern estuary, so that's considered in all these issues. And what you're presenting, these two options, I think both of them are great options. There's a lot of opportunity, and it's a lot cleaner to maybe have one subjected to sunshine and another that's not. I think the only warning is, you want to be careful with the public forum. Expressly stating that it retains exclusive decision-making authority is not sufficient. The law is pretty clear in that it looks at the actions of what that group is going to do. So you really want to be careful about what this forum specifically, how this forum is going to summarize and present its ideas to the board. You want to be a little bit careful with that, and maybe there's a lot of opportunity, and whoever forms these groups, there should be pretty substantial training on what to do and not do to be subjected to sunshine law. Thank you.
Daniel Andrews.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. I have to second Richard Johnson's comment about Chauncey's jacket. I need a picture of that one. So the last time I spoke to this Governing Board, I believe, was on the RAC topic, and I just cautioned against self-selecting if you have a an advisory body or anybody that's giving you input that's representing the public, it's really easy if there's self-selection of that to have a skewed perception, compared to what the public as a whole thinks and what all the different interest groups and user groups throughout this district are feeling or observing when they're however it affects their business or their organizations or whatever it may be. So I think that's really where we need to do our homework and properly plan this so that we have a public that's represented on this body that's also what we're trying to achieve as a larger picture of Everglades restoration. If we select people that represent certain interest groups to serve on this, we're going to get a very skewed perception versus, if you were to take a poll of the 8 million people that live throughout South Florida. So I think that's going to be your job now as a governing board to figure out, what voices do we want on here? Why do we need these ones on here? And who's really affected that, and for me, 3.5 years ago, I didn't even know about the South Florida Water Management District. I mean, I saw the signs when I was duck hunting in the STAs and when I was fishing some places, but I didn't understand how all the government worked. And I think there's a lot of business owners all across this district that are very impacted by the decisions that this agency makes, but they might not know what opportunities there are for them to be involved. So please do your homework on that. From the coastal businesses, from the mom and pop shops on Sanibel, Captiva, all throughout the interests in the center of the state. Just make sure that everybody's well represented on that. And I think that's something that your job can be now that you're passing this off to staff to kind of manage. Make sure, look at it every couple of months and say, all right, are we achieving the big picture that we sought out to or not? And that's, I think that's your task. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Those are all great comments, and I think they help inform our discussion and decision-making. Does anyone up here have any comments?
I would just like to ask that when we have our next view of this, Mr. Bartlett, that we do at least study the former structure of the RAC as far as the stakeholders. I think it's important to at least see a list. I can make that list if you wish, but just a list of all of the different everybody's a stakeholder, but who were the traditional stakeholders that were invited to the table at the RAC? I think it's important that we at least keep that in mind as we move forward with whatever our decisions are, because some are not familiar with all of those stakeholders, and it is impressive. It's an amazing thing. It was actually much cooler than the governing board meetings. And I think
Impossible.
that was what happened is it got too cool. It got too cool. So, but I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, Charlotte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of thoughts that the last speaker sparked. I think that any time if you introduce something new or go at it a different way, I think it's always important to monitor it in some way. And I think that I'd like to see that built into the process, whether it's we see something every few months. And then I think as a board, we may want to look at this a year from now and see how it's working and do that kind of assessment and see if there's any other adjustments depending on what we actually decide upon.
Yeah, just to touch on that. First, I had a question, Drew. How long do these meetings typically last, the RAC meetings?
I mean, John, aren't they all-day meetings?
No, they were actually shorter than board meetings.
Okay. That's not saying much.
But
are they like is it like a 4-hour kind of situation?
9 to 2.
9 to 2, okay. Do you take like a break in there or something like that? Okay. No, I'm just curious because somebody suggested doing them in the evening, and I was curious, if that's a feasible thing, or are people going to be here until 11 o'clock at night or something like that? So, we're almost here to 11 o'clock at night. We're starting in the morning. So, Then the other question I had was a piggyback on what Charlotte said, and I think I had raised it last month, but I think it's important. What we're feeling is people support the idea of RAC, but there certainly are people who have come and expressed that there is, and perhaps it's just inherent, but it's there by nature of appointing people. You are by nature excluding others, and the people who are people who are included feel great. The people who are excluded typically don't feel like they have as much of a voice as they wish they did. I think that we need to build in some sort of component if there is a chronicle of what has occurred in that meeting at RAC. I do think that it needs to be made, I think it will be, but it should be made available not only to the public, but there should be a forum or some sort of feedback where somebody who thinks that the report is not accurate has an opportunity to tell us why. They were at the meeting, they thought they should speak, there's a particular topic, they didn't get heard. Here's a paragraph why I think your report is not comprehensive on a particular topic.
And Mr. Wagner, we did build in.
Sorry, Paula. Every time, for
I
some
know.
reason,
I'm not sure.
I'm like, where is it coming from? Yeah, thanks.
And I always think I speak too loudly, but I guess I'll make it a little sharper. We were trying to get at your very point. If in bullet, I guess it's bullet 4, where we say the executive office provides a comprehensive summary to the governing board with the ability for representatives to submit individual summaries. So we were trying to provide a mechanism where if someone feels like his or her voice isn't being heard in that summary, that there's a process and a clear mechanism where they can make themselves heard to you.
Yeah, I hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
That was the idea.
Great.
I have a question now. Sir. Basically, I've heard a lot of good things about RAC, and the stakeholders that are able to feed us their opinion. The restructuring here, I guess, is it won't be under sunshine. That's one change,
That's correct.
right? And then also that instead of the board members making a selection, the staff will make a selection.
I don't think the staff's going to make the selection as much as and Drew, you can help me out with this. I think people are going to apply and the staff will screen those applicants. And my guess is if you're an interested party, the staff is going to not screen you out.
Right. But that won't come in front of the board members?
No, we would not. The way the RAC was set up was every board member was allowed 2 appointments, and then the chairman was allowed what they call the balancing appointments to try and make sure that there was balance. That's very difficult. It's something that I don't like because it does exclude, and then okay, what happens if you had 4 people you wanted to appoint, or it's just, and then you get lobbied to appoint people, and I don't like the way that works. So I would rather just remove ourselves from it.
But I do suppose that somebody who had not been, let's assume somebody's applied and has, for whatever reason, not gotten on, I assume they will still have the availability to make a public comment or to seek us out and say, I think I should be included, and we would have the ability to recommend that they.
Again, I don't know what the executive director is looking at for a screening process, but I can't imagine it's going to be so rigorous that you're going to ask for a test and a resume.
Small test.
Small test.
No, so at the end of the day, we're going to, what we were thinking about was, let us know if you want to be on RAC, who you represent, and, what kind of stakeholder interests you represent or geographic area you represent. And then we would get them all in. At some point, we're going to have to figure out how to fit them around the table. Right? And so there could be where we, in the balancing of the stakeholder groups, there could be decisions that have to be made. Right? So I don't know what that's going to look like until I see all the applications.
Exactly, and in my mind, if you had 30 fishing guides apply and 20 people who are representing the sugar industry apply, you would go to each of those and say, hey, can you guys figure out amongst yourselves who you'd like to represent you, and which would make sense.
So you have a different variety of stakeholders.
Right. So every stakeholder gets a chance to be represented.
Makes sense.
And then we would get their comments at some point in time.
I'm sorry?
We would get their comments.
We're going to present some sort of summary of it, and then with an opportunity for those others to.
I don't know. This is where it gets a little bit sticky with what the legalities are. They cannot make a recommendation to us. I think we can actively listen, we can participate, and it's probably up to us to do that. I think asking them to provide us with something maybe where that line is crossed, and I don't know. Again, that's
Can you give us a link to the YouTube thing and tell us when people spoke at what minute?
Well, we plan to give you a summary, too, of what was said.
Okay, and that's okay?
Yeah, we can, it's the content of that, right? And it's we don't want to winnow down options, because that in itself starts looking like an advisory body. And so we would give you the fuller picture. Where the advisory body would come in, though, is they would actually take a look at information, winnow it down for you, and make a recommendation, which means they've kind of selected some things out and some things in, and that's where we want to stay more with the sunshine body.
Okay. Yeah, understood.
Okay.
You guys okay? Tia, do we have more comments?
I actually have one comment,
Okay.
just reiterating that we wouldn't start that until we are done with our workshops. And right now, I don't know when we'll be done, because I have a lot of needs. I'm very needy about workshops. So as long as RAC can be patient and just attend the workshops.
I view, I mean, they're such different entities with different purposes. I don't know why they can't run concurrently, other than the staff drain, and that I understand, and that would be up to staff to figure out. Okay.
Sir, I have Bob Mooney.
Sir.
I'm sorry to interject, but before Iraq, there were 2 governors' commissions established that had specified members. And I believe Mike Collins can attest to this, because he followed those meetings. And when they ended, rightfully so, he wanted to continue them in some manner. But you're talking about something that began in 93. And in today's world, technology and communications are so much different than they were even 5 years ago. And you need to take that in consideration, because God bless Drew, he can only do so much. And so there's a lot of technology that can be used to provide input, so that you can hone in on what someone said without having to watch 3 hours of YouTube to find it out. And I really suggest you look around what's going on in the world today and do something new, and not try to redo something old. Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Paula, do you think we got what we need?
You have another comment?
Yeah, I think we do. I took a lot of notes. We'll
Okay.
wrap this up. And
You don't need action from us now, you just need.
We're going to bring it back to you next month.
Great, thank you very much for doing that. And thank you all for your public comments.
Can we just move forward?
So, Mr. Chair, I know the board got this presentation last time.
Yeah, Ansel, you gave this last month, didn't you?
Yeah, so if you want it again, we can do that, or we can go to the resolution.
I would start with the resolution, and I'm assuming we've all done our homework.
Yes. This one you have seen, so staff is bringing this before you in order to enter into a lease and project agreement with Optimum Farm Management LLC for the El Maximo Ranch Northern Everglades Public-Private Partnership project. It is in the Lower Kissimmee Basin, or Lower Kissimmee Subwatershed, for a total project cost of $49.2 million, of which $10.58 is provided for by the Florida Legislature and budgeted in fiscal year 2018, and the remainder is solely dependent on future legislative funding. So we will seek that future funding through the DEP in out years for O&M to continue the annual service payments through this lease and project agreement.
Great. Any questions?
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to public comment first, and then we'll come back for board comment. If there's any public comment?
I have one, Mr. Chair, Nyla Pipes.
Thank you. All right.
I'll make it short and sweet. We are in support of this. We're in support of dispersed water management because, as Mr. Bergeron keeps pointing out, we don't have a lot of land left to put water on. So One Florida Foundation supports these dispersed water management programs, and I think this is a great way to go. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comment. We did receive some other comments on this over the last month, and we have been looking at this one for a while. Is any more board discussion? Great. We'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Go on to Mr. Shirkey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. So this next item is for one of our O&M capital improvement projects. It's the S72 and S75 spillway refurbishment. So back in late 2016, previous governing board awarded a construction contract to rehab both S72 and S75 together as one project. You can see the location there in the Indian Prairie Basin, northwest shore of Lake Okeechobee. So where we stand today, S75 is fully rehabbed. That portion of the project is done, and we're currently working on S72. The rehab largely consisted of concrete repair and gate replacement. And then that's just a photo of the two respective control structures. S72 has 2 gates, S75 has 1. Other than that, there's no notable difference. So the original strategy looking at S72 was to dewater one side of the structure, leaving the other side of the structure open for water to continue to pass through the area. Once that sheet pile shown in red was driven and the area inside dewatered, the structure experienced seepage whereby water was coming underneath the structure from the upstream side to the downstream side and bubbling up into that enclosed area. So that necessitated a change to the contract that basically rearranged that sheet pile and basically caused us to have to dewater the entire area, the full canal width, both upstream and downstream. What's caused that was a condition that we didn't know existed. Basically, this is a cross-section. If you're looking at the base slab, this would be the base slab that the gate sits on, and this is a vertical cutoff wall that extends downward. This is the very end of the base slab. There was an existing bituminous material that was forming the joint between those two pieces of concrete. And over time, keeping in mind the structure was built back in the 60s, over time that material eroded away, basically degraded, and that created the seepage path that allowed water and material to migrate from the upstream side to the downstream side, and that's what caused the problem. Part of the changed work that we've done is to drive a sheet pile that basically cuts off that seepage path, replacing that feature and basically creating a solid barrier against that seepage. And so the scope of work that's included in change order number 3 that's up for the board's consideration today is to do bypass pumping to provide continuous flow at S75 and S72, that headwater cofferdam for the full canal width that I pointed out, dewatering of additional areas utilizing well points that will allow dewatering not just to the ground surface but below ground. New steel sheet pile cutoff wall installation both upstream and downstream that I talked about. Grouting of voids underneath the structure apron so that additional seepage caused voids to be scoured out underneath the apron. This will take care of that. And construction of a new steel sheet pile wing wall. And so the resolution for the board's consideration is to enter into change order number 3 with L.J. Clark for roughly $3.3 million in change. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
No, just congratulations to all of you, John, your team. This is much better number than the one we started to look at a month ago. So great job.
One question, it's just maybe looking into the future, and I don't know whether it makes any sense or not, but these structures come from the bottom up. Am I correct? Is all of our structures like that throughout the system? Pretty well?
Most of the gated control structures look very similar to this. So they've
Yeah.
got a concrete base slab, and then the gate structure sits on top of that, if that's
Yeah.
what you're asking.
I don't know whether it's worth doing a little bit of research into the future. I know we certainly don't have funding to go around and change the current design, but if you're going into the future or you're going to be replacing or a structure, it would seem to me that the structure would go from the top down. You may be able to retain silt that continues to flow and maybe be able to start removing some of this as it collects. You could get the same water flow, except you're restricting the silt that would be flowing. Is that something we could analyze, John, or?
Certainly, anytime as we go through our O&M capital program, the refurbishment or replacement of a structure, we reevaluate the overall purpose of the structure, and if there is a new design approach that can be employed, if it's a replacement. In this case, as Alan described, it was just a refurbishment is how it started out until they noticed these deficiencies that were underneath the structure that you cannot visibly see. In fact, one of the things Alan did not touch on when he talked about the voids underneath the structures, once it was fully dewatered, they drilled down through the apron to see how large the voids were underneath the structure. Some of them were 2 or 3 feet. So there were some significant issues with this particular structure, and it's a good thing that we caught it when we did. But as we move forward in time, there are some other structures that have similar repairs, and we're taking a whole new look at those structures right now and whether or not it's, instead of just a repair, it's a complete replacement of a new structure. Yeah. Adjacent to it. So yes, sir, we do take those kinds of things into consideration.
Well, you have two benefits from being able to lower the structure from the top down, is you wouldn't have that erosion at the bottom. Number two, it may give us an opportunity to start removing some of this silt that's formed over decades, rather than it continue to possibly leave the lake and go down the rivers and whatever. There's two benefits if we can kind of look into that into the future.
And John, I would imagine that since you found that bituminous material that disintegrated, I imagine you have that same situation specced out everywhere back in the 60s when they did these things, so you're going back and checking those things, hopefully catch them before things get really bad. Thank you.
Thanks. We have a motion for that?
Second.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second on 2019-0511. Is there any public comment on that? Great. Any more board comment? If not, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. That's approved unanimously, and we'll go to C-44.
Okay, this next item is a small portion of the overall C-44 reservoir and stormwater treatment area complex. Location-wise, I'm sure you all are familiar with where the C-44 complex is, just east of Indiantown, north bank of the C-44 canal. So this piece of the project basically consists of constructing a permanent pump station where I've got the laser pointer here, and its purpose is to replace features that were basically cut off by the overall project's construction. There's a 298 district that operates to provide irrigation water to farms, some of which you can see here in the picture. to the south and to the west of the project, basically the area surrounding the project. And then, so this pump station contract was awarded to replace those features, keep that 298 district whole, such that once the project was built, they would still be able to get their irrigation water from the C-44. And so what that pump station does is it draws water from the intake canal and puts it into the 298 district canal, both this direction and going to the south. And so there was a contract awarded to Blue Goose back in July of 2017. Blue Goose was also the stormwater treatment area contractor that was recently terminated for default. On this contract, likewise, they were terminated for default just back in January. What's a little bit different about this contract is the surety in this case decided to honor its commitment, and they've worked with the district to get together and fund a tender agreement whereby we would contract with Lauren Jock, who coincidentally was the second lowest bidder for this project, an amount of $2.8 million. The work that was not completed and not paid out to Blue Goose was equivalent to roughly $2.4 million. So what the surety has decided to do is go ahead and cut us a check for the balance between those two numbers, and then an additional $200,000 to cover additional expenses associated with the delay. And so I can report that the tender agreement was just executed today, in fact, and so there will be $574,000 due to the district from that tender agreement. Nice. And so going forward, we would contract directly with Lauren Jock, which is kind of how we do things on a normal basis anyway. And there would be no more claims allowed from Blue Goose regarding this particular contract. And so the resolution for the board's consideration is to enter into a 425-day contract with Lauren Jock in an amount of $2.8 million and change. And like I said, we'll be getting the money to fund that from previous funding that we already had for the old contract and that tender agreement. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Great. Are there any questions?
I'm just going to ask one. Sorry. I'm assuming this is a settlement agreement of some sort?
It's basically a mechanism by where the surety, for every one of our contracts that we sign, we require a surety to post a bond. And so this is their way of living up to that bond.
Okay, so this is the agreement with the underlying guarantor who's going to effectively execute on the performance bond that they posted?
Correct.
And by performing, we would end up with over $500,000 in excess, correct?
We would wind up with $200K excess above and beyond the money that we already had left over from the old contract, and the difference of the new bid amount.
This in no way paralyzes our ability to go against Blue Goose in the other litigations that are pending, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay, thanks.
Alan, so the original contract with Blue Goose was 3.295, correct?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, and how much have we paid Blue Goose? About 800, my math tells me?
Yeah, that sounds about right, because there's 2.4 left. Basically, they didn't do a whole heck of a lot. They drove some sheet pile out there that we paid them for, and then they also provided pumps. We got pumps from MWI that we currently hold. We've accepted, we've paid for, and we're hanging on to for Lauren Jock to use going forward with this contract.
Okay, and we have a full release from Blue Goose as part of the settlement agreement? For this job?
So this is Frank Mendez from the Office of Counsel. We received an hour ago the executed tender agreement as well as the release executed by Blue Goose and the surety.
Okay.
We're waiting for the district to execute.
That was my question on the mutual release component.
Yeah, without the
The
release.
mutual release, which we have.
It's
is
a mutual for the
for this particular project only?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Correct.
And I think it's important to note the surety company I mean, did they like step up to the plate, or did we have to like force their hand? And was it a good amicable type of negotiation with them to come up and do the right thing?
It was a negotiation.
Okay.
It was a negotiation, but they've made us
Okay.
whole.
But at the end of the day, they've made us feel whole, and that's important, because obviously we've had not such nice negotiations with other surety companies, which I think it's behooves us to always keep this in mind on future contracts.
People
Thank you.
go in categories at this point. Yeah, no, definitely.
Great. Any other discussion? Can I have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Great, I have a motion and a second on 2019-0512. Is there any public comment?
Tia, public comment?
Any more board comment? If not, I'll call that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it unanimously. Let the record show Mr. Bergeron abstained, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to staff reports. Ms. Heater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, governing board members. The monthly financial report is through the month of March 2019. That is 50% of the fiscal year completed. We collected $19.5 million additional from February to March. That is good. And our investment earnings, again, I'm just going to highlight that area because that is what is kind of excelling. The investment earnings are $1.3 million higher this year in comparison to last year. So everything is on track. There are no red flags that I need to bring to your attention this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the board have a question? No. Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Cobb?
Okay. One of the things that I first mentioned in my first meeting last month is that I did want to take a look at how we are, as a district, conducting our attorney-client sessions. So those are sessions that we do need to have occasionally, where the district attorneys need to discuss pending litigation with the governing board. And those times are limited by statute, when you can do that and what you can talk about. They're really confined to settlement negotiations and strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures. But, I kind of heard loud and clear that there had been some, discontent with how these sessions had been conducted in the past. So we've been, in the Office of Counsel, we've been exploring ways to expand the transparency around those sessions while still protecting our ability to have a privileged client conversation when necessary. And of course, we will keep those sessions to necessity, only when we need them. But I'm presenting to you today some items for discussion where I think we could increase that public transparency around those sessions. So we could do this in a couple of ways. Before the meeting occurs, we could have an enhanced governing board meeting notice where we would announce with our notice that we're going to have an attorney-client session. So in the past, I think that's been a part of the agenda, but it hasn't necessarily been a part of the meeting notice. We could also, in the agenda, give a little bit more case-specific detail. So instead of just saying the case name, we could provide the court docket as well as just the general subject matter of the case to give people context for what the case is about. And then during the governing board meeting, there are requirements how you're supposed to kind of announce these sessions. But we could, when we're doing those announcements, make sure that we are providing a little more detail to the public so they get a sense for what the overall case is about. And I think probably the biggest change and recommendation on this particular slide is providing the public the ability to comment prior to entering into that attorney-client session. So if folks know what the case is about, they can come up and give you their thoughts on the case and on the issue. And then following the governing board meeting, we could make sure that we, again, are transparent about the attorney-client sessions that we've had. We had an attorney-client session on this issue. And then if there are subsequent actions related to the attorney-client session, making sure that that's also on our website to make people aware. Again, striking a balance between that privilege that we need to maintain in certain instances, but still providing greater transparency to members of the public. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Well, thanks very much for putting that together. I think you very well captured what I had hoped you would, which is that balance that you just mentioned between privilege and transparency, and I appreciate that. I think this is a huge step in the right direction. I'd be happy to hear what any of the other board members have to say.
Yeah, I would just like to make a comment as the token lawyer here. Well, here. Not here. I am all for and a champion of transparency and of openness with respect to our dealings. I'm also keenly aware of how important and invaluable attorney-client communications are with respect to ongoing lawsuits and to settlement negotiations and to mediation. And so that's one of the areas that I am very reticent to encroach upon in terms of what I think we are saying we absolutely will do in terms of it. I think we can strive to be, I think we should strive to be as open as we can, but I also think that we do have to, and the word is balance, but that's been used, but in reality, these are two particular areas, attorney-client privilege, settlement negotiations, and mediation, which are critically important to keep, between lawyers and their clients. And so you mentioned putting something on the agenda as a sort of public notice option. I think we should strive for that, but I'm also, sometimes these things come up in between the time that the public notice goes out and the day the meeting happens. So while I think we should try to do it as best we can, I don't think we should paint ourselves into a corner by telling everybody we will do it, because there may be some times where that's just simply not possible, and you need to talk to the governing board as a matter of a pending litigation. And so I think these things should be strong aspirational goals, but I am very cautious about painting, frankly, you into a corner to do something that sometimes is going to be simply impossible to do. I think giving the public notice of case numbers and, this is a eminent domain case or something like that, I think that's pretty harmless in terms of how it's going to relate to us as a board discussing the matter with you. Announcing our sessions, I think, is aspirational, but I don't think that you can say with 100% certainty that it's going to happen every time. And as a lawyer, and you being a lawyer know, sometimes things happen relatively quickly. Sometimes a court issues an order. It's in between the time of a public notice and the time that we're going to meet. And so my recommendation is to have strong aspirational goals, but not to, overdo it in this area, which I think is so critically important to have that confidential relationship with a lawyer, and for which I think, we'll do our best, but can't 100% promise that it will go down sort of this way.
I appreciate that input. And this is not a voting item or anything. This is just a status update on, suggestions that are things that we've come up with to present to you as options.
Well, thank you. As I said, I like the direction you're going, and I certainly understand what Vice Chair Wagner is suggesting, that sometimes things are out of your control, and these are aspirational. But if this is a sort of the foundation or the principles you're using going forward from legal, that that makes me happy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great, thanks.
All right. So, got a couple of things. First of all, the state budget passed the legislature last week, and it looks good for us. Looks really good for us. So we had $373 million for Everglades restoration passed out of the legislature. I think the governor has already had some public outreach opportunities where he celebrated that record funding. Also, we got $235 million for land management. We got $6 million in authority to receive tolls from Alligator Alley for Everglades restoration. And DEP was given $40 million for alternative water supply, which is like those reused Purple Pipes projects that we talked about earlier. And we will certainly have access to a portion of that to help our communities with alternative water supply. So all in all, with that incredible Everglades restoration funding, our budget that Candy talked about on state appropriations went up either between $120 and $140 million. So we're getting some love. So I think Sean and his team worked with Tallahassee to put together a letter on your behalf. I know last time we talked about advocating as a water management district for increased federal funding for SERP at the tune of $200 million, and maybe, really bringing that federal up to attempt to match ours. So you've got a letter. I think we've presented it to you for signature. So we'll send that to the appropriations committees. That's where it's going, right, Sean? And then you can use it however you want, with whatever contacts you have or that you want to engage in, because funding Everglades is where it's at. Thought I'd give you an update on the EAA Reservoir and STA project that we're implementing. So we are currently working with our two contractors, JTEC and Brown and Caldwell, to select the final configuration for the stormwater treatment area. And that is essentially, does it flow north-south or does it flow east-west? So John and his team are coming up with a final configuration there. To start land work, to prep the site, we're looking at putting together a permit application by the end of the month to the Army Corps of Engineers, and DEP gets that as well, so that we can get them started on a permit so that we can start doing the land work necessary to be ready for implementation of the project upon final design. I also talked with, and we're also, I met meeting with Crystals to make sure that they understand what lands they need to vacate in order for us to start that project. Also talking with Colonel Kelly about permit issuance. We want to make sure that the Army Corps of Engineers is on the ball on giving us a permit so we can start work, because that could be another delay. The other thing the Army Corps owes us as we start construction is a pre-project cooperative agreement. Is that the right? That is where we get credit as we're building a SERP project. They'll credit our side of the ledger so that they know they're on the obligated for the other 50% in SERP at some point in the future. So as we start prepping the land, we want cost share for that. And so we got a couple of pieces of paper we need from the Corps, but John and his team are knocking it out. We're going full steam ahead on this project. We talked about, I think, I don't remember which board member, maybe every one of you, wanted progress. How am I supposed to know what kind of progress we're making on all of our projects? And so we, Jen and Sean essentially are working to put together a comprehensive tracking system so that at any given time, every week when I meet with staff, I have where we are with all the projects we have at our doorstep that we're trying to implement, what the milestones are we on track, or do we need leadership assistance, all these types of things. And so I think within this month, it's going to be both internal facing so that we have all the code that we operate in, when we talk about our projects, plus external facing so the public can see where we are in constructing, designing, getting permits for every one of these projects too. So it's going to be very easily accessible, point and click. We know where we are with any project that we're working on. Did I get all that right, Sean and Jen? All right. So that's my report.
That's great. I'm very glad to hear that, because that's the one question I think we all get when we're out on the street is, hey, how's this project doing?
Drew, can I ask you a question about the reservoir?
Sure.
The last time we were here, Mr. Walker spoke on behalf of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and he raised an important issue with respect to a cultural survey and study that needs to be done. Are we? That would seem to be another thing that we needed to get out ahead of, like way ahead of, because of some of the stories of things that have happened in the past that are not so nice.
Right.
I want to make sure that's top of mind, so that it doesn't. I'm assuming it's not getting lost in the shuffle, but I just want to say it out loud.
Sure. I mean, we can't get a permit without that. Right. And
Okay.
so, and I know that, John, as he's putting permits together and trying to get things active and going, that's just a key box in the permit.
Okay.
is that. Yep.
It was important to me, and so.
Yeah. No, it's very important. Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. Do you have a public comment?
Yes, sir. Laura Reynolds.
Thank you. This is just general public comment, correct? Okay. And thank you so much. I feel like being here, you're all listening and we're having this conversation, and I really appreciate that. For a long time, I attended every single board meeting, and I'm going to attend them all again because I think it makes a difference. So thank you for listening. I did want to just bring one more thing up that I started to talk about, but it's so intensive that I thought maybe just a couple more minutes to talk to you again. I wanted to bring up the Turkey Point issue one more time. Again, there is a deadline for comments, and I did notice that one of your staffers and lawyer were at the public meeting, John Shaw, and I can't remember the name of the lawyer that was there, but thank you for having staff there. But when I did ask him, are you going to be submitting comments, he wasn't sure. And so I urge you to do that, because the permit that DEP is considering issuing is very much in line with your fifth supplemental agreement. And I think that there are some conflicts there. And so your staff, you should direct your staff to analyze that issue, to review how your fifth supplemental agreement, which by the way goes all the way back to 1972, and has been supplemented 5 times. And so this is really the original agreement with how the cooling canal system was supposed to operate and how it was supposed to ensure that there was protection of the resource. And now that we have data that you actually required in 2009, we know that it's not working. We know that it's not being confined into that industrial waste facility, and that it is miles to the west, and it's also miles to the east. And so there are problems there, and I think that the permit that DEP is collecting comments on now, it's very much important that your institutional knowledge here and all your staff that have worked on this over the years come back to the table and make sure that your voice is heard. So I hope that you do that. Just to give you an example of one of the provisions that you have, the interceptor ditch that is supposed to prevent the saline movement of water to the west. In your fifth supplemental agreement, it clearly states if it's not working, that you can fix that problem, that you can ask Florida Power and Light to change, amend, or fix that issue so that the saline water front is not moving or abate the problem. So you have it outlined on page 7 of your resolution with the 2009 Fifth Supplemental Agreement, and I sent that to you in an email today. And I think if you look at number 5 on page 7, it really is telling about how strong this agreement is and how it's completely focused on water. And I hope that you do review that, direct staff to do that. I'm sorry for the short notice, because like I said, the comment period is on the 20th, but you could always ask for an extension. And I would suggest this is worthy of a workshop
to talk about because it's so complicated. And so I do hope that you add that potentially to your June workshop, and I would love to attend. Thank you.
Can I say something about this one?
Of course.
So this is, and help me out, please, with this. So this is oh so important because this is about drinking water quality for communities, including Monroe County. And this brings the quality of water perhaps in question in order to ensure that we are providing all of those people with clean, healthy, safe water. We need to make sure that this is done correctly and that we participate in. And I'm sorry that I'm not up on it. I should be. But it's not too late. Gratefully, thankfully, it's not too late. So it really, I look at the rest of the board members and ask what you would like to ask staff to do. Do we ask for the comment time to be extended? Do we ask staff to participate? Does staff have time?
I'd like to hear from Executive Director Bartlett.
So I'm grateful to hear that my staff have been engaged. They're probably familiar with the project, and so if we'll make sure we look at it, and if we see, I know that DEP, when they issue permits, they're going to want to protect water resources, protect land resources, and so if we see something that we can help DEP with, we'll certainly engage them on that.
Does this have one of our permits, or is this a DEP permit?
It's exclusively DEP.
It's DEP, but in that permit draft, there is absolutely no mention of this robust agreement that you have. And
Who's our agreement with?
your agreement is with FPL.
Okay.
And I'm just concerned that I don't want this history to be lost. It's not currently being enforced. And so I'm just here to make sure the institutional knowledge of this agreement and your involvement and your expertise is included in this DEP draft permit. And I think you should weigh in because it's very important.
Yeah, thanks.
And in my community, there's been much talk and much concern about our drinking water coming from Turkey Point.
We'll look into it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Nope. Great. Any board comment? Really?
Yes, happy birthday, Mr. Wagner. Is this final comment, or
Yes.
are we, okay. I guess first, congratulations to everybody who has worked on the budgeting process. I mean, this is such a huge opportunity with such a successful budget from the state, and hopefully we can see as much success from the federal government side as well. But I mean, I feel so privileged to be up here during this period of time where we talked yesterday about how important resources are, staffing and money, and in this case, it seems like we have both the money and the momentum with Governor DeSantis supporting so many projects. What I just wanted to say, Mr. Chair, and I've communicated to staff on this. I think there's unanimous support for the workshops. I think they've been incredibly helpful. It's clear to me that there is, I think it's safe to say, an overwhelming amount of information to learn. My perspective in business meetings is that anything that lasts more than 2 hours tends to become unproductive. Now, in this case, I would give it a little bit more of a threshold, but I think that at some point within a 10-hour meeting, we tend to lose focus and effectiveness, and I think that does a disservice to the items that we're covering. So I would just suggest that that we maybe look at structuring these different, again, starting in the afternoon. If we need to, cutting down on the topics to give each one sufficient amount of time. And I think if we don't have a hard stop, these things can go on forever. I know it's difficult, but it might also make sense to have a hard stop to just not limit public comments or limit board participation, but give people a better understanding that this is not a, we just can't go on for, we need to be more efficient with the comments and the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think that Ms. Mead's comment about Iron Man yesterday was not lost on me, and there's definitely a diminishing return for productivity as you get further into these. And Mr. Bartlett and I have talked, and we're going to try and have fewer things.
And then to second that on the disservice comment, that some of the presentations at the end were as important, if not more important, as some of the ones in the beginning. And I felt very bad for Tracy, because she was last in line, and
she did a great job.
People were worn down. She did a fantastic job, but it was, that was a critically, the STAs are a critically important topic. If I can work on the STA sort of thing here, John, there was a mention by Mr. Bartlett that you're looking at the STA for the EAA reservoir in terms of how you want the water to flow, whether north to south or east to west. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any, I'm sort of stuck on the STA 5-6 and the lack of water that we have there. Are you looking into whether, if you do move the water east to west through that STA design just north of the reservoir, whether any of that water can be moved towards the STA 5-6? Is it too? Sometimes I look at these maps and I don't know whether I'm looking at something that is just so far away that it's an idiotic question to ask, or whether they're close enough that something can happen in a time of need to feed water into that.
So for the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir and Stormwater Treatment Area, that's one project centered just north of the Holy Land. That particular STA is located on the western side of the project, so adjacent to the Miami Canal.
Right.
As water would flow through that stormwater treatment area, it would then be directed to the Miami Canal, but south of the divide structure. So you're not commingling treated and untreated water.
Okay.
In talking about STA 5-6, there is an alternative, a concept that would be able to provide water from the Miami Canal over farther to the west and bring it around to the front side of Stormwater Treatment Area 5-6 and allow water to then move in through that facility. That is part of those different concepts that Mr. Bartlett had mentioned that have been investigated over the years, and that we can obviously bring back to the board for further discussion in your prioritization and budgeting process.
Great.
Thank you. Good answer.
Thanks. Anyone else? It's comment.
My comment is I don't have any comment, and I know that you think that's unusual, but hey, I'm all talked out.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Collins and Mr. Palmer for the maps. At the end of the last meeting, I had asked for a map that showed all of the lands that the South Florida Water Management District owns, because I think it's really important that we know what we own that is being leased. And not only did I get a map, but I got a big map.
Nice.
A big comprehensive map that shows all of the lands, color-coded. And then, thank you, they also provided a breakdown of each section. For instance, this would be one little section of our great 16-county area. And then at the top, it lists each one in the status of each piece. I mean, absolutely incredible. And I would ask that maybe someone would be kind enough to make copies for all of the members. And if not, I am happy to do it. I do a lot of business with the reprographics in my area, and I'm happy to do it. But I think, you put it on your wall, you know what you own. or you know what the district owns, you know what what's leased, and as you're working things through in one's mind creatively, you can go to these areas and go, wow, look at this. And I just thought it was great. And I mean, the staff at the South Florida Water Management District is unbelievable, off the chart. Thank you so much for your professionalism. It is astounding, and we are so appreciative.
I'm going to be completely unavailable until the 21st because I'm out of the country in a part of the world where I won't be able to read emails or take phone calls. So it doesn't mean that I don't care about you. It just means I can't.
Travel safe. I'd just like to reiterate something that Mr. Steinley said, and that's that we are really fortunate. We're at a perfect storm here where we have resources and we have momentum. We have passion, and we've got a governor who wants to see us going forward, and I'm so appreciative of what the legislature has done for us in honoring his budget, and I'm really looking forward to working on our next budgeting meeting in June.
Well, I'd like to also thank the governor and all of our legislators. It's a great opportunity. And I also want to thank all the public, all the stakeholders. I really respect your passion, respect your opinion, and our staff. Thank all of you. We've got a lot of professionals that give 100% for all the citizens of Florida. And it's a great honor for me to sit with all my fellow commissioners. This is, I think we have hope. Okay, and so as a special gift to my fellow board members, I want to give all of you free alligator wrestling lessons.
Charlie, you're first.
Yeah.
No, I wanted a shirt. I want a shirt like yours, Ron.
Okay. But thank you very much. I'm totally very honored.
Thank you.
And I look forward to making a difference, and long live the Everglades.
You're here.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
1 second. Mr. Mooney, come on up. You have a minute and a half.
Well, first of all, I want to clarify a point about the water basins above Lake Okeechobee. I've talked to Mr. Milnick about this to make sure I was clear, but they are hydrologically connected groundwater-wise. His reference was surface water separations, but all the water in Florida South Florida is connected, and if you take it out of the surface, the groundwater brings it back. A second point I want to mention is you have a firestorm at the Water Management District right now. Your operations manager is leaving the district. And excuse me, Drew, but he's more important than you are, because the operations is the heart of the district. And you guys need to be looking to replace that position, and you need to be looking worldwide. That position has responsibility you can't even begin to imagine. That person works at least 65 hours a week, and that's during the off weeks. So, heads up. Very last, I'm going to get some assistance. I have something to show you.
I don't know what it is.
No.
I've been bribed with lifesavers all weekend.
There was discussion of urgency, and if you could stand in there and open it up. Urgency has been with every board. I've been attending meetings since '95, and every new board comes in and says, we're going to change things. And they work real hard, and they say, darn, it's not as easy as we thought it was going to be.
That's very nice.
Well, I think it would be nicer if you guys would mind giving it a course standing next to it, but I'm not going to ask that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Okay, we're going to adjourn this meeting. We're going to convene the annual meeting of the District Leasing Corporation as soon as staff is set up. That should not be very long, so don't go far.
All right. Thank you, Bob.